105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Nico Gonzalez, Lionel Messi! First career World Cup hat trick, ties the all-time goal-scoring record.
That's what I watched last night because I could not take what was happening on the diamond. Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on your home for the Rangers and Cowboys. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning squad with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and Peyton Phillip Russell with the audio courtesy of Fox and FIFA as the man delivers again.
Man, that was a show. And that dude is a treat, and it's unbelievable that he's able to do this. People were saying that, maybe he should have hung it up after last time's World Cup, and he's just not the same player. And look, I mean, he may not be the same player, but that dude is like these all-time greats at things will find a way to, make you remember real fast that they're all-time greats, even though they're old-time greats. And he is, and he did last night. That was something to see.
He always delivers.
Yep.
That's like the highest respect I can sit there and pay him. No hardcore soccer fan, but when I was tweeting sarcasm with the Rangers getting their ass kicked by Minnesota, and I was like, so what else are you going to watch? And I was getting ready for, the Summer House extra footage on Bravo, and then everyone hit me back with, goat. And I was like, okay, I'll switch on over to Argentina and Algeria in Kansas City with Pat Mahomes present. 1, 2, 3 for Messi. He obviously has delivered throughout his entire career. He came over to what many people have thought of for a long time was, try to think of a nicer word than gimmicky, but minor league soccer. When it comes to MLS, he wins there immediately, shows out, performs, and now here we go, game one, this World Cup at the age of 38, tying the World Cup record for most goals scored and a hat trick.
Yeah, and he scores 3 goals against the goalie whose dad he played against.
Zinedine
Zidane. And Zinedine played for France, and this kid's for Algeria.
He was the headbutt, right?
He was the headbutt on Marco. But it's just awesome. Like, you get to see these things that you don't get to see very often. You get to see players that you don't get to see very often perform on the world's biggest stage. And yesterday was great. I mean, Mbappe had a big game. He had a couple of goals. Holland from Norway had just this big Norwegian. I mean, if you were to say, what does a Norwegian man look like? It's that guy, right? It's that guy. And
he looked like Brock Lesnar.
Honestly, yes. He looks like Brock Lesnar. Like a thinner version of Brock Lesnar.
What's his name?
Erling Haaland, Haaland.
Oh, he does kind of.
Right?
Yeah. No. You saw his face, Sean? He does look like Brock Lesnar.
Yes.
Yeah. So it really was a great day. But Messi he caps it off in such style that he comes out of the game and it's like, all right, is he gonna go for 4? Is he gonna try for 4 goals?
I think I found I need to scratch the underdog itch now that the NBA Finals is over. So I switch on. I think I'm the new degenerate here. I can't remember the last time Choppy made a bet.
Tell us about it, Tech.
8:20 this morning. The agent for Brendan Sorsby could be a fiery interview at 8:20 booked by Roberto. I'm excited and nervous for that. But I switch on over to this game. It's 1-0. And I go and look, and Argentina's just threatening. And that's what I'm kind of looking for in these games. Like, who is clearly the better team? The ball's in one half of the field, and it's just a matter of time till this team scores. Argentina was -1.5, and they were already up 1-0. So I was like, wait a second, am I misreading this? Like, one more goal, and I'll be winning here. So I immediately went ahead and bet that, and that was easy money.
Yeah.
Easy. So I'm going to watch some of these games, and I'm going to say, which side of the field is the ball in the most? And who's kicking it against the other team's goal the most?
That sounds like money puck analytics to me.
Yeah. No. So there it is. That was easy money last night, and now Ronaldo will have his turn today. I was trying to hype it up to my son. I said, look, there's Messi. He's like, oh, my God, Ronaldo. I said, Ronaldo, tomorrow.
Forget him.
Why?
I mean, just like between the two, there's one all-time GOAT, and then the other one is just a good-looking guy.
Okay.
No, he wasn't always a good-looking guy. I've seen old photos where he's money.
He's a little overrated.
Money helps.
Now?
Yeah, now.
Oh man, even he's scrumptious now, man.
Scrumptious.
That's a good-looking man.
So I'll say I did not watch this.
I'd sit on his statue.
I did not watch the World Cup last night. I just saw the goals here on Twitter about 2 seconds ago. But what I will say is this.
Have watched?
I was watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Okay.
After the Rangers ended up, like, once Kumar Rocker gave up the second home run, I was like, all right, I'm done here. I will say this about Messi. The thing I will marvel at with him with this, and the thing I'll marvel at with when he came over and played for FC Miami or whatever the hell they were, is that
it was Inter Miami.
Whatever weird name they give to soccer teams. The thing you kind of said at the very beginning. It is amazing that with all of the hype that exists around him, he is one of these guys who shows up when it's like, all right, here's the moment. Are you going to do it? And he does. That's.
And I think it's more difficult to like dominate in soccer and like I'm going to score almost every time when the spotlight is on me versus basketball.
It was 0-0 the other day, and they were freaking out. The whole teams went 0-0, and he scored 3. But that's I just always remember that was Jordan when I was a kid. When I would watch Michael Jordan was like, it looked like magic to me of just like, you are a guy who you can turn it on in big moments, and it was the most exciting thing to watch. And Messi like needs credit for that of just being. He's the guy that when the moment's there, he always meets it, from what I can tell. Always.
Yeah. The only huge moment where it felt like Mike didn't meet it, just going back to the Last Dance, was like the return against Indiana, where you're like, all right, he's going to come here, the I'm back game, and he's going to score 40, and he's going to go crazy. But obviously that was a sloppy, ugly game as he was getting his legs back. But otherwise, I agree with Bobby.
But you know, it's like athletes that they're always in the right place at the right time. Like that was also him. Like his second goal, like he never stopped moving. He was in the corner, and he never stopped moving. And there's that kind of that rebound up the goalie, and he is right there.
Yeah, it was a weak goal. It was an Angel Reese goal, that one, but the other two were great.
But like he's always moving. He's always in the right time and in the right place, the right time, and that's part of being great.
Is that why you're wearing your Argentina shirt today? Your colors?
No, this is. We have baseball today outside, so I needed like a light colored shirt. That's
gonna show some sweat.
Yeah, but like I needed one that's had like that non-cottony material.
Yeah. So Messi gets it done. Hat trick last night, and Bobby did not watch. That means he can handle this.
Here's the pitch. The runner goes from first. The pitch is lined to right. It's a base hit. Clemens scores. Lewis around to third. He's being held up. Throw comes into second base, and it's late. Sliding in with a double is Josh Bell. The ball gets away at second, and racing to the plate and scoring now is Clemens. Clemens and Lewis both scoring on the play.
Ooh.
I know that voice.
A dejected, defeated Eric Nadel with what I believe were boos in the background.
About time.
As the Minnesota Twins stomp out your Rangers 12-2.
This is pretty bad, and Kumar Rocker was not good in this one, and like I said, I said last week I think his future is probably in the bullpen, and it's because of just stuff like that. Like the dude can be all over the place, and I just don't think
baseball goes.
I don't think it has to go that way, Wash. I think that you're talking about never consistently. I don't think you'll ever be able to consistently bank on he's going to give me 6 innings. Like ever, and so if that's the case, you need to find another fit for him. But this was brutal. They've hit this power outage again offensively, where they're not slugging the way they need to. They're now starting to give up chunks of runs with their pitching staff. You're starting to see the cracks there. This is right now not a good baseball team, and it's a baseball team that is not worth investing in terms of adding pieces at the deadline as it currently stands.
I I said to Sarah before the game, I said, look, the Rangers have me until Messi's on. All right, that's it. As soon as Messi's on, I'm switching over. And then it made my life so much easier when Rocker got blowed up, and the third inning did him in, a couple of walks, and then all of a sudden the long fly. That was like a long fly, a liner. By the way, I love Josh Bell. Love him. Swinging 3-0. There's a pitch right down the middle. Just hitters batting average on 3-0 is the best of any count in the sport. That's by a wide margin. Keep going. Keep doing that. Shun the old, take on 3-0. But Bobby's right. It looks like right now, like Rocker he's either hit or miss. And it's much more miss, it seems, than hit. Although he hasn't been awful all year. Yesterday, he was brutal, and he was missing his spots. That's even worse.
So, like I said, when it was like 8-0, I was like, okay, I'm out on this. And then I was done. So I am just now seeing at the very end here,
Higgy.
I missed a Kyle Higashioka pitching performance.
Yeah.
Damn it.
And he gave up 4 less runs than Rocker in 2 1/3 innings less of work. So Rocker with 3 1/3, 7 hits, 6 earned. 7 hits and 6 earned with 2 walks to bump the ERA to a 4.17.
Higashioka's strike percentage last night was higher than Kumar Rocker's.
Rocker gave up about a run per pitch thrown. Those are per 10 pitches. That's efficiency.
Pepe, what did you watch? How long did you stick with the Rangers?
Not very long. After the first couple innings, I was like, okay, this is getting bad. The offense sucks, and it's going to be one of those nights against the Twins, a team that sucks. They suck so bad, and you're going to lose that game two nights in a row there. No, I watched a little bit of White Lotus. Kinsey, you're still watching that. And then I tuned into the College World Series where once again Texas just can't beat Georgia. Any sport, football, basketball, no matter what the sport is, could be rowing. They can't beat Georgia.
Racing.
Longhorns, are eliminated.
Y'all know how to
I got it.
call off a player in the on a fly ball?
Are you talking about the catch, no catch in the outfield?
No, I'm talking about
Are you talking about the Rangers still?
No. I'm talking about the shortstop down the left field line, like shallow, catches it while the left fielder's trying to call him off, and it allows the run to score because those two collide.
Well, they're kids, RJ. They're just kids.
Yeah.
Let the kids play. I have no idea.
You're full of it, Peyton, by the way. Texas won the rowing national title this year.
There you go. Well, I was talking women's.
In your face.
Did this game put the Rangers in the red?
Yes, they're now -6 on their plus minus. So their run differential this year, even when they've been below 500, it's been one of these things of like, well, you think this is going to balance at some point because they're still in the green here. They're +5. They are now -6 on the season.
2.5 back in the West, which I'm getting angrier and angrier at that number the further we get into it because of the Fools. It's not even gold, it's Fools bronze because even if you go ahead and I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there. I hope that it becomes clear, very clear, one way or the other, come trade deadline. 35 and 38, 2.5 games back. That's it in the American League West.
Yeah, and they are still the 6th best run differential in the American League with their negative run differential.
The Rays are 2.5 back, and they're 41 and 29.
Yeah.
Look at the comparison.
Yeah, the AL East is one thing. It's one thing in terms of where the teams are at the top of the American League, and everybody else in the AL pretty much is. They don't stink, Like Cleveland's still a good quality team, but they've got their own problems.
Texas would be 3rd in every division in the American League, 3rd or worse. And so, they are right now, even in the fortunate division, they would still be in the same spot no matter where they were.
Let me give a shout out to DFW Bass. He tweeted us, make your first segment a good one. I'm having a heart procedure at 7. They wanted to prep me at 6. I said no prep till 6:15. Being a member of the 6 a.m. club is mandatory.
There we go.
Best of luck, Bassmaster. Let us know how it works out, and hopefully it does. Thank you for being a Tolo, as always. There's only one person at this time who can tell you what happened yesterday at Dallas Cowboys practice. Our insider Bobby Belt is here, and George Pickens speaks inside the Star after this. And this is DFW Security. Go.
Inflatables and yard games. Get tickets now at globelifefield.com/Family Field Day.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
It was a Cowboys mandatory yesterday, and our insider Bobby Belt was there. This is Inside the Star, the best Cowboys coverage around here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a part of it, turning it on, leaving it on. That is what TOLO stands for, live on the FanCam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. Brian Schottenheimer said Dak Prescott was going to be limited in team drills because of a sore knee, but that it was nothing to be concerned about. George Pickens was going to be Coach Pickens yesterday, not participating in team drills, but George is fired up to be back. What happened with Dak and George out on the field?
Yeah, so that was fascinating that he disclosed that with Dak, too, because I don't know that anybody would have noticed, and nobody had even asked about injuries. Shotty circled back to it like 20 minutes in. And
Maybe he heard you questioning him about Jalen Thompson.
Well, he dug at Clarence in the process, because he goes, and Clarence, you were so focused on a George Pickens question, you didn't even remember to ask him about injuries. I'll just read the list for you here. And he threw in the Dak one. Like I said, I don't know if anybody would notice, because it was largely normal work for Dak. We would have noticed just that the initial 7-on-7 work was Milton. And so Milton was out there in the initial team stuff and the initial 7-on-7. And so that would have been kind of an indicator of like, oh, okay, maybe something's a little off. And he had this big compression sleeve on his leg, his left leg, I think. But he was out there. He looked really good, and he was able to do pretty much everything. It was a little bit lighter workload in team drills, but largely what you would expect. And then George Pickens, we talked about it yesterday. I did not think he was going to be out there doing anything. I thought he'd be getting ramped up with, all right, he's out here in his uniform, but he's just standing and watching. It's like he's going to have a towel around his neck. But Shotty said, and it's exactly what happened, GP was going to be out there doing everything but team. Because team is a little bit more exertion, obviously, and a little bit more demanding. They're still ramping him up there, but he was going through all the receiver drills. He was going through some 7-on-7 stuff. Like he was out there, like involved and doing way more than I expected. And so to me, he definitely looks like he's bought in and he's here to compete.
Any major highlights or observations from the action?
Oh my gosh.
By the way, Patrick Walker was hyping up Savone Revel on DallasCowboys.com. I glued my eyes to Caleb Downs, but it was Revel that eventually stole my attention. The second-year corner is not wearing a brace on his knee anymore and is moving extremely well, whereas he seemed a bit unsure and very measured in his movements last season as he returned from the torn ACL. He looks ready to prove he might be back at top form. He was moving well.
Yeah, Revel looked solid, and he did get a pass breakup while we were out there. Dak's knee better be okay, because, God, it's going to look really bad if you have to go to one of the backup quarterbacks. Even in 7-on-7 yesterday, that was just – they couldn't complete a pass in 7-on-7. Milton and Howell couldn't. So a lot of guys able to tip
80
passes.
yards down the field for Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it gave off some Uncle Rico vibes while watching Joe roll out and try just like sailing throws, hitting people. It was not great. But the biggest moment of the day was when they had gotten into some 7-on-7 stuff. CD ran a corner out and had Kobe Durant on him, and Dak threw a really nice pass to the sideline. And when CD caught it, he takes it down the field like you run it out like you're scoring a touchdown. They want you to run it out after you grab it. And Deron Bland was in the end zone doing his rehab work. And CD walks down. He goes, "You better tell him to back up if he's going to be covering me." And he's like, he can't be that close to me. You know that. You need to tell him that. And so CD was already there, was already competitive. It was a good day though for Kobe Durant. I felt like he had a couple tipped passes. He looked solid. CD gave him some work a couple times, but overall, defense had some nice moments. Dak looked really good. I think that there were a couple different times where I noticed Malachi Lawrence looking really impressive with the get off and kind of flashing that burst and that speed. And then the thing that a lot of people were taking note of yesterday was that Nate Thomas was doing a lot of right tackle stuff, and they were pushing Drew Shelton behind Tyler Guyton, and they were kind of splitting reps with those two. Like, it was Shelton working behind him, and Shelton did a good job yesterday. Broadus was really impressed with Drew Shelton, their fourth round pick this year. He had a really nice day. Overall, I think one of the things that, or I think the thing that probably most stood out to me outside of just play that was going on the field, they ran this drill that I've never seen them do before. You know when they have the DBs in training camp, they'll line up on two sides, and they just kind of turn around, and then they kind of jog forward, and they grab the ball. It's just a close and catch drill. So they had those agility, like, gates, those ones that you, like, duck under, and they were having them run and duck under that and come out of it to catch the ball, which I hadn't seen before. But overall, really solid practice for a couple defensive guys, and Dak looking really strong. I don't think the knees is any sort of a problem, and Shotty was saying it wasn't.
What about Caleb?
Caleb didn't flash really to me yesterday. I mean, it wasn't like a problem thing. It was just like I noticed guys a lot more than Caleb.
He was too busy getting ready for his first pitch in Arlington.
Yeah.
Hell, could have thrown him out there with Higgy, the way that Rocker ended up with the Rangers getting stomped out. So the main event, of course, was George Pickens, and I took some snippets of his back and forth with the media. By the way, let me point this out, a future tell moving forward. His hesitation with Nick Harris at his football camp, George has So every single response here where we were like, oh, why didn't he just answer? Why didn't he just say I'm showing up? That's what he does in every response here coming up.
It's the same It's
yeah.
not necessarily.
Yeah.
And he is. I think it's more just because he likes the beat to, like, all right, let me gather my thoughts real quick.
Yep.
All right, here's what I'm saying.
All right, so this is George Pickens on the decision to report.
George, what went into the decision to come and show up for mandatory?
Just really the team. When I just think about the team, the run we could have had, certain stuff just being in place and could make something bigger, I kind of think about that and take that into a part of a decision to make.
Was there ever any doubt? I mean, when you signed the franchise tag, was there ever any doubt that you would be here for minicamp?
No, not really. It's just more of just timing. Like I say, if you got guys, rookies coming in, want to learn, and then you got other guys that's not even here yet as well, I want to be here with all the guys.
We haven't talked to you. Can you talk why you signed the tag, why you signed it so early?
Just really because when it was presented, it was kind of early, so I just did the best that they wanted me to do.
Any disappointment about not getting a contract extension right now instead of waiting until next year?
No, not really, because the game going to be the game. You know what I mean? The money is kind of tagged to it. You guys' job, office job. You just kind of want to do your job at the best ability.
Very upbeat, very positive, very encouraging, and we got 2 more clips to go.
That's one of the things that stands out. It's just he seems like he's in a great mood, but like super positive. And that's not. I think if you just the perception of him is that's not what that is.
Now Manny Acho and maybe some others have said, don't buy it. He's still not showing up in Oxnard without a brand new contract. He's not going to be stepping on the field. Did I get that accurate, Bobby, in terms of the paraphrasing? Jane Slater asked George straight up, would you still hold out for training camp?
Nah, definitely here now. Like I said, the group of guys that's with the Cowboys kind of prevents you if you know guys, you're going to guys' house, you're talking. Like I talked to Dak, I'm still throwing with Dak. It's definitely going to make you not want to hold out.
Man, I loved hearing that. That's connection, teamwork, Dak influence, CeeDee Lamb friendship, saying, come on in. You can't leave it. You can't sit on over there to the side. You got to be part of it.
This is if you look at him trying to get a contract as like the trial of George Pickens, then him standing in front of the media yesterday is him just like acing the witness stand and giving them nothing. And he, it's all the exact right words to say. It's the exact right energy. There was no wincing or anything else that would lead you to believe, oh, does he really mean that? If it is selling, if that's any sort of an acting job, which I don't think it is, but if that's any sort of an acting job, he is Oscar worthy because it's completely believable.
So the most interesting clip, in my opinion, and Brian Broadus had a very interesting follow-up afterwards on G-Bag, was George being asked, did you ask Jerry why no long-term deal? And then RJ, listen specifically and closely to what he says about his agent, David Mulugheta.
No, like I said, that's really his decision. So if I do ask him why, it's still his decision. So, like, I never asked him why. I don't think it's no point to ask him why because he's going to control it either way.
And was there a thought of coming in for the voluntary stuff from you?
Like I said, my agent. So I was just listening to my agent. So whatever he was saying, go, don't go, that's all I was doing.
Did you ever want to give him pushback and come back sooner than when he wanted you to?
Nah, no pushback at all. Like I say, just more of a genuine thing. Like I said, whatever he's doing, if he told me to come back the first day, I would have. You see what I mean? So whatever people are telling me to do, that's in control. That's what I'm gonna try to do to the best of my ability.
Why do you trust him to wait until he says it's time?
Just because he's in control. So like he's like your boss. So there's no trust or anything there. He controls what you do. So whether you trust him or not, you know what I mean?
How about that with the final part? He's in control. He's the boss.
Yeah. That's one of those things. It's either like if you don't know, it's admirable to like let somebody handle it who knows. Like let your attorney handle it.
Yeah.
But also it's like, okay, should he not know some things? Like should he not take some things? Like no. I think this is the right thing to do. I want to do this. Push him this way because. If he's in control, does that mean he's also in control of the what deal he is willing to accept? Like if George says he wants to go, like I really want to play for this team, regardless of salary, is the agent going to allow that?
I think what George is saying is
just for
this is what I would like. This is the end that I would like, and then he is saying, well, here are all the things that you have to do, and you need to listen to me of how to get to that point.
Here's the game plan.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is the same agent that just had the Micah issue last year, and George was in the building for a lot of that going down and would have heard a lot of it. George, I'm sure, is completely aware of what happens if you try to sidestep the direction of what you're being told, and he saw that firsthand and was like, I'm not going to do that. If I want a certain end, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to try and do anything that I think is right because clearly I just saw last year what happened when Micah tried to do that, and he's gone now.
Now, Broadus kind of countered this a little bit on G-Bag, where he said he was talking to someone who said it's George's show. So he was a little confused or hesitant to go along with what Pickens said in the audio clip to where it's George's show in George's world and he calls the shots.
Yeah, I would say that.
Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, I heard the clip. I think in general, George marches to the beat of his own drum. And George is going to be George, and he's going to do the things that he wants. But I also think that, like, George is generally going to shoot you straight on what he thinks about something or how he's doing. I think that there is definitely, in most things, it would be this way. Specifically with his contract and how do I get paid, I think he absolutely cedes to his agency and his reps. And, hey, you guys just tell me how we're doing this.
And I would, too.
Yeah,
based upon Mulligan's track record.
I mean, Dak did the same thing, and Dak is the one who got paid the $60 million. Dak has said the whole time, I completely divorced from it, and you guys handle it, and you tell me what we're doing. And he got $60 million out of it.
So positive, George Pickens' arrival and press conference out there in Frisco. Bobby Bell, the only one on any of these morning shows that was there, along with Brian Broadus representing the afternoon with the G-Bag Nation. Did no sex lead to a Knicks title after this? Don't make that noise again. Or actually, you know what? You probably are because of the Low T Center. Low T, the original TRT clinic, changing Tolo lives since 2009. Their expert providers work to tailor their TRT plans to every man to get your levels back to where they need to be. They can help you get your energy, focus, and sex drive back. They even work with most major insurance providers. So head to fixmylowt.com and book your free testosterone test. That's fixmylowt.com. They specialize in hormone health and testosterone replacement, using lab work and symptoms, health history, and personal goals to create treatment plans tailored to each Tolo, because no two men are exactly the same. FixMyLowT.com. Free testosterone test right now for men who want answers. FixMyLowT.com and tell them Sean for the Fan sent you.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Broadus
Our broadcast begins at 1 tomorrow on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Shakira ticket giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Same thing in the 9 here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station Hump Day edition on 105.3 The Fan. An arrest stemming from UFC 250?
Yeah. Tyson Proper. Now, I have never seen the name Tyson spelled this way. I'm only assuming it's Tyson.
Is it Tysen?
Tycen.
Yeah, that's Tyson.
That's Tyson. That's, of Danville, Ohio, told investigators that on June 11th, he intended to jumpstart a revolution in the U.S. with an attack on June 14th that would begin with drone bombings over the north side of the arena. That arena was the UFC Freedom 250 event. So his mother called police on her son, and that ended with the thwarting of this terror plot involving drones and snipers aimed at members of Congress and others, dignitaries who were attending this UFC event. So he's charged with attempted murder of an officer or employee of the United States, among other disturbing the peace, all kinds of things that are thrown in there.
Through drones?
Well, yeah. So he was hospitalized. First of all, he was hospitalized also with homicidal ideations. He was hospitalized then on, back a week ago. So this actually never even came close because we were still about a week away. But yeah, so he was going to use, drones and other, sniper positions to overlook these evacuation routes and target what he called high value targets like U.S. politicians.
And what was the motivation?
To create some kind of civil unrest, jumpstart
what's
a
his
revolution.
cause?
Anarchy.
Yeah, he wanted to jumpstart a revolution.
Okay.
Now, if you're going to better call chop this, if you were the public defender that's assigned to him, would you be like, he said arena, and that was not an arena, because an arena defined as a fully enclosed venue with a roof.
Yeah.
That was not this.
No, definitely not this one.
Are New York Knicks confirming that James Dolan put in a special request that he thought would push them over the top to win it all?
Yeah, Ian Begley first wrote about this in his article talking about sacrifice. And James Dolan said and spoke to the team before the playoffs about the importance of sacrificing for the next 10 weeks. Even jokingly asking the players to avoid fornication.
Oh, so it was a joke.
Well, I mean, that's how he wrote it.
He wrote jokingly?
He even said jokingly to avoid it. But he did say, hey, guys, maybe even don't fornicate with your wife over the next 10 days.
I've never understood this theory or this philosophy.
I haven't either.
If I'm not doing that, I feel like my brain is more likely to be like, need that, like need to get that over with. I need that right now, rather than just like, oh, I've clear. Like, isn't the clarity supposed to come after?
No. Yeah, with they weaken legs, women weaken legs. If I told you the Cowboys would win the Super Bowl, but you had to stop having relations on December 15th and go the 10 weeks till the end of the Super Bowl, I don't know how many Cowboy fans could do it. And that means going the solo route too. I don't know how many Cowboy fans could do it.
That's not healthy. That's a prostate cancer risk.
Well, maybe it's like the pent up rage and anger versus satisfaction.
Sure.
And whatever.
You got your nails. You've got nails shooting out of you all over the place after a certain amount of days.
Yeah.
Of pent up.
And end up looking like those whales that Corey was talking about yesterday.
I tried it for Lent one time. I did that, nothing. Completely eliminated everything. I lasted a lot longer than I expected. But Yeah, when I ended Lent early, I ended Lent early. It was.
You were not lasting long.
It was quick. It was quick.
Everything was early, not just ending Lent.
Everything was. I don't know that. Yeah, like how many Cowboy fans would do this? If I told the Cowboy fan, the average one, December 15th, and you got to go through the Super Bowl, which is it's 2 months, right? Super Bowl's middle of February now. It's 2 months. I don't think
they would do it. I think they would do it.
I mean, some do it anyway, but you can't do it by yourself either. You got nothing. Nothing.
Here's the thing, and I'm going to take this too literally, as I often do on some things. Any one of those before where it's like, if you do this, then you get a title. I always try to put myself in like legitimately that space. And then I think to myself, if I just find out that it was me doing it, I don't think I have the same enjoyment of the title, because then it's just like some voodoo thing that I created. I didn't actually get the surprise of watching them do it or anything else. It was just something where it's like an exchange I made.
I think Jalen Brunson is the most likely to have a chance to have completed this.
Why?
Just feel like that's the kind of guy, like he would do that. Like he would buy it.
No game?
No. Like he has the mental capacity, the mental strength.
You're saying women don't like short guys?
No, I'm saying Cat was the first one to break it, and Brunson was the last one. He has the mental strength to absolutely to do this, to see it through.
I had my own comment, but I'm going to move forward. Well, one thing is for sure. If the Knicks were trying to go ahead and execute this, they could not be around Emily. Is it Ratajkowski?
Ratajkowski. I've always called her Emrata.
Emrata. Okay, why don't you handle this one? You were talking about it last night.
Hang on. My computer just stopped on me.
Maybe instead of Emrata, now it's Emrotic.
Now, she is just a model. I've always seen her name, but I don't know what she does.
Well, according to herself, she's not just a model now. She's a... can I say the word that she said she referred to herself as?
Yeah, that she referred to herself
She
as.
says, like openly, she's like, I am now a whore. That's what I do.
All right, so this is from The Cut. She wrote an essay for what's called The Cut.
This is steamy now.
Yeah.
This is going to be a challenge for Choppy, so get ready, pay with the dump button.
Gosh, she's attractive, too.
Yes, she is. 6 months after my son was born.
Oh, don't read it like that.
My husband and
That's like Kenneth Kniff from the Eminem album.
I was trying to go for a little
Liam Neeson?
No. The pirate.
Johnny Depp?
Johnny Depp.
You a good-looking girl?
It was 6 months after my son was born, my husband and I stopped having relations. Less than a year later, we separated. But in the years leading up to becoming a mother, I came to resent deeply the naivete and inequality that being a good girl left me with. I love when they call themselves a good girl. Oh, God. I decided to blank my way to a new kind of woman. I wanted to destroy the Madonna, the special girl I'd worked so hard to be before an 8-pound baby tore my lady parts in two.
Sounds like they're more torn now.
And replace her with the horror.
Bobby just lost his drink.
So then it continues. So she's talking about this date. I knew he was in New York when he picked the bar. It was on a street that had felt cool and exciting back in 2014 when I first moved to the city, and probably was before the Australian cafe that does matcha art opened around the corner, and women who could afford a uniform of Mui Mui bags and aloe sets moved into the fire escape apartments. My date was older than me, and though I'd seen him on Instagram, he was like a walking, talking MySpace page. Bright hoodies, obnoxious gold jewelry, with a preference for passe hipster bars like the one he'd chosen. Washed is what I would have called him to my friends if I'd been feeling honest and not just looking to get, down.
Effed.
Yeah. And now, not get down the way men do to quickly satisfy a physical urge. Lord knows I didn't think there was any chance that he was exceptional in bed or likely to make me finish. Besides, even if that were a possibility, I could do that in 3 minutes on my own. What I wanted was his attention. I wanted to feel a man's desire to be reminded that I was a sexual being and not a mother of a toddler. The lame bar would have to do. And then she would continue.
She's sitting here, first off, making every single man jealous and furious that she picked some loser. And she's like, I don't care who it is. This guy's a loser. He dresses like a loser. This place is lame, but
Step out on the street.
Yeah.
You would have found willing participants if that's what you wanted.
She may have still.
She may have.
Yeah.
Before my separation, I'd never had a one-night stand. I'd never been with anyone the same day I met them. In fact, I'd only been with 8 people. 4 of whom were live-in boyfriends. One of them was my male best friend in high school. There was a vegan graffiti artist with impeccable posture. A chef who thought he might have...
Kyle Yeomans.
A chef who thought he might have chlamydia.
Dang!
A Spanish Gen Zer who couldn't stop sending me pics. And a heavily self-medicated son of a billionaire with questionable politics, several Italians, and another DJ.
So she slept with a DJ, she slept with someone whose politics she disagrees with, and someone who thought that they may have chlamydia.
Yeah. She was just
She was confirming it for them. I'll find out. Yeah.
Her vetting process was very low. Very low.
I could have it.
The character I'd learned to embody after my divorce and my period of compulsively dating was a villain. Poison Ivy, Catwoman, sexual but scary. And she drank gin martinis. Many gin martinis. She was not tragic. Nothing close to a victim. No one needed to feel sorry for her. In fact, they should all be jealous. I decided to blank my way into a new kind of woman. I wanted to destroy the Madonna, the special girl I'd worked so hard, and replace her with the whore.
And then she's sitting here talking about getting real graphic. I mean, I know you were steaming up yesterday. If you had glasses, you would not have been able to drive.
There was, she offered readers an unfiltered look into her dating experience following the divorce, including one particular explicit encounter with a man she described as having a nasally stoner voice. That was the bright hoodie guy. And she found herself in a certain position directly in front of him, and he could not believe it. He was like, "This is Emerada. This is amazing."
Were they at eye level?
They were not at eye level.
Oh, okay.
And he told me I looked like Cleopatra. I found everything I'd come there for. A praying mantis devouring her mate.
Man!
God, that's hot.
She has a child. That kid is going to go to high school, and people are going to read these excerpts. This is way worse than, like, your mom was a stripper or something like that. This is, like, graphic detail. They're going to be able to quote passages, and they'll probably be able to get with her, it sounds like.
Emily Radikowski.
Oh, man.
Did you read this to Sarah? Did this help you? Did this ignite anything?
I did not read this to Sarah. No. I will. Don't you worry about that one.
Yeah. Well, just send this podcast.
Yeah.
With you reading it in that voice. She was there.
Man, so she wrote that herself. There you go.
God bless her, man. She's like the Edgar Allan Poe of our generation.
We have a Shakira ticket giveaway coming up. A big high school ruling for Denton, the Denton football team, and Jalen Brunson is better than all these other players. Get ready for a basketball fight and a Shakira ticket giveaway next.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan, you want to save some money on your energy, just like I did, just like Sean did. Yeah, I got my bill the other day, and it's high in Texas, right? Obviously, the weather, the temperatures are up there, but I'm saving 15% per month simply because I switched over to Base Power.
See how much you could save and get the
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You know, usually Friday, 9 a.m. is Worst Take here on Sean and RJ. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan. We have a Shakira ticket giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock commercial-free expressway. We'll also chop it up for the Hump Day edition. But I think we can just go ahead and start Worst Take right now because they are flowing out of the mouths of NBA analysts and opinion givers. Now, you tell me whether this qualifies as Worst Take or do you actually agree? Bobby's boy, Bill Simmons, Book of Basketball, updating his top players list. And I think The Athletic is also doing this as well, Roberto.
The Ringer. The Ringer's got their top 100 update, which has Luka and Brunson in the top 5. They're both in there.
Luka and Brunson in the top 5?
Luka's 4, Brunson's 5. Wemby has moved all the way up to 2. Would you like to guess where Cooper Flagg is?
Okay, so this is updated top how many?
Top 100 players in the NBA right now.
And number 1 is SGA?
Yep.
Which should be Joker. Who's 2?
Wemby.
Wemby's 2?
It can't be ahead of Joker.
Then Joker, then Luka, then Brunson to round out the top 5.
20?
No, nowhere close.
Lower?
Lower.
35?
Lower.
Whoa.
45?
Higher.
Okay.
41.
Fortune favors
He's
the bold.
Dirk. So he's outside the top 40. In fact, I think it's like 4 Knicks players are ahead of him. So
okay. And this is The Ringer.
The Ringer, yeah, they update this list constantly.
Bill Simmons, I now have Jalen Brunson above Nash, Kidd, shots fired at Chop, Sam Jones, Harden,
Sam Jones,
Gervin, and Luka. Jalen Brunson better than Nash, Kidd, Harden, Luka.
Man, that screams recency bias to me.
Now, he followed up because this blew up on Twitter, and he said, exact same calculus I did for my Book of Basketball, being the undeniable alpha of a title team matters the most. In 2009, I had Wade at 28, Walton at 27, Barry at 26, and Isaiah at 23. The whole point of basketball is to win the title.
I get it. Now, look, I've always tried to eliminate centers because there was a time where they were so much more important. It was just like not really like on the same scale.
They're getting important again.
They are. So like the Walton title is so impressive. Like, but it's also like just a little different. Bob Ryan was like he when he does his NBA like top, he's like, I'm getting rid of my centers. I'm just getting them out there. They're in their own category. But this is like one of those things. This is a title you got to put on the. You got to compare it to me. You got to compare it to the Wade title in 06. Not the other one, just the 06 one.
So is Wade on the Dirk scale that we did last Friday?
Wade's title in 06? It's hard for us to say that, but yes, I think like it's one of those that it's like, okay, this is like an outlier title. You win it without a real number 2. You beat a team that was favored. The Mavs were the favorites in 06. The Heat were the favorites in 11. The Mavs were the favorites in 06.
Yes, the Mavs should have won that series.
They should have. And they had the 2-0 lead, and like that's a big time title.
Yeah, but the Heat did have the refs, so
they did. But objectively, that's a big time title that Wade had, just like Dirk's. Giannis, it's a solo one, and Kawhi's, although a little different. We went down that list earlier. I don't know though. Top 50 ahead of Kidd, is he ahead of Pistol Pete?
What about Luka? Let's start with the obvious here, Bob.
So he's, and I can't remember how he did the legacy, like the way he did the definitions in his book, but it was very like. It's very legacy oriented. So I'm wondering if he's just saying like if they retired today, whose legacy is greater? Brunson's legacy would be greater if he retired today and Luka retired today. Luka would be looked at as a missed opportunity. If he's just flat out saying because he won this title, he is now a better player, then that's a little ridiculous to me. The Nash thing carries weight So if you just take them, his first 4 years in New York versus his first 4 years Nash in Phoenix, or his next first 4, because he spent his early career in Phoenix. Steve Nash was 17.5 points per game, 11 assists, 3.5 turnovers. He shot 58% effective field goal percentage. Brunson is 54% effective field goal percentage. He is he's a turnover less per game. He's 26 points, 7 assists, 3.5 rebounds, and a steal per game. It's very much like, obviously Nash was very much more of a distributor, but incredibly efficient the way that Nash was at a much higher volume. Handles the ball a lot more handles a lot more of the scoring, and is more efficient in terms of not turning the ball over. So, I mean, the Brunson Nash kid, like that whole argument there carries a little bit of weight if he's able to keep going.
Bill Simmons continued and asked which move stings more on the Ringer pod, losing Luka or Jalen.
We thought it was ridiculous in the moment that they weren't paying Brunson.
We did.
It was 4 years for $55 million. They should have done it without blinking. What the f*** were they doing?
That's right. Mismanagement. Yes. It was a colossal blunder.
The Luka trade led to Cooper Flagg. What did the Brunson trade lead to? Led to eventually trading a first-round pick for Kyrie.
They made the finals after he left.
Because
the problem.
Brunson left, they went and traded for Kyrie. So that would be the case. I still think Luka's worse. They didn't shop the Luka trade is what made it horrible. And they didn't shop it because if it came out, their fans would have rioted. That should be alone why that's worse. Their fans weren't rioting after Jalen Brunson left, but they were upset that it was mismanaged.
They were upset.
Yes. The Luka trade led to actual Dallas almost shutting down as a city. None of this was Mark Cuban's fault, though. Don't look at him. He was in charge of not giving Brunson the 4 for 55. He hired Nico Harrison.
He did that.
Who then traded Luka Doncic with the new owners that Mark Cuban sold the team to. But none of it's his fault. I don't know how all this happened.
I love the sideswipe of Cuban. Anytime someone sideswipes Cuban, I'm here for it.
You know, in order to get him, look, obviously, the Luka discussion aside, like that to me is crazy to have him ahead of Luka. Although, if you told me that Brunson ends up with more titles than Luka, I will not gonna be shocked. But in order to get him in the top 50 or even top 40, I mean, you've got to put him ahead of a lot of absolute legends of this game. And that just is, I mean, you got to put him ahead of, is he ahead of Ray Allen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Worthy?
Yes.
Ooh.
Is he
Drexler?
I mean, is he ahead of Jason Kidd? I mean, I'm expecting you to lay down for your boy here.
I would say no.
Yeah.
I would say no.
Jason Kidd, let's not sleep on how.
I know you love Chris Paul. Do you think he's ahead of Chris Paul?
God, the problem with comparing is like Chris Paul and Jason Kidd, they're passers.
Right, it's different, totally different games.
Like Jalen Brunson, he can score better than those guys, but like, what do I want my point guard to do for the team?
Chris Paul could fill it up when he needed to. Yeah. He could absolutely fill it up. I think, again, it's the same thing we're talking about just now. Like, if you're just talking about a legacy if their careers ended today, maybe you have that sort of an argument. But in terms of, like, think...
the better play... I look at it as who we drafting.
Chris Paul. Every time. Over Brunson.
Kid? Nash?
If it's my first pick, no, not Nash or Kidd. Probably not.
Okay.
You're not taking Nash or Kidd ahead of him?
Brunson's shown it in like every step of the way, college, pros, everywhere else. He keeps like just that means something to me that you keep elevating every single time people say you don't have any more margins.
Different position. Clyde?
Brunson. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Clyde
Reggie.
over Brunson. Yeah, Brunson over Reggie, the most overrated player in the history of basketball, other than Wembanyama.
Walton. It's tough to separate with the injuries.
Yeah, it's tough. We got to do this in a separate segment. We got more worst take nominees. I almost don't even want to play this. I did not send this because I didn't want to mention this dude's name, but it's on here.
Let's do it.
Vince Goodwill. Is this a guy sitting in on first take wearing his New York Knicks hat? The Larry O'Brien is a participation trophy, and maybe RJ Choppy agrees?
How do we know that any of the last 8 champions are actually validated because they have not done it again? Giannis is itching to get out. Boston is thinking about trading Jaylen Brown. They don't believe in their one championship. LeBron's one championship in LA was not enough. So why would it be enough for us?
Validate is the Larry O'Brien that I put on that shelf and it stays there forever. That's the validation. The Laker thing.
Oh, you mean participation trophy then?
I'm sorry, Larry O'Brien is a participation trophy?
If everybody gets one.
It is an actual trophy. You won the league that year.
Ooh, did he cook? Did he cook?
Look, it's validated. He's wrong about that. The titles are validated. They're the titles. Where I do think that he is onto something is if everybody has one, does it change things? Like
everybody doesn't have one.
But you got 8 titles in 8 years by 8 different teams, meaning 8 different superstars. Does that, when you had in the 90s, you had basically 2 guys with a title. You had Olajuwon and Jordan. And in the 80s, you had basically 2 guys with a title. You had Magic and you had Bird. And what? You had like the 83 Sixers, or you had like a couple teams thrown in there. If all these quarterbacks, like I don't want 10 active quarterbacks to be Super Bowl champs. I want like 4. That's what I want. Like, do we want dynasties? We always talk about we want dynasties. We want dynasties or we want this. I think there's a happy medium between 8 years and 8 different champs versus what the NBA was from 1980 to about 2005, where you had 6 teams that won a title in 25 years, 6 franchises. There's got to be a happy medium. But to say that it's not validated is lunacy. It's absolutely validated.
In this Dip S's mind, if you don't go back-to-back, that means your first championship doesn't count. He's pretending like these rosters stay the exact same too, year over year.
It's a completely different era. Like, that's not the way teams work.
Well, the cap is also how the aprons and all that crap.
But this is 73 to 80. 1973 to 1980, there were 7 of the 8 champions were unique in the NBA. This has happened before in history.
The same thing. And then in 1980, we went on a very long stretch where it was just you only had a handful of teams that only won one. The Mavericks title in 2011 was like one of the unique ones because that was one of the few teams since 1980 that in their run only had one title. You had that. You had the Pistons won in 05. You had like one other team, and you had the Sixers.
To me, you have to judge it by individual years, right? So I'll go in order. From 2021, Giannis won, and that was a cool title. It was like, oh my gosh, it's on the Dirk scale. The Warriors dynasty, Joker establishing himself as one of the greatest players of all time. He's the best player in basketball. It's not Shea.
Yeah.
He's the best. He's the best player.
He's the player of the current era.
Yes. Boston was a loaded team.
Yep.
With a young core that people thought was going to rip off their own dynasty. And then OKC was a team that was loaded and built for a long time with a new brand of MVP that we didn't think could win it today. And then you have this really fun Knicks team. So, I'm not looking at these and being like, those are weak champs. That's a weak title team. Vince Goodwill is what happens when you have a spare who is getting his fill-in moment because someone has a day off on ESPN, and he's got to cook up some type of idiotic, stupid, contrarian, wild opinion that gets himself re-clicks. And he succeeded. So nice job, Vince. You did a good job. You sat back, you cooked it up, and you went viral for it. And that is why I can't wait for Skip Bayless to lose his voice and his vocal cords, because he contributed to part of this opinion and problem.
It is a bad thing when you drop a take and instantly Jay Williams winces. He goes, no, don't. You can hear Jay Williams go like, okay, that's a little far, dude. Like, let's not say this is a participation trophy. And he says it, and then it's almost like you can tell he thought he just had something, and then he quickly realizes like, oh, that's going to sound really bad, and he starts like kind of staring. Well, if we're just saying this, I'm saying this.
What's going on in the local high school scene, real quick?
Okay, so this is Colton Nussmeier. Now, Bobby knows him from
Marcus.
Flower Mound Marcus. Well, so he's also Garrett's brother, Doug's son, obviously. He has been ruled ineligible by the UIL. He transferred to Denton Ryan. and he will not be allowed to play this year. Why? Because the board voted 3-3, so not a unanimous. So basically, it was a
game.
What's that?
A World Cup game.
Yeah, it was a hung jury, if you will. 3 yes, 3 no. Of the no decision, the ruling defers back to the prior participation form that states that he moved for athletic purposes, and that is a no-no in Texas. You can move schools and districts for academic purposes. Or you can go to a private school. You go to a private school for any reason. You can move to a private school for athletic if you want to. But you cannot go public to public for athletic purposes. And you have to get your old coach has to release you. Your new coach has to accept you. They've got to do all the voir dire crap to get you in there. And apparently, it didn't work.
You can't do it publicly. You can't publicly transfer for athletics. They all transfer for athletics all the time. I'm sure he will eventually end up playing for Denton Ryan.
I mean, okay, he's going to appeal it,
and he will play for Denton Ryan.
Now, if he doesn't, I don't think he will. If he doesn't, does Flower Mound take him back? Or
Marcus was a weird situation.
Private school.
The coach that had worked with Garrett and the coach that initially worked with Colton ended up getting really sick. He ended up having to leave the job, and so it's a totally different setup now.
Why is it so much louder in Frisco, and why it should be music to your cowboy ears? Inside the Star, commercial free in the Expressway with a Shakira ticket giveaway, and we'll chop it up. And Brendan Sorsby's agent at 8:20 next. And I got you. GimmeTheVin.com.
Presented by the On Time Experts. A new episode is available now wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now, The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Mandatory practice for the Cowboys. Yesterday, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Bobby Roberto Belt was there. So was the great Brian Broaddus representing the afternoon show. And so was George Pickens, who was a pros pro, optimistic and upbeat in talking with the media. Says he is not going to be holding out in any way. And we are good to go. This is Inside the Star on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. And Brian Schottenheimer is going to, I think, the World Cup game on Saturday in Arlington.
Of course, everyone's going, except for us.
And that is who?
Literally everyone's going except for us.
No, who's playing? Who's on the pitch?
Is that the England-Croatian? I don't know. I don't know who that game is. Ecuador.
Well, you just responded and reacted like it was some must.
Oh no, I mean the World Cup games in general. Everyone's going.
He just wants to be included.
I want to go. That's what I'm saying. We have not been invited. Nobody is. I've been invited. It's a fake invite. It's a non-vite.
How so?
It's like, yeah, man. Oh yeah, months ago. I got so many tickets. We're going to go to these games. Crickets.
Nick Harris went.
Yeah, don't care.
With a ticket or a press pass?
I don't know. I just know he was there.
It doesn't count if it's a press pass.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
You can go with a press pass if you want. I'm not sitting up there with Joe Trahan, White Joe, watching these games in silence.
It's soccer. You didn't need to specify.
Yeah. Happy anniversary, other Joe Trahan, by the way. Brian Schottenheimer, by the way, friend of mine, spent $2,300 to go watch Argentina, solo ticket, upper deck. $2,300. I'm assuming that's the game that Schottenheimer is talking about, as he had a little fun with Jerry World.
I am looking forward to going. I hope Messi plays. It'd be cool to see him, Argentina. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. And then, sounds like they had the blinders up, the shades, so it's not as majestic as it is when we're playing our games, So the grass and the shade, it's not as majestic. They're going to miss the experience. They're going to miss the sun, huh? They're going to miss the experience.
Had his line planned, butchered the line with a stutter, but tried to go ahead and recover as he had it ready.
It's Monday. Monday is the Argentina game that he's going to go to.
Oh.
That's Monday.
Okay.
No games there this weekend.
And you're still sad about it.
I am. I am.
That's the way it gets. All right. You want to go through?
Yeah, I have one. My favorite clip of the day, besides George Pickens saying, I'm not going to be a distraction. I'm not holding out.
Just like that, too. I'm not going to be a distraction.
Yeah. Brian Schottenheimer on how much louder it is this year compared to last.
Day one. It started day one, and I think you see it. It's verbal, it's nonverbal, but the emphasis when you sit in the meetings, it's like last year I felt like we didn't do a great job in meetings, even talking. I know I talked about that, but it wasn't to the standard that I think it should be or that it is now. You walk into a meeting and you probably need earmuffs because, literally these guys are hollering calls, closed calls, rip lids, whatever the calls are, and when there's motions and change of strength, it flips a lot of things and you hear them all talking and really at all three levels. I think the other thing I'll say is that our defensive line is communicating differently than most defenses I've been around with their anticipation of what runs are coming, protection are coming based on formation sets and things like that. And I think that's got to do with, number one, how it's emphasized in every room, not just with the linebackers or safeties, but also the experience that we have with our defensive line.
It's all very encouraging because the whole lead up to that answer was all about the communication problems they've had. And that's been the thing that everybody keeps underlining. Like, oh, the defense is loud. Like, they're all talking. They're communicating. Like, this is actually, information is flowing now in a way that when you hear it described, it's like, okay, why was it so impossible last year?
Yeah.
Like was that defiance of the coaching staff? Was that the coaching staff being negligent? What was happening that it was that bad that it's so noticeable just to hear them making calls?
Guys, you'll learn this with Trajan Wealth. as you get educated on different financial terms. And there's a term in the stock market called oversold. Oversold. Oversold in the stock market. And I am officially, and I know this, I'm aware of it, I'm oversold on the Dallas Cowboys. My expectations have runneth over.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone.
Yeah. It can be Christian Parker with regular old coaching. I sent the Christian Parker wired up, mic'd up segment to my buddy who coaches, and I'm like, tell me what you see. Like, technique and communication. This guy's supposed to be the next. And he's like, nothing special. And he's like, nothing special in this. Just regular old teachings. You know, it's not Belichick that you're sending me over here. And here I am getting excited about that. And then getting excited that the Dallas Cowboys are communicating a lot in their meetings and on their defensive line. I know that I've set myself up for emotional letdown, but right now it's just way too fun to get overhyped about it at this point in the offseason. And Brian Schottenheimer, yesterday, he stressed it. I think he used the word awesome 3 times when he goes, this has just been an awesome offseason. It made me think, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to be able to cut Shotty much of a break if things don't go right this year, even though the argument is there for them to have an above-average season. But Schottenheimer seems giddy, and I think he's genuinely giddy about the hires, about the additions, and about the work. And I'm infected.
Yeah, it's difficult to...
Maybe I could get with Radikowski with chlamydia, infected with that.
It's difficult to... It's going to be difficult, to probably cut him any slack, because not only where he's talking about expectations, but clearly how much this is his right now. Like how much this is like become his program or whatever. Like he got the Parker hire, he got the Clayton Adams hire. He has had such a big voice in so many different ways, and it's increasing. I don't know if that's the Joneses giving him more, or that's him realizing more what he can have a say in, and he's exercising it. That's there will be people with over there in Frisco will tell you that one of Mike's biggest problems that he ran into was he never understood how much influence he had if he would have just used it. Like that, he felt like, man, I'm isolated over here at times, or they're making decisions. It's like, if you will, it's just a matter of just going and claiming it. If you claim it, they'll let you have it. You just got to go claim it. And I think that's something that has taken Shotty a little time initially, was realizing how much power there was that he could claim, how much influence he could claim. And now he's really staked his claim to it, and he looks completely comfortable and in control, and it's set up the way that he wants. So if it goes poorly, that is a reflection on him that he's going to have to carry. All right, so do you want to go Jaden Blue expectations follow-up or league trends on offense?
Trends.
Okay, so there has been this explosion lately of everybody talking about 13 personnel. That is 1 back, 3 tight ends, and the Rams used it a ton.
That sounds boring.
You'll hear Shotty explain it here in a sec, but the usage of 13 personnel has shot up across the league. Meanwhile, the Cowboys didn't use much of it at all last year. They were one of the teams that used it the least. So when you start seeing a trend that's really taken over the NFL, and then your team isn't participating in that, in fact, your team is really excelling at 11 personnel, like we talked about recently from the Matt Bowen article, which is 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 receivers, then it makes you start thinking, okay, is that just you can't play that style, or you're not a fan of it? What's the deal? So Shotty was asked specifically to kind of flesh out that trend across the NFL, the 13 personnel, and whether they don't play as much of it because they just don't have the personnel to do it.
I think we're always going to try to play our best players. I love our tight end room. I think the reason teams are doing is it tries to simplify. If you talk to most defensive coaches, they don't have more than 2 or 3 calls that they probably use in 13 or 22 personnel. So it does simplify their hand more than maybe 12 and 11 and things like that. But it's also, you can do so many things out of it because you can spread them out in 13 against base defense and maybe find a matchup with a pass receiving tight end or a back or someone that can expose a matchup. But you also can get in close quarters and pound the football. And so we did a lot of that in the red zone last year. Maybe not as much out in the field, but we also think that there's still a lot to getting our weapons and our speed on the field. And but the more that Scooney and Brev and Jake and these guys continue to grow, and Hunter Lepke. I'd be remiss if I didn't say Hunter. I mean, we have those, but you have to decide who you want to put on the bench.
Yeah, Hunter Lepke. If I can't, we were talking about that last week. They love invoking that name. It's a coach's way. I feel like invoking the fullback is the coach's way of being like, see, I'm a football guy. I do football stuff.
I think you hate fullbacks.
I think I do. I really do. I don't think they should exist anymore.
Oh, really?
I mean, they can exist as people, just not as a position.
Can't wait for Moose.
Did you hate Mike Alstott?
Yeah.
Really?
I hated that. Like, that's why I can't stand Cam Scadaboo. He's like a bad fullback. That's about how he runs. But listening to him there, I think that's encouraging. So you remember that tense exchange that occurred on I think it would have been G-Bag at the time, but it was Bassick.
What's it called now?
Kind of press it. Well, because I was thinking KNC, and it was when Bassick was on G-Bag. So he was pressing Jerry a little bit on that whole, like, why don't you have coaches like Sean McVay that are doing all this forward-thinking stuff? And Jerry snapped on him. And that forward-thinking stuff at the time was the 11 personnel that the Cowboys are all really devoted to right now. And now it's kind of trending towards 13. So I know if people see that and start going, well, why aren't you following McVay? Why aren't you following like some of these other things that are going on? It's easy perhaps for fans to look at it and go, man, are we falling behind the times, or does he understand it and just doesn't think that's right for this team? And I think when you listen to him explain it there, he fleshes out exactly for you. He understands 13 personnel. He knows the advantages of it. It's not like just a blind spot for him where he's being a dinosaur. He gets it, and it's just, what do you want? You want us to put CD or Pickens on the bench consistently? Like, we have weapons. We're not going to swap Schoonmaker in and Lipke in for George Pickens a lot. That's just not going to happen for us. Other football teams, maybe they don't have the depth that we have at receiver. Maybe they've got really good depth at tight end, or they got some athletic tight ends. Fine for them, not fine for us. With that note, when we had talked about the 11 personnel, we were talking about the importance of Ryan Flanoy like growing into the role more of third receiver and kind of being given an opportunity to flourish within the system. So Shotty was asked specifically, got 5 here, Peyton, how has Ryan Flanoy worked this season, and what ways have you seen him continue to grow?
Just doing incredible. You guys saw it last year, I think 200-yard games. You saw him really, just do it on a consistent basis. It's not surprising. He'll be the first one on the practice field. He'll be the last one to leave. Anytime Dak wants to throw, he'll be out there, making himself available. I think that's huge. I think that's part of that me to you factor that's so important when you're talking about quarterback receiver timing and discipline and things like that. He earned it the right way. He earned it through special teams, earned it by doing the run blocking, doing the things in the run game, the dirty work, if you will. And now he's one of those guys that just, because he does everything right, Dak doesn't hesitate when he looks at him. He just turns it loose, throws it to a spot, and he's rewarded us with very, very big-time performances.
Who's the last 3 to, long-term stick here?
Gallup, probably, who was a 3 who morphed into the 2. And Gallup stuck around here for a while. But outside of that, Beasley.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I just want Ryan Flanoy to be that next guy.
He will. So that was one of the things, is that when I believe they eventually walk away from George Pickens, as good as he did yesterday, when they eventually walk away from that, I don't think they go out and acquire their next number 2. I think it's just Flanoy. I think they're grooming him to step up and be the number 2 next to CD.
Whoa.
And so they are really impressed with his work ethic, his mental toughness, the type of student that he is, and they're seeing the growth that comes with somebody who works the way he does, and so they think there's still more to tap into.
We have the agent for Brendan Sorsby at 8:20 this morning. Boppy booking a whale, and it could get a little explosive here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm nervously excited.
Okay.
I'm expecting confrontation, though.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Or fire. I'm expecting a fiery interview. Maybe he's just, I hope that Ron is directing it at the world, but he's probably in the 5% defending Sorsby, him and Brendan Baxter, and a couple Tech fans.
It really is wild.
And we're gonna have to challenge some certain things if it comes to it.
First time he ever called in on the radio was because he heard Choppy talking smack about Quinn Ewers. And then he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna call in. We'll straighten this out."
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Jones, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to Shakira at the American Airlines Center on Tuesday, June 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Choppy's World Cup update at 8 o'clock this morning after this.
Wow.
Pew, pew, pew. Oh, no. RJ Choppy. Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, chop, choppy.
I am that neighbor. Very sad day in my house. So this came to my attention on Saturday. This one we had kind of the goodbye toast for Mr. Brad, our neighbor, the cat guy, today's the move out day. Today is the move-out day. He closes on the house today.
What's he going to do with the frozen cat in the fridge?
Well, he's got an acre that he's living on.
Do you think he's taking the cat?
Oh, he's taking the cat.
Like, how does he transport or pack that?
Well, it's in a deep freezer, right? It's one of those big old deep freezer. So
it's not in the. It's not in the fridge.
No. It's in the
top.
It's in the deep freezer, and I assume he could just keep it shut. It's only about a 45-minute drive to his new place. New place is in Azle, so it's not terribly far away. Actually, I think it's Springtown. It's not terribly far away.
It'll stay cold.
It should stay cold.
Would you?
Because we left the deep freezer open the other day. Julian left it open. Everything was still frozen in there.
Yeah. Would you eat steaks that came out of that?
No.
It's wrapped.
And I think he'll be just fine moving because this does not sound like the first time he's probably moved a corpse before with the background you've given us here.
He's got 2 cats in there now.
2 cats?
I'm sorry, 1 cat and a dog. 1 cat, 1 dog.
It's weird. They're the most human dogs I've ever seen. They look like people. They have arms, their legs, but he says it's his dog.
Why doesn't he just put it in an urn?
He must have buried it on his land, and now they've got the land.
But he didn't bury it on this land.
Well, it's too small.
Oh, okay.
It's too small of land to bury it on. And I think they always do. They were moving. And this is their retirement home, their death home. I call it their death home because he's older.
Because they kill people there. Freezer too.
Right.
Yeah.
But so he has new people moving in, and I'm ashamed to tell that I've heard they're renters. Which, I don't know if that means they're going to care about their yard because Brad has had a pristine yard. And the guy next to him moved out recently, about a month and a half ago. And they have a new family moving in that moved in. And in the 1 month and 1 week that they have lived there, they have mowed their lawn 1 time. 1 time. And they did not edge the lawn either. So that it's creeping over the sidewalk.
You're a big edging guy.
I'm a big edging guy. And nothing. If you're going to do the lawn, if you're going to pay someone to do the lawn, fine. If you don't want to do the lawn, don't do the lawn. I totally get that. It's a lot of time, a lot of energy. If you can afford it, do it. But if you're going to do it yourself, you better do it right. And you better edge the yard because that's disgusting. Those things, the grass hanging over. And the HOA president came down to say to toast. And I had a mind to give him a piece of my mind, Sean.
But you didn't say it's jack squat.
I did ask him. I said, hey, what's the edging policy in this neighborhood? That's what I asked him.
Was the new neighbor there at the toast?
No,
okay.
I've not seen him. I've seen his lawnmower. It's a remote control one.
Like it does it itself?
It does it itself. It sets it up. He does.
What?
He sits inside.
Where are these things?
They've got him. It just kind of goes, and it's a terrible mow. Terrible Mo.
This is why I have to stay in an apartment. If I found out somebody like Choppy was in my neighborhood that was upset that I had done it once, I would never cut my grass again. Just because I'm like, all right.
And they put a lien on your house.
Well, that's the thing. I'd have to live in an HOA community or something like that. And I'm not going to go by the, as soon as somebody tells me I have to do something, I will never do it.
Now, I'm not gonna file a complaint. First of all, I don't want my name out there. Okay? Second of all, I'll probably just do it in the middle of the night myself. I'll go over there
cut it
at 2 a.m. when everyone's asleep, and I'll edge his yard. Because that sidewalk, it's got to be better than that. If you're going to do the yard yourself, you better do it right. Otherwise, you have to pay someone to do it.
Pepe, you're a fellow lawn lover. What do you think about this? Is this snobbiness? Is this Karen behavior? Or is this is called for?
Yeah, well, especially if you're living in an HOA, you have to take care of your lawn, and you have to respect the ones around you. I mow my lawn once every 7 days. If I'm gone, it's maybe 8 or 9 days. But it's like you got to trim the edges. You got to keep everything smooth, everything right. You got to mow the lawn. You can't let it overgrow. I hate when my neighbors are, they just don't care about it, or they pay someone once every 2 weeks, so they're not paying as much, I guess, per month. But you got to take care of the lawn, man. I'm not saying you got to put fertilizer and all that stuff down, but at least mow and do the bare minimum.
I will say, Bobby, first it was the water bill, but if you did get a house that had a substantial sized lawn, or if you had a Peyton type yard, I'm not totally blaming you for staying in the apartment because of that. Because this yard, my yard, is a pain in the ass. It is a freaking pain in the butt. And I wish I loved it. Like my hobby is grilling and cooking. Choppy and others are the yard, and I wish I loved it like that, but I'm not a man like that.
You still you pay somebody to do it, right? You pay somebody to mow your yard.
Yeah, I pay someone to do it, but it hasn't fixed it. Like I got Tolo Mitchell, he DM'd me, and you were a motivating factor for him. He goes, I'm tired of hearing Choppy talk about his lawn. And I heard you talk about your crabgrass, your brown spots, and overpaying for aeration. I can't get it right. I'm trying all these different things and planting new trees. And he goes, I am going to get your yard right.
Hell yeah!
And he's there right now. Right now,
baby.
we're putting together a package. I don't know if I got a Tolo break on it, but he's there.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Choppy's my motivation. I'm tired of hearing about Choppy and Steve Bouchel's yard.
For what it's worth, I've seen Choppy's yard. Did not stand out compared to the others around the neighborhood.
Well, it's small.
Well, the back is turf.
Well, I mean, just the quality of it.
The back is
the quality of it.
Back is very much
didn't
turf.
Look any different. All looked like grass.
Oh man, it does look like grass. There's no doubt about that. It does look like. I mowed it last night, and I got down on the grass.
Oh, like Radikowski.
Face down. I turned that into my own personal Rada. I was so turned on by that yard. It looks perfect right now. It's in a good spot.
All right,
yard's in a real good shape. It really is. All right, it is chopping it up here.
Because I'm like my parents, like you see like my parents' property. And like. The Maryland grass must be so different from the Texas grass.
Oh, it's totally
different. Because my parents never had to do any of this crap.
No.
And they're sitting there on a lot of grass and never these headaches and never these problems. It's Texas soil.
It's also the type of grass.
My neighborhood is like it was virgin.
It was, we're Bermuda grass here. And I'm with you because I grew up north. It was bent grass, and there's no edging. Yeah. You don't have to do the edging around the sidewalk because it doesn't grow. It kind of grows up, not out.
Yeah. And my parents never had a sprinkler system.
Right. You don't need one.
Didn't need it.
Didn't need one. But it's different. It's different down here. All right. How about this one? A man downed 7 mimosas on a flight. Then he realizes he is sitting in the exit row. And he's hammered in the exit row, which begs the question. Should airlines serve alcoholic beverages to people sitting in the exit row?
Good question.
When you say he's in the exit row and he's had 7, is that not allowed now and they were still serving him? Or are you saying
it's allowed?
Bad to... Because,
how can someone take that level of carbonation and
that's a lot of carbonation.
That's a lot of champagne and the acidity too from the orange juice.
Yeah,
I can have like 2 mimosas before feeling like totally bloated.
These carafe people,
Yeah.
They just order a bottomless carafe for the table, and they down like 6 of them.
I never go on a plane and scout who's in the exit row.
Right.
I'm like, damn it, they have more leg room than me. I'm not worried about them saving my life because I feel like if it comes to it, someone else is going to get up. Well, we are dead anyway.
Yeah.
But someone else is going to get up and handle the door. It doesn't have to be that person.
It's Fight Club. It's the line of Fight Club where Tyler says an exit strategy at 30,000 feet, the illusion of safety.
But
it's like we're all done if that happens.
But I don't think I'd have a problem, and I would totally understand if they said no alcoholic beverages for the exit row.
I wouldn't either.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because
if they put you through this whole, hey, pay attention to me, look at me before the plane takes off, and you gotta get scolded by the flight attendant, then it seems to have a higher level of importance.
Right. It doesn't have that much importance because they are getting lazier and lazier with delivering those instructions. Because now when they're on there, they're like...
It's recording.
They're like, have the seat buckle put over your head. And I was like, you just mumbled half that. I have no idea what you just said.
If I lined up 20 people and said, all right, take me through those instructions, how many would pass it? Take me through in case of emergency.
100%? 0 people.
0.
0.
I mean, you have to be such a frequent flyer that you do
I would
it
have
every day.
I'd totally fail.
Yeah, I've read the thing. Like, I didn't have anything with me pre-technology, so I read that little chart with the stupid pictures. But
would you know what to do?
Nope.
Have you paid attention?
Nope. Whenever they say, all right, look at us, I know how to buckle my seatbelt and unbuckle. Whenever they try and put on the life vest, I'm already on Godfather Part 2. I'm 30 minutes in, baby.
Yeah, the scariest thing, I talked to an NTSB investigator one time.
I don't know what that is.
Is that a well?
And,
it's a crash investigator.
It's a crash investigator. Oh. And he told me that, in a crash, most people don't die on impact. They die of smoke inhalation, which might be the scariest thing of the whole thing.
My mom said American gives the exit seats 2 free drinks.
2 free, yeah, it is free.
Smoke them if you got them.
So they're giving more?
You're technically in main cabin extra, so it's a premium seat, so you get free drinks, yeah.
That's my dad trying to be a cheapskate. Instead of just getting the first class tickets with his big... I got to figure out how you bequeath airline miles, how that happens.
You can gift them.
But instead of just using the first class... but not going totally economy, now he aims for the exit row. And I'm like, it's my poor mother.
This is that whole, maybe that's just they want the confidence of a drunk person leading an exit.
Yeah.
Just like anybody else would be paralyzed with fear. This guy's going to be like, we'll get out of here.
That drunk strength?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, do you want leftovers, dirtiest city, or Ben Stiller?
Leftovers.
All right,
I've been waiting for this.
All right, this is kind of right for you. Research has spent years studying why people get sick from their own kitchen, and one leftover stands out above the rest. And it's not really a specific one, it's any kind of starchy. So cooked rice, pasta, and potatoes left at room temperature grow a bacteria, and reheating does nothing for it. You can't boil it out. You can't microwave it out. You can't fry it again and get rid of this bacteria. And it starts in about 30 minutes, which means you cannot go to a restaurant and take rice home.
Yeah, right.
Of any kind. Because without fail, it's going to be, before you even put it in the box,
right?
It would have been out for 30 minutes at room temperature.
Who came up with this study? Because I need to know who to discredit. This is BS. This is false.
You hope it's false.
I know it's false.
As a man who passes leftovers around 4 different front desks at different bars, all these random hands touching it, leaving it out for 6 hours, and then throws it right into the refrigerator.
I know it's false because I left rice out overnight. At a big, Chinese food gathering with the whole family, you leave it out there for 3 hours. Now, you want to put away the mystery meat and the lo mein and put that in the fridge.
Yeah.
And the chicken, you can leave, nothing's gonna happen to the tofu if you get tofu. But leaving out the lo mein, leaving out the rice, man, nothing's gonna happen to you.
Nothing. A 20-year-old, right? This one guy.
What an in-depth study.
This is the study. Yeah, this is a
20-year-old reheated.
Jacob Ray studied this.
A 20-year-old reheated 5-day-old pasta that had been left on the counter. He ended up in the hospital within hours. Yeah. Now, it doesn't say if it was on the counter for 5 days.
Right.
It was in the counter for 5 days.
I hope you're going to tell me there's someone more than a 20-year-old.
Well, it was that's how this study started. So 63,000 times per year, people go to the hospital because of a toxin due to this starch. So it's nausea, cramps, discomfort.
False.
That's how it starts.
I'm very proud. My wife has adopted a lot of my leftover monikers. Choppy, I'm very proud. He'll eat some scary things. Freezer burnt, that's another myth. Matt Pittman, he tried to come on here and scare everyone with the freezer burnt. Nope, not a thing. Now my
It's
wife,
a myth?
It's not gonna. You can eat it.
You can eat it.
No,
It's
but
just,
it does have a weird taste. It just tastes weird.
I mean, it's not gonna do anything to you though.
No, it just tastes disgusting.
Yeah, but Matt, a lot of people say throw it out.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't
Yeah.
taste disgusting. You know what? The next time you come over, I'm gonna serve you. It's gonna be.
I promise I'll taste it. I'll be like, this is freezer bird.
You don't eat anything when you come over.
I ate the
rude.
last time. I loaded up a whole plate.
I packed it for you to go.
No, I ate a whole plate, and then you packed one to take home, and the girls ate it.
Well, these are food myths, and you're breaking many of these scare tactics yourself. Very proud.
I've moved on.
Sean ate a day-old piece of pizza that was in my backpack from Philadelphia.
That's true.
And he didn't get sick.
Yeah, not the whole thing. I took a couple bites.
But you didn't get sick.
No, I didn't get sick. No, I took the. Aiden, close the door real quick so no one can hear this down the hall. The breakfast burritos from Friday at the firehouse. There were so many of those left.
Yeah.
They gave them to Bobby's wife. Bobby's wife left it at my house in the fridge, and I was not going to eat all those breakfast burritos. But it bothered me so much to have them go to waste. I brought them in and just left them to the wolves out here with the news and sales department. I think they disappeared. That was from Friday.
They did. Yeah, Kurt had 3 of them over here.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. I was like, there's like 3 days old.
You told him?
I said, they're 3 days old. They're just sitting. They've been sitting out. I said, those have been sitting on that counter since Friday.
And tortilla starch. Didn't affect him.
That's right. Did not affect them.
So there it is. Chopping it up every hump day at this time. What?
I was like, you should have just given him to Reetma.
Well,
he didn't live here anymore.
What am I going to mail him? I can't bring him in. We're going to ship him to him. The agent for Brendan Sorsby coming up. Buckle up with a whale watch at 8:20. But the go.
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Nico Gonzalez, Lionel Messi! First career World Cup hat trick, ties the all-time goal-scoring record.
It's us against the world, bro, just watch us shine. Chappie's here to tell us what the hell is stop page time. World Cup soccer at home and global too. Sit back, relax, let Chop nutmeg all over you.
If Monday was about the ties, Tuesday was about the guys.
9.
Thank you.
It's a 9.
Thank you.
The guys?
The dudes.
It's always about the guys. It's a men's World Cup.
No, but the guys.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
The dudes, the uncommon of the uncommon, the stars.
Yeah, not just a guy.
Yeah,
the guys.
guys. Mbappe and Haaland and Messi. Messi last night with that. Those three guys combined for 7 of the 10 goals scored by the winning teams yesterday. 7 of the 10. 2 by Mbappe, 2 by Haaland, 3 by Messi. A fantastic day of soccer. And Messi gets his hat trick, tying the record for the most goals in the history of the World Cup. He was 3 back heading into the day. And Klaus, who had it, was like, I expect him to beat my record. I don't think he expected him to tie it in day one. But here's Messi. And this is after, Algeria thought Messi had a goal early, called back by an offsides. Algeria tied it, called back by an offsides. And here we are. What a day for Argentina. What a day in the World Cup.
He's 38. He is 38 years old.
Yep.
Led me to easy money on underdog after seeing this is just a matter of time until they score again.
Yeah.
And they dominated.
Messi in June. It's like Game 6 Clay. We've always said that.
We've always said that.
I previewed that numerous times over the last couple months, and now you guys are seeing it come to fruition.
Let's just flash forward to a month. Let's say they win again. Does he have to come back for a third time to try to win 3 in a row at 42? I know he said this is it.
If he can run, I guess. That's, to me, I'm like, he doesn't even look tired.
No, his motors, and they took him out with 15 minutes to go. If you count the extra time, it was about 15 minutes to go. So they're being judicious with his fitness. But I don't know. I mean, it's pretty awesome what he's able to do. And what he did
everyone left the Rangers for this that I was interacting with. When the Rangers were getting their faces kicked in 5-0, I was like, all right, what else? What else is on? And everyone just tweeted back, goat.
Yep.
On over to Messi in Kansas City.
It was pretty special. And you see, like, this guy is, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't followed. My first World Cup I really paid attention to was probably like 06 that I watched a lot of. So before that, I find it hard to believe that somebody's been better than this guy at this sport. Maybe people say Pele, but I don't know. I never saw him. But
it's like you've never seen Megan Rapinoe.
Never have. I have, but I never have. This guy is just special. So that was yesterday. France 3-1 over Senegal. Norway, they had a really, really big. They're a team that doesn't make the World Cup that often. They were 4-1 winners over Iraq, and then Argentina 3-0 over Algeria. Today, we got one back here today. And that is England, Croatia. I was following some of the England fans yesterday. They were going nuts. I love the songs they sing. They take like these childhood folk songs, they change the words.
What's the who's in Boston? Who was at the Rangers game the other night?
Scotland. The Scots. With my people. I'm a lord.
There was this whole BBC. I was going through it yesterday trying to see if there's any good audio that would like tie back. It's not like as great an audio piece, but there was this BBC like segment that got published yesterday.
Oh,
that was not that. Where it was them doing like a documentary.
Sit on the edge of your seat.
Yeah. It was them
sit up a little bit.
It was them doing a documentary on like the Scottish fans in Boston and all these people in Boston are getting interviewed and they're like, we don't want them to go home. Like, this has brought life into the city that hasn't existed in a long time, and just their energy and their optimism. And they're drinking. They have drank Boston out of beer. Boston bars ran out of beer the other day.
Yeah, it's like the College World. It's becoming impossible for me to keep up with all the different fan experiences. And, I mean, it's amazing with every different one. It really is. This seems like such a mixture of cultures that are celebrating and having fun with each other, even more so than the Olympics. You don't hear these types of stories at the Olympic Games. Now, we have a lot of them here in the Metroplex, so it's easier. But from all the influencers trying all the American and Texas things to the teams taking over the bars of their different countries and the traditions and people going up escalators, like everyone seems to be having an absolute freaking blast.
I think it's also the fact that like it's spread out in multiple cities. So like the Olympics is going to be London or whatever, and like so it's going to be really heavily concentrated there. Whereas the World Cup fever is like able to be local for a bunch of different places across the continent.
Sam Adams said that they have sold 4 times the amount of beer they would sell on a 4th of July weekend. They did this the other day. Bars,
they're kind of putting us to shame with partying.
They really are.
They're like coming in here and like sunning us when it comes to drinking.
And they're like, oh, we've got to drink. They're all like disappointed because they're having to now resort to Coors Light, Bud Light, Miller Lite. It's like the American beers, right? As opposed to what they want to drink. It's just sold out.
Not even Peyton's father-in-law would drink Coors Light.
And, you know,
not with him.
Again, though, like the fun these guys are having, like the videos of the Norway fans going up the escalator, rowing, like they're Vikings. It's so cool. And Croatia took over downtown Dallas yesterday. I don't know if you all saw it. The sea of red and white jerseys that were out there. I saw that on the news. They just took over downtown, marching. They got a big flag. They're all holding a flag up. And then the England fans are here. Like all these bars, these local bars are being taken over.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be an awesome scene today.
Trying to teach Gen Z and all them something about like, see, this is what you should be doing. Not cutting drinking. You should be out here in these bars.
But yeah, to not have enough beer on hand when Scotland's in town, that's your own fault. It really is. Imagine going to Omaha, and you know the LSU's coming to town, and you don't have enough Jell-O shots for them.
Yeah, it's the College World Series takeovers.
Or college girls for Lane.
Don't be stupid. You think a country founded on warm, dark beer and single malt scotch is to be trifled with? No. And like I said, they're taking over cities. It is really, really cool. Another thing that's really, really cool. So that goalkeeper that we talked about yesterday, the 40-year-old goalkeeper from Cape Verde, he has his it's VOZINHA1. That is his Instagram. Okay, that is his Instagram.
Oh, this is crazy.
Isn't it nuts? So he went from having 50,000 followers 24 hours ago. And he now has, as I just looked it up, 11.9 million.
No.
11.9 million.
No.
That's more than Shea. That's more than Wemby. That's more than Brunson. That's more than Mahomes. It's more than Kelsey. It's more than the Dallas Cowboys. It's more than the New York Yankees. It's more than the LA Lakers. It's more than all these teams. It's more than a lot of these teams combined. Patrick Mahomes has 6 million followers. This guy's got double. Travis Kelsey has 7.7 million. This guy's got now almost 12 million followers. He's 40 years old.
Wow.
No one's ever heard of him. I'm sure he's played professional soccer, but I imagine he could make quite a bit of money with 12 million followers.
A BTS member I wanted to see who had the fastest 24-hour growth on Instagram, and it was this member of BTS that got 15 million plus inside his first 12 to 24 hours on the platform. 12.
Wow.
But this is crazy. 50,000 to what?
To 11.9 million now.
11.9 million.
He's like soccer Susan Boyle.
Little soccer statement for you, Bob.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it is king in the world. It really is. It is. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. And I'm fascinated.
We're better than the world.
Jennifer Aniston reached 1 million in 5 hours. Sir David Attenborough reached 1 million in 4 hours, 44 minutes. It's like Hunter Biden on X.
Yeah. Emily Ratajkowski numbers.
Let's see. Shohei, he's already passed Shohei. He's surpassed Shohei. Shohei is at 10.7 million. And he was behind him. Last night I looked at this, he was at 9.5.
Wow.
And he's gone up almost more than 2 million followers since, 8 o'clock last night. Pretty remarkable. I noticed this. This is, it's one of the downsides of not everything is roses and ice cream and puppy dogs. But, Iran played 2 nights ago, right? They tied New Zealand at 2. Mm-hmm. And they were told as soon as the match was ended, you have to leave. You have to go back. They're in Tijuana. They were supposed to be in Arizona. They were supposed to hold base camp there, but there were so many people with the Iranian staff, support staff, and everything that their visas didn't clear U.S. They were like, okay, this guy's not. Can't really vet him. Can't really vet her. Can't do this. Can't do that. And because there's obviously the war going on and some other things that have gone on with Iran, the U.S. State Department's like, all right, you could take your players and this and that, but a lot of the support staff that we think is just unnecessary is not getting in. Well, so they were going to be in Arizona. They moved to Tijuana because it was just easier for them to have everybody they needed. So when they get to the game, they play the game.
Are you saying Tijuana or Tijuana?
Tijuana.
This is like when he says Montreal and he goes Montreal.
Does this have 3 syllables or 4?
I always say Tijuana.
That's
so 3.
4.
I do. 4.
That's 4. He's saying Tijuana.
Yeah.
I've never heard it. We're talking about the same place, right?
We are. Okay. Maybe you should, hang around some more Hispanic people, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Literally on Google right now, it shows you the phonetic as being 4 syllables.
I don't care how they say in American.
Where are you getting it? Because you like Tajín on your glasses? You think you could educate?
You don't care how they say it in American?
No. I care how they say it in Spanish.
Wow.
I don't call it fajitas. I call it fajitas.
If 2016 Choppy could see you now.
I call it managot, okay? That's what I'd like for you guys to do.
Tijuana.
Tijuana.
He said it the first time, and I was like, I just don't think you can say, like, Mexican words. Like tequila, you can't say that. No. Tequila, which I still believe is a bit. And then Tijuana, not Tijuana. Okay.
Yeah, I got to start keeping track of all the different cities he pronounces odd.
Well, I don't think I pronounce it odd. I think I pronounce it...
Montreal is weird.
Montreal.
That's how you say it.
Montreal.
877-881-1053. Let us know. Just write 3 or 4. 3 or 4 for the syllables with RJ Choppy and his World Cup update. Is there anything else on that Iranian story?
So they were forced to leave. So basically, as soon as the match is over, they're forced to go back. They went to Mexico. I'll just say Mexico, right? Until further notice.
Mexico.
They went back to Mexico. And
Mexico.
The team and managers, were being treated like... Basically, they're being treated like terrorists, like second-class citizens. And I understand, you gotta protect, and you gotta if these people aren't vetted, then fine, don't let them in. But the players have been vetted, and they've been vetted properly, and they're okay. Let them shower and get the treatment after the game, and then go back.
Universally, the fan text is saying Choppy's right.
What?
Universally.
Really? That he's right?
100% of them are saying it's 3 syllables.
3 syllables?
100% of them.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I can't find one person saying that it's 4.
Tijuana?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, I have the Mexican ambassador.
People have often described you.
That's right.
The agent for the biggest controversy in sports and college football. Ron Slavin talks his client, Brendan Sorsby, next.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan.
on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This blew up on Twitter yesterday, a whale alert after Bobby was able to book the agent for Brendan Sorsby, former Texas Tech quarterback, heading to the supplemental draft. He's been on the show before. He's the super agent from Lyft Management representing Brendan. He is Ron Slavin here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan, joining us from the airport before he catches a flight. Good morning, Ron. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Oh, that's a nice deep voice right off the jump here.
Right, it is.
Here we go. We're doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. Thank you for your time. Ron, why did you guys make the decision now to leave college for the NFL?
It just came down to too much pressure from everybody else on Tech, and Brendan still wanted to play at Tech. This wasn't Brendan Sorsby not wanting to play college football. This was Brendan Sorsby just being advised by the school that I think it's time for you. You know, we had 7 days left to file for the supplemental draft and didn't know where this thing was going to go. So we won in court. We did our job on our side, but for whatever reason, the world melted down like college football was ruined forever.
Give us some of your disagreements or your issues with the coverage and the way people reacted to it.
So I know you guys are all perfect and live by the Mother Teresa ways of the world, but how many 18-year-olds make really bad decisions? And there is never any integrity of the game violations. Everybody loves to have an opinion, and I'm so tired of watching people get on TV and blab their mouth when they have no idea what they're talking about. And unfortunately, it's not just in Brendan's situation, it's in most situations. And unless you're Brendan or Brendan's family or myself and my team, nobody really knows what happened. And the opinions out there were, you would have thought this kid committed major crimes and did the horrible things. And the reality is as an 18-year-old, he made some bad decisions from his dorm room when he wasn't traveling with the team in Indiana. But besides that, there's just so much more to the story that will come out later, that Brendan wasn't doing anything that was hurting the integrity of the game. He never bet on college football once he got on the roster or once he was on the active travel roster at Indiana, and then he never did it at Cincinnati. So this was something he did at 18 that was really dumb, but it also is something that now he's paid the price at 22 years old.
Ron Slavin, Brendan Sorsby, the agent here on The Fan. So why are some of these details that you're alluding to not already out? The entire story.
You have to be careful of some things just because of all the people involved. And the people I feel worse for, besides Brendan, is Texas Tech. And I know they might have, I think where they messed up was they talked too much. But nobody knew any of this about Brendan. Nobody knew when he was in the portal this was happening. I mean, Brendan probably should have gone in the draft in January, right, if we would have known, but nobody knew. So the people at Tech have been great, very supportive. Joy McGuire, I think, is one of the best human beings on the planet. He's a lot of head coaches are transactional. He is not. And they didn't do anything wrong here. If anybody should be questioned or be catching heat, it should be Cincinnati, because they knew for 2 years and never said anything and didn't do anything about it. So
yeah,
that's the part of the story that gets lost. And again, it's like, this is a 22-year-old kid who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke. He's had 2 girlfriends his entire life. He's at church every Sunday. He's a great human being. And I guess his biggest fault might be he's too giving. When I say that, his involvement with some of his friends and the predatory world of gambling, where you turn 18 and, deposit $5, you get a free 100. And every single show on TV and every single radio show, everything is sponsored by a gambling site. So it's a scary world we're living in. And we, these kids have all been raised now with phones in their hands. So it's real easy to get on an app and place a bet. So there's so much more to it, and it'll come out. But what we're focused on now is the next 3 weeks where Brendan can get ready and work out for these teams and they're on a lot of guys that are 6'3", 235 pounds, who run 4.4 and can throw it like Brett Favre walking around. So there's going to be some high interest in Brendan when the supplemental draft happens.
So, Ron, do you disagree with what many people label like the number one crime in sports and for the integrity of the game is that you can't bet on your own sport? Do you just overall, have you always disagreed with that as being the number one sports crime that leagues worry about?
I don't disagree with it, but the circumstances are a lot different. This isn't a kid that's, playing in a game and betting against his team. This is a kid who is sitting in his dorm room, not traveling with the team, and bet on his team as a fan, as a guy that said it made him feel like he was part of the team.
Ron, you mentioned the process that's coming up with the supplemental draft, and we're all very used to the NFL draft being there's workouts and there's a combine and then there's team interviews and there's things like that. What is this process going to be like for getting ready to convince teams that, hey, Brendan's the guy that you want, and how are teams going to go about interacting with him and doing all the homework they would normally do on a normal draft? How does this whole process work?
Well, the great thing about him being from Dallas is it's the easiest place to get to. We obviously have all the facilities that he needs to work out in and do all the things he needs to do, and then we put together a pro day, and teams can come and meet with him here, and I'm still going to have the discussion, but I'll probably have Dr. Cooper do his physical, and then we can distribute the information to all 32 teams. But it's a short window, but we'll make it happen just because it's real easy to make things efficient in Dallas.
Are you hearing from a lot of teams right now, Ron? And what do you anticipate? And if so, what type of questions are they asking about the controversy?
22 between general managers and college scouting directors reached out yesterday, and then 4 more already this morning. So, and I know Joey's getting a ton of phone calls at Tech. Like I said, there aren't a lot of guys walking around 6'3", 235 who can move like him and throw it like him. So that part of it, and the questions are just, what really happened here, because I will give the NFL credit there. The media can give people, an opinion, but it isn't the tell-all. So they're gonna do their due diligence. They all have companies that work for them that can, find out everything they need to find out anyway. The reality is most of the questions, are what does he weigh in? What would he run? It's more football related than the character stuff, just because, again, they're going to do their digging on that side of it.
Ron Slavin, Lift Management, joining us here at 105 through the Fan. I wanted to go back to something you said, because you had mentioned that he paid the price for this. What before this happened, before the decision to leave school and enter the supplemental draft, what price did he pay?
Well, he'll have over $1 million in attorney fees. His Adidas deal was taken away. Some other deals were taken away. And then he's not going to, be able to play his last year at Texas Tech, where, the reason Brendan, the funny thing is well, I guess this isn't funny, it's sad now, but on New Year's Eve, we got a phone call from a general manager that said that you're really not going to come out, because this was a team that loved Brendan and wanted to take him. And Brendan's whole thing was, I want to play another year of college football. I want to go back to Texas, and I want to have an opportunity to win a national championship and win a Heisman Trophy. So, that's 4 months ago, and now here we are, and he's in the supplemental. So that's what he's lost, and he's lost that, and then the financial part of it. Yeah, if he would have gone out, and I think Texas Tech's roster is an SEC built roster. James Blanchard and Joe McGuire have done a great job of building it. And everyone says, oh, they bought a roster. You still have to evaluate the talent and bring in the right guys. Yeah. So they have this super talented roster, and then they add Brendan to it, and opportunity to win a national championship and all the things that come with that, or an opportunity to win a Heisman Trophy and all the things that come with that. And then if he would have done that, he's a top 5 pick, and that's $50 to $60 million. So, this is a substantial loss for the kid. I feel terrible for him. And like I said, he's a great human being. There's not a bad bone in his body. There's a little, he's a little naive to some things, but other than that, this guy is not a criminal. He's not somebody that did all these, people talk about him like he did some horrible things. There's some horrible people in the NFL. There's some horrible players on the field today that would not be accepted in most societies, but because they're good at football, they play. That's not Brendan Sorsby.
If college football had a commissioner and you were the commissioner back when this story first broke, what would a fair punishment you think have been?
30% of the games.
So what? 3.5, 4 games tops. Why 30%? Why that number?
So the actual violations is a 30. If you look at the rules of the NCAA and the gambling, is a 30% loss in games.
Ron Slavin joining us here on 105 through the Fan, the agent for Brendan Sorsby, Lift Management. Ron, so there was obviously the Terrell Pryor incident years ago where he had been punished essentially for something that happened at college. It was enforced at the NFL level. Have you guys heard anything from the NFL that they would want to evaluate anything, or that they would plan to uphold maybe those 2 games that were initially discussed that Brendan was going to miss?
No, because there's a precedent set with the Booty kid out of LSU where he had gambling, and when he got to the NFL, he had sat out. He didn't get any suspension or sit out at all. So I think the precedent's been set there. I mean, those conversations will still be had, but I don't think you can really just make up rules as you go. Once you set a precedent, that's what it is.
Ron, how concerned were you guys about legal rulings wiping out Brendan's season? Or were you very, very confident that he was definitely going to be able to play? We know that the Big 12 and the NCAA and all the legal jargon that you understand way better than us. How concerned were you that, okay, there's a chance here that a ruling changes and we can't play this season, and that led to the supplemental decision?
Well, when we made the decision to hire Jeffrey Kessler, he's the Harlem Globetrotters. He doesn't lose. And the NCAA, unfortunately, is the Washington Generals. So, that's kind of how we stood on it. And we didn't lose. Like, that's the thing. This was Texas Tech didn't want to go through the process and jeopardize a situation where the Big 12 makes up rules as they go and says he can't play in the Big 12 championship game, or the CFP comes out and says he can't play in the CFP. Then he played a season for nothing. And with 7 days before the supplemental draft, Tech thought it was in Brendan's best interest to move forward with that instead of, the other thing is you have a roster of 90 kids. So those 90 kids are, they're affected too. So that was where Brendan was like, I don't want to screw these guys over either.
Yeah.
With, get through the season, we go 12-0 and then they pull the rug out from us.
Ron, was this a 50-50 decision? Because when the story first came out, I was like, all right, this is Sorsby and his team deciding to leave. Or was this Tech more pushing him? Hey, this is the best thing to do. How would you divide the decision pie?
I think if the supplemental deadline wasn't June 22nd, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. I think we would have kept going. I'll say 50-50 just to make everybody happy.
The NIL money. There was a report out there that he was able to keep portion of it. Is that true? Was he able to keep the whole thing? How did that work?
No, so the money that he's already made, he got to keep. But there's a good portion that he still would have made from July to January. So, the kids lost millions and millions of dollars here. It's a pretty sad situation for a bunch of $3 bets. That's the other thing. It wasn't like. At Indiana, he didn't have NIL. He was a kid who was a late bloomer. He's 5'3", as a sophomore in high school. It's a crazy triangle, but the way he ended up at Indiana was Josh Hoover decommits from Indiana and ends up at TCU, while Quinn Ewers is visiting TCU. So then Quinn ends up committing to Texas. Like, it's a triangle of 3 guys that I ended up representing, and Brendan was the lone survivor that ended up at Indiana, and he didn't feel a part of the team when he was there early on just because he got there late and he was fit their 6th-string quarterback. And like I said, these 18-year-old kids, turn 18 and deposit $5, get $100 free, and it turns into a problem.
Ron, what's the status of his treatment? We had heard, going through a program, and Tech had said we're going to put something on his phone. Let's talk about his status after his treatment and how you guys are going to monitor or how you're going to approach this gambling topic moving forward.
So he did 35 days in treatment. The person that he was working with out there and was closest to is on retainer now. They speak daily, and then he has all the apps and all those things on the phone that you can't access it on his phone, his girlfriend's phone, his iPad, any of that. It's all been shut down. And honestly, he says when he went to rehab, this was the biggest weight off of his shoulders, is because he knew that this had to happen, and he hasn't had any even thoughts of it because he's been focusing on the football side of it.
Ron, let's move forward and talk about the prospect now. Ron Slavin, Brendan Sorsby's agent here on Sean and RJ before he catches his flight. Talk to us and to the NFL about what type of kid, what type of player, what type of prospect someone is going to be getting. Because in some of these evaluation articles, I'm seeing he would have went ahead of who's the kid who went to the Rams? Ty Simpson. I'm seeing maybe second round as a supplemental pick, but I'm seeing a lot of first round talk attached to his name. Talk to us about Sorsby as a player and a person.
If you go human being, he's the first overall pick. He's a great kid. There's nothing that you're ever going to have to worry about him off the field. The apps on his phones and all that has been taken care of, and I really don't think it's going to be an issue moving forward. I don't think he's got that type of personality. And on the field, I mean, he's, like I said, he's 6'3", 235. I believe if we had him run a 40, he's going to run in the 4.4s. And his arm talent is ridiculous. He can throw from all the different arm angles. And if you watch his games against TCU and some others, I mean, he's running away from DBs who ran in the 4.5s. So he's an elite athlete. He was a late bloomer. I think he's only going to get better because, again, when you're 5'3" as a sophomore in high school and grow 12 inches, you're kind of like a baby giraffe for a while. And then once you settle into your body and you settle into your physical traits, you just get better and better. But I think, I grew up in Wisconsin, and, I watched Brett Favre for years, and I think his personality and his moxie is a lot of Brett Favre. And then I think the way his arm angles are and some of the things he can do arm talent-wise is, people would say, oh, this is an agent talking. But no, I think I'm a pretty good evaluator. It's the reason I have a bunch of guys in the league is, he's a Mahomes, Josh Allen type of arm angle, arm talent.
Ron, thank you so much for the time, man. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to hearing from you moving forward. Have a good flight and a good trip.
Thanks, guys.
Ron Slavin, the agent for Brendan Sorsby from Lift Management here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's react to all of that and below the belt next. But let me go ahead.
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. How can you not be romantic about the fan text blowing up, Mike Bassett calling during the break?
My cell phone has detonated.
That was a very, very enlightening interview with Ron Slavin from Lift Management, the agent for Brendan Sorsby, who we've had on before. And he laid out the case there for everybody that this is what's gonna come out. This is what's already known. This is what's gonna come out. This is what NFL teams are worried about. He laid his defense case out there, and Chop was just in awe of the fan text where he was like, they're wanting to swing right now.
Well, and it started right from the get-go when he was like, this is an 18, this is a mistake he made at 18, and a lot of it was like, I mean, yes, but people do make mistakes at 18, and they do pay for those mistakes. And look, and I have my own,
which he then said he felt like he did because he had the attorney fees and all this other stuff. Like he listed out everything that he felt like he had.
I mean,
paid
but
for.
The punishment is not just attorney fees. If that was the case, then everybody would just be fined what they pay their defense attorney, and they go home and they don't spend any time in jail, or they don't spend in this situation any time being suspended. And look, and I have said this before. I don't think 18-year-old is an adult.
No. Totally agree.
I think it's a stupid thing.
And this is Totolo Russ. Stop calling Sorsby a kid. Dude's a 22-year-old adult. Ron Slavin, his agent, is full of as much ass as Tech and the cheater. We can get to the agent part of it in a second, but yeah, man, I'm going to call a 20-year-old a kid.
I don't think
this whole adult 18. That's one of the dumbest things we have in society.
It really is. I get it. They could fight in a war. They could fight in a war for the country, and they could vote. I mean, 18-year-olds. My son is 18 months away from being 18. I love Luka. He couldn't stay alive. If you had to give him if we just left, if I left and Sarah left, and then my ex-wife and her husband, they just left, up and left, he'd be dead in a week. He wouldn't know what to do.
Julian would still be calling you. He wouldn't even know you had left.
Julian's resourceful. You know what Julian's doing because he wants this helmet? He's painting addresses on the curb. He's going up to houses, knocking on the door, and saying, "I'm going to pay." He's making money.
That's good.
He's a resource. He's a hustler.
But he will still call you and say, "Can you make me breakfast when you're in California?"
But Luka is not, and I'm just saying, not all 18-year-olds are the same. Some 18-year-olds are adults.
Sure.
Some 28-year-olds are not adults. I don't like that you just put an arbitrary number on it. So I'm going to defend him from that. But at the end of the day, when you do make a mistake, you do have to pay for the mistake you made.
Yeah.
And to me, getting suspended against Abilene Christian at Texas State isn't paying for a mistake.
Nothing Ron Slavin. I appreciate his time. I appreciate how fiery he can get, and it's a great get and booked by Bobby. Nothing Ron Slavin said changed my mind that Brendan Sorsby is guilty and should not play college football. But with that said, Ron Slavin, and you already used the term, he's a defense attorney. He is Brendan Sorsby's defense attorney. So, yes, he is going to come on here and talk about all the real crimes that are being allowed to play in the National Football League and how there's more to this story and how he didn't bet on his team to lose, and he's a great kid, and simple mistakes, and do you want to be prosecuted for the one big mistake that you made in life and be punished and lose all your financial earnings? He's going to and has to say all of that stuff.
I'm fascinated by, and I was going to circle back and ask him about it, but then the more he was talking about it, I was like, there's no point even asking the question because it's clear this is what he's saying. I'm fascinated that there was none of the mental health angle for him, that it was strictly a maturity thing. That no, this is not even an addiction or anything like he was. A lot of the defense that's been out there for Sorsby has been he's compulsively doing this. He is just like he's unable to fight it.
Yeah.
And Ron Slavin would say, no, it's not even that. it's a maturity thing that happened once and is essentially dead now, and it doesn't exist. And that is basically what it sounded like.
Right.
He was saying. 214 said, or 940 said that their favorite part was just the fact that he said Tech talks too much, and that made him laugh out loud.
I love that he called out the different schools. Man,
Cincinnati.
He brought out Cincinnati, too. Like, Bassick, we couldn't tell whether Bassick was being sarcastic because Twitter and the text and our cell phones are like cursing the agent and saying, oh, my gosh, this is a bunch of BS. Blah, 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 blah.
Basically reacting the way everybody's reacted to Tech for a week.
Sure. And Bassick texted, he's like, great interview. So I called Mike at the commercial. I was like, are you being sarcastic? And he's like, no, it's probably a part of my radio brain. Great interview, great questions. And then Mike was talking about how he was thinking about some things a different way after the interview. And one of those main things is that Cincinnati should get punished.
I don't know why. I tweeted that in the immediate aftermath of the supplemental draft announcement. It's like, why has Cincinnati been able to skate on this? Like if I understand people being upset with Tech, and I understand all these different things that have been out there. The fact that nobody is just demanding, all right, well, we're Cincinnati who knew about it and covered it up. Like was everybody? So everybody's okay with a cover up rather than trying to just make an argument in the courts, no matter how silly you think the argument in the courts is. Tech is at least fleshing it out in a court, and I still think Tech deserves a ton of criticism for it. But the fact that Cincinnati has managed to just skate by in the court of public opinion, and maybe it's just because people just think Cincinnati doesn't matter. I don't know.
I mean, they're a Big 12 team. I mean, I guess the question that the NCAA or whoever has to ask is, what exactly did they know, and when did they know it? Do we have proof that Cincinnati knew, right? Or is it just are we speculating? I think that's I really don't know the answer to that. I assume they know. Everybody says they know, but can the NCAA prove they know? Tech can literally sit here and say we didn't know until this report came out.
And then when it comes to him as an NFL prospect, of course, he's going to hype it up. Brett Favre, #1 pick as a character kid. There's nothing to worry about off the field. As one attorney just texted me, why are you on the radio if there's nothing to worry about off the field? What are you on here talking about? But look, and let me just clarify and make sure this is the case before I say this. Bobby, using a supplemental draft pick has no effect on your other real NFL draft picks, right?
No, it does.
It does?
You're bidding your future pick.
Yeah, so if I
you cannot bid any, it has to be your own pick. So for instance, the Jets having 3 first-round picks, the Jets have to be offering up their pick. It can't be 2 they've acquired.
So if I offer my second in the supplemental to get him, I give up my second
for next year.
Never mind. Never mind. Because
it depends on obviously if you're the Jets, I think you do it.
I'd do it if I was the Cowboys, and it wasn't. I'm not giving up my second,
right? If it's
and my 4th round pick.
If I were the Cowboys, I would just offer a 4th.
Well, if you're the Jets,
just
though,
see if it doesn't. I think someone's going to offer higher. But
I agree with you.
If he sits there goes for a 5th, it's like we could have had this guy for a 4th.
I agree.
Dak's getting older. We have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Again, if you're the Jets though, and it's
local, figure it out,
go ahead, man.
If it's a first that you want to do, the Jets having 3 picks. They have the Colts pick. They have the Cowboys pick. Whichever one of the Cowboys or Packers pick is higher is the one that's going to the Jets. And then they have their own pick. So they would have to bid their own pick, which would be, in all likelihood, the one that's going to be the highest of those 3.
Yeah, I'm not. If I were the Jets, I'm offering a 2 because
Jets have stacked a ton of capital.
I feel like I'm in prime position if I'm the Jets to get the #1 quarterback in the draft next year.
My thought is he will go for a 3rd to somebody.
You don't think it'll be higher than that?
Mm-mm.
People are speculating a 2nd.
I mean, it very well could be a 2nd, but it's also like the Vegas odds you read the other day. The favorite was what? It was a 2nd, and then the next favorite was undrafted, and then the next favorite was 3rd. It's kind of all over the place. And so I think that there's clearly the fact that he says, and Ronnie talked about it he is an evaluator at heart. No, I said Ron. He talked about it.
I thought it was Ronnie too.
I said Ron. He talked about it that he's an evaluator at heart in a lot of ways, and so he generally doesn't blow smoke about the ability of his players. So for him to say he's 6'3", 235, and if he went out there and had to run a 40, he thinks it would be 4.4. There are teams that would absolutely like fall in love with that and say, all right, we'll gamble a third on that.
Chop, as a former degenerate, I think you're not coming up strong. You're not representing the degenerates enough with your recent bets.
You're the current degenerate.
I'm the current one.
See, to me, gambling's like a 401k. It's like I'm not betting unless I have I feel like I know I have a 65 to 75% chance of winning.
Yeah. Okay. With what Slavin said about how they're approaching the recovery and where it stands now with the apps and the shutdown of this and that, how much are you buying that cold turkey? He's not going to go back to betting.
See, my experience with cold turkey is it's the only way to truly do it, but it's also you're going to relapse with it. It's not going to take. It doesn't take just the first time. How many times did I try to quit smoking? Right? How many times do you try to quit drinking? It doesn't take the first time, and this goes back to the whole thing we talked about. Is he really trying to quit? Like, are we stupid enough to believe he's never going to place a bet again the rest of his life?
Right.
Or is he just not going to bet on his own team?
How much pressure is Chris Young under? And what the hell? It's already been a spicy hump day. Let's throw in the baseball hat controversy as well. Diamond Cavs and a Shakira giveaway next.
After we get
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Wide open stance, 1-0. He swings, and that one is smacked to right field. Nimmo back, he turns, and that one is out of here. It ricochets back to the field of play, but that hit off the railing at the front of the seating area in right field and came back onto the turf. But a line drive, 3-run home run for Cody Clemens, and the Twins lead 5-0.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about only using 5 pitchers in a game?
6, little sarcastic.
It's very, hope so, because I was laying it on pretty thick. Rangers lose 12-2 to the Minnesota Twins. They have been outscored 16-4 in this series so far against a team that, quite frankly, isn't very good, and well, quite frankly, neither are the Rangers. Minnesota also coming into this.
5 games under now for Minnesota, 3rd place in the Central.
It's never good to get square rooted. You don't want that. You don't want to get outscored by a square root. 16-4.
It's true. Minnesota coming into this series was 13-21 on the road, and they've won the first 2 games of this. And the first game felt more convincing than the 4-2 score. I think, at least to me, it did. And then this one yesterday was. This thing was over before it started, and I said to myself, "All right, I'm gonna be all in on this until Messi, and then we'll see where we are." And thanks to not a good start at all from Kamar Rocker, who went 3 1/3, allowed 7 runs, 6 of them earned on 70 pitches, got shelled, and was out of there. He was out of there by the time Messi was even breaking a sweat. And that game started about an hour later. This was not a very good day for this team.
Yeah, Bobby, this is making your Rocker bullpen take look pretty good early on.
Yeah, it's just it's never consistent with him is the thing. And I love the upside. I love the stuff. I know that can get into semantics sometimes, but I love the stuff.
He's 26.
Yeah, he'll be 27, in
November,
the end of this year?
Day after my birthday.
Yeah, so
So when I say that real quick, Choppy.
I have it on the calendar.
My birthday?
Mm-hmm.
When I say he's 26 for a pitcher with his lack of experience, that means what to you? Because it's not 22, and it's not 21, and it's not 23.
21?
Is 26, where should my patience level be with, hey, it should be here versus there?
Oh, I think it should still be pretty high. I think the patience level should still be pretty high. I'm just going to go, let's see, Garrett Crochet with the Red Sox. He kind of stumbled in his first couple years with the White Sox. He didn't have, the greatest beginning to his career. Garrett Cole, when he was 26 years old, he had a 4.26 ERA his last year with Pittsburgh, and then he goes to Houston, and it's 2.88, 2.50, 2.84, 3.23, and he won a Cy Young. He won a Cy Young at 32. You have guys that develop at different times, and they figure things out. I think it's way too early to make a snap judge. At 26 in baseball, you just are entering your prime. I think 26 years old as a pitcher is kind of what a 30-year-old quarterback is.
Okay.
Right? You're just getting there. Maybe not 30, maybe 28.
How rare is this? They're off today because of the soccer. No, I don't know why they're off. Because they play tomorrow. They're off today and they play the Twins tomorrow.
Oh, because they don't want the traffic.
The
traffic with the game.
That's crazy.
That's very crazy.
The ego. The FIFA ego. It's wild.
Hey,
I think it's
you should
smart.
be thankful. Thank God they're off.
Yeah, I think
and
it's smart. That would be a miserable. To try to park down there would be miserable.
Yeah, awful.
So I just had to look this up. Let's take I know you can't, but I'm just going to for the sake of argument here. Let's take the Kansas City sweep out of it at home. The Rangers now this year against teams that are currently below 500 The Rangers at home this year are 2-10 against teams that are currently below 500. Below 500 teams, they have won 2 times in 12 games at home. That's insane.
Josh Young is 4 for his last 27. After, really doing tremendous work.
All-star work
at the plate. In the month of May, he hit 314.
The month of May.
In the month of April, he hit 381. Okay, and in June, he's hitting 236 with an OPS under 600. Bobby, his OPS in May was 810. His OPS in April was 1103.
That's not an OPS. That's an OOPS. Oops. That's what that is.
Let's get to the pressure. Come on, let's turn up the heat a little bit. Enough of all this boring action on the field.
They need to trade Corey Seager.
Turn up the heat in the segment with a topic or with Chris Young.
Chris Young first. Oh my God! Wait, stop down. You know what? We're going to do it tomorrow. Bobby just said they need to trade Corey Seager. We'll tease that for tomorrow.
Okay. Buster Olney said the execs in the Major League Baseball with the most at stake and the most pressure on them during the trade deadline. Look, your usual suspects are up there. A.J. Preller with San Diego, and Dave Dombrowski with Philly, and Cashman with the Yankees, and Starnes, and Buster Posey, Craig Breslow with the Red Sox, obviously. And then at number 11 is Chris Young. Right ahead of Alex Anthopoulos of the Braves. So here's what it says about Chris Young. Hanging around in the West. At the time, they're 1.5 back of Seattle. And per Fangraphs, they have a 41% chance to make the playoffs. They also have some vets signed to pricey contracts who might draw interest. If they're willing to discuss them, such as Corey Seager. But Young has shown that if he has a chance to contend, he'll go for it. They won the World Series in 23 after barely qualifying for the playoffs. He's got to decide between a proportional response for his team or if reshaping the payroll is a priority.
There's no way to look this up, and there won't be any study on. Well, maybe someone will have it from their opinion. I wonder how many teams have ever sold while being within 3 games of the division lead in the past 20 years. Because right now, all of us would say that you're not. You probably should. You're not a team that's good enough to be a buyer to push you towards a title.
Yeah.
If you want to buy, it's because of the circumstances of the division. But I'm just wondering how many have been in this similar situation where they're like, we know we're not a contender. Let's sell, even though you're within 3 games.
I feel there was a team a couple years ago that sold up 2 in the division.
Oh, it's
up 2?
Up 2 in the division. I can't remember which team it was. I feel like I remember that story.
We all need to get more comfortable with that being a good idea for some teams.
I'm fine with it.
Because it really is. You can be up 2 and it's it doesn't matter necessarily because you're not a team that's built to win. You can win your division, but that to me is no different than winning the NBA's IST. Great, you won the in-season tournament.
But one of the problems here, and we're going to see it sprinkled in from some Ranger homers, is the thought and the reality of what they were the year they won it.
And
people are going to say, we were talking the same, and they're right. They're right. That's why we had the conversation. Was it lightning in the bottle? Was it lucky? There's no way to run that back. Well, you said the same thing during the title year.
Right.
That's what you're saying right now about this team.
At least the year they won it, they were 40-20. After 60 games. And here we are after almost 80.
Yeah.
I think we're at 73 games or something like that. And they're not close to that team.
Give me the stove setting it should be on for CY.
Okay. Again,
on my
just say a blanket without the directive of the ownership, because that plays.
It does play. We don't do this for many other sports because we're not in the city covering them. We don't know what the exact directives are for other GMs from their ownership, and yet we still judge them, right? Like, hey, you need to go, you need to be fired, you didn't spend, why didn't you do this, why didn't you do that? Our assumption is that Ray Davis is holding the wallet of Chris Young.
Right.
We're assuming he's not allowed to spend big. But let's take it blank. Take that away, because we don't know for sure, and I think they can spend a little bit.
Look, with this pitching staff and the investment in Corey Seager, you need to have made the playoffs after the World Series. Like you having a one and done, and having the same 29-31 record, sandwiching the World Series all those years.
Yeah,
it needs to be higher. But again, not.
But where on the stove? Medium, high, or that setting, at least on mine, where if I'm going to boil water, it's just a little flame after the high.
Oh, yeah, medium high.
Medium high, I'm hotter than that.
It's high. It's hot. To me, it's
on high.
Yeah.
Why are you going medium high?
I think a title generally buys somebody 5 years.
Would it buy JD?
Would it buy Switzer?
Right. Well,
it's a Switzer title.
Yeah.
It's a Switzer title for Chris Young.
Ooh. I'd have to go back and think of all the transactions and see what he was directly responsible for.
I'm counting it up right now. I'm trying to look. The number of trades that have occurred under Chris Young that were in exchange for pitching while this offense has struggled. It's like I'm through 10 trades already. 2 of them are for offense.
Yeah.
He's acquired. That's what. So yeah, we can talk about adding at the deadline and what he will add as a 5th starter.
And we're going to have to possibly put that sports saying under question moving forward of add a strength to a strength. That's been a sports rule and a sports belief. You can add a strength to a strength. Well, not in this case right now. Not in this instance. All right, let's spice it up.
Oh man, so much time left.
We can do it at 9:40. Kevin Hagelin will not show up for crosstalk probably. Well, we'll do it at 9:40. We can do it at 9:40.
Okay. I think Hagee needs to be in here for this. This is right up his alley.
I know. Right up his podcast.
You think Hagee should be in here for this because you want to expand the number of people that are in here to talk about it so you don't have to.
He wrote it in his email.
I wrote my email.
He writes stuff in his email he doesn't want to talk about on the air.
Yeah. But we need content. I'm in the content first business.
877-881-1053. It is Diamond Calves with Choppy on your home of the Rangers.
That is your Diamond Calf.
Oh, that is your Diamond Calves. There you go.
Can I just say really quickly, I know you said with their pitching, like, we got to recognize, too, the pitching is not what it was last year.
It's not.
All 4 of the 5 starters right now have ERAs over 4.
Rangers off today, back tomorrow because of the World Cup. Let's hook you up.
That's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shakira at the American Airlines Center on Tuesday, June 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Why does Brian Schottenheimer keep raving about this one player that some Tolos may have already written off? That's next in the Red Zone on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Underdog.
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee here on Sean and RJ. What an entertaining hump day.
Hump day.
A lot of things going on with the fan text, the fan cam, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey app. Chica Lean rolling in here, the boss man. Very happy with Bobby Belt's booking of Brendan Sorsby's agent, Ron Slavin, 1 hour ago. And we had to react to that, which will move Bobby's below the belt content over to right now after George Pickens and the Cowboys practiced yesterday.
Yes, and I should specify that Chicaline was in here to also, like the fan text, back up Choppy's pronunciation of Tijuana, but I don't care. I'm going to still call it Tijuana.
I'm devastated. No, you can't because of your little sherbet stance.
Sherbet.
Well,
stance.
Okay.
Right?
If you're going to say that, then you have to back my sherbet stance because it is spelled sherbet.
No, I'm going to say sherbet and...
But it's not spelled that way.
I don't care.
Yeah, you should care.
I don't cave to society. I don't. It doesn't make sense. No one's going to walk in the store and say, give me some sherbet. It sounds stupid. And if it sounds
does
stupid...
sound dumb. It does sound dumb.
Tijuana, I'm not going to say Tijuana either. I'm going to say Tijuana.
Okay, Sean. All right, let's do this.
I'm going to say Portugal today. They're playing.
That's good. You should say. I mean, we've been saying Paraguay. We can't settle on that either. So we need to figure
Paraguay.
out.
No, Chicaline came in here and said that Choppy was the most Mexican of all of us, even though we're married to them.
It's the Italian. It's like the.
Not if you knew his political beliefs. I said, you're even allowed. He let you in this room. Get through the glass.
Damn, Google does say Paraguay. So I guess that's settled then. All right. So yesterday, Shoddy, there were a couple of different instances when he was discussing various topics, whether it be like whenever he gets asked an open-ended question about, hey, who's really impressing you with this? Who's doing this? Who are some of your best leaders? Like whenever he gets asked an open-ended question like that, I always think it's a good time to like kind of perk up your ears and listen and see, all right, what names does he mention here outside of what you would expect? Like when he drops in Dak, everybody's like, okay, yeah, fine. When you hear him say, you know, CeeDee Lamb's been great, it's like, yeah, okay, that's CeeDee Lamb. And then when you hear him say, this guy's been great, and hey, who are some of your leaders? And the first name out of his mouth is, oh, this guy that I mentioned was great earlier that you guys don't talk about as much. And then when another thing comes up, and it's literally the first name again that he mentions in a list of others, just top of mind, then I think it's worth noticing. And that name yesterday, over and over, like in 4 different answers, was Kenny Clark. Could not stop mentioning him and I don't just mean in like he's listing off the whole roster kind of thing. He did a little bit when he was talking about his defensive leaders. But when he's talking about, there were a couple different questions where when he starts answering, his list off was Dak, CD, Kenny, Quinnen. And then he talks about something else a little bit later and he goes, man, Kenny's really great at that. And then, you know, we got Quinnen too and Rashawn Gary. And it's like, okay, you really are either wanting to gas him up, make him feel confident, or you have loved whatever he's done this offseason and what he's grown into. And to be fair, Christian Parker had said when we talked to him in Indy, because we talked to all the big guests, I don't know if you guys have noticed. When we talked to Christian Parker in Indy, he had said that he really believed in Kenny Clark in this particular scheme that he has, that he thought he was the best one in the NFL playing nose tackle in it. And you've got rave reviews when he was leaving Green Bay about the kind of culture guy he was. Last year, he won the Pro Football Writers Association's award in Dallas, like the Dallas chapter, for being the most like amenable and like helpful player to work with for the media. So he's super available, super accountable. Guys just rave about. We heard the Rashawn Gary clip recently talking about what he was as a leader and things like that. I think after last year when he did not look like the same player, he did not look like the player that Dan Campbell was like, oh God, thank God we've got Mike in the division and not Kenny Clark now. This looks like, if this is to be believed what Schottenheimer's talking about, he's settling into what is a more familiar space for him, which is I can now step in and be more of a leader. There's been so much roster turnover on the defensive side. I've been here longer than most of the defensive players now at this point, and we're playing a front that I'm familiar with.
What was he not asked to do in last year's front compared to what Christian Parker is talking about with all his familiarity, where he said he was the best in the league? What's that? What was? Give me the X's and O's difference.
So he's literally going to be playing like a different gap technique. He's going to be like lined up different on the line of scrimmage. He's going to be in a different spot. He's going to be asked to do different things. When Christian Parker explained the gap and a half stuff they did, that basically you've got your main responsibility and then there are fall-in responsibilities behind that. That's different than everything that Eberflus would have asked him to do. Eberflus was either going to ask you to do one of two things. Mainly, he asks defensive tackles to just get upfield, go. Like, try to beat your guy and get upfield. It's supposed to be really profitable for a lot of defensive tackles. Everybody remember Jason Hatcher?
Yeah.
Getting double-digit sacks and getting paid by Washington because it's just a scheme that allows you, if you're athletic enough, to really collect numbers.
And Kenny in his second year on got 4.5 sacks, 6 sacks. Then it fell to 2, 4, 4, 7.5, 1, and then 3. But I don't think of Kenny in the first year and watching him as this explosive, fast D tackle to get upfield and get sacked.
Me either. And I think that's also sort of going to speak to how they use him, where he's going to be more impactful in the run game. He's going to be keeping guys clean, linebackers and different things like that. And then in some instances, just rushing and trying to get upfield. But he's somebody who I think culture-wise is definitely a fit for what Schottenheimer wants to do.
Yeah, he sounds like your perfect Boy Scout leader.
Probably the biggest reason why Shotty is gravitating towards him, because Shotty's put such an emphasis on culture and doing things a certain way. But there is a lot of belief in there now, not just in him as the person and the character that he has. This is clearly a lot of belief from a coaching staff now that has seen him do it within their defense before and believes he's going to continue to do it. And a ton of belief in terms of we've seen him play alongside Rashawn Gary before, too, in this system. Like, we now know he's got somebody here. We got two people that are capable of handling it. The other guy on the line of scrimmage played the technique at Alabama and is a monster, is just somebody who you expect is going to be good in whatever you're asking him to do. And so I think there's a lot of expectation, quiet expectation, that they're not necessarily vocally putting out there right now. They're dropping it in little subtle hints. But there were times last year where you'd watch Kenny Clark, and I remember thinking, like, this guy is getting near the end. Like the Carolina game was awful. He was getting bullied, put on the ground, bad stuff. And I don't think they want to just come right out and say, man, he's a super stud. And we're counting a lot on him, because they don't want to put that expectation after it's a new scheme and different things like that. But quietly, internally, I think they are having those sort of expectations for him. And you can hear it leaking out in the way that Shotty talks about him.
I'll tell you one thing. Rashawn Gary is a big man. My goodness.
Big.
That's a big
tank.
Dude.
He is he is the first time that I was around Rashawn Gary was, what year did he get drafted? 2017 or something like that? So Rashawn Gary was training in over at A+D1 and at Michael Johnson Performance. He was doing a lot of work over there. So Michael Johnson Performance, which is closed now, but was one of the bigger draft training facilities in the country. And then A+D1, which was Aqib Talib's training facility that he had in Addison. So I had seen him work out a couple different times there in 2019 when he was coming out. And I remember just thinking, when you look different from other football players, that's a beast. Like, Tyron was always, whether Rashawn Gary is going to be able to play at the level you want or not, I don't know. But when you just look at him next to other football players and go, oh, he looks different, then that's always something that'll really stand out the same way that it did with Tyron or others. And so, no, he's an absolute monster.
When you look like the oddball in a group of men that are already the oddballs, it's like, whoa, you're standing out. Right? You're the uncommon of the uncommon.
Same thing they say about speed. They say if NFL speed pops in a practice, like if you see somebody look fast in an NFL practice, that's a fast person, because they put the pads on, whatever else. That's somebody who just is on a different level if they look fast compared to NFL players. You want to do this Jaden Blue stuff?
Sure.
Did you hear the clip? Because I think KNC cut away before they talked about this.
I thought I listened to the whole presser on YouTube, but
so
maybe I'm Jaden Blued out.
So Jaden Blue, last week we obviously got the praise, the effusive praise from Shotty about, man, he's been so different.
Night and day.
And Jaden Blue started talking about that. Oh, I'm more mature. I'm leaning on veterans more. So when Jaden Blue came up yesterday and his maturity, and they were asking him to kind of expand on it, I did think Shotty kind of oddly hit the brakes and wanted to be like, let's slow down with Jaden Blue. Listen to this.
Jaden's a huge part of what we're trying to do, and he's got to do his part, and I think he is doing his part. But that's got to continue. And this is not a knock at Jaden, but like right now we're not playing real football. We're not. Real football is when you got to pick up Demo coming off the edge in a blitz, or you gotta run the ball in there and Quinn Williams standing in the hole or whatever. I mean, that's real football. And so I've seen a lot of great players that are awesome in shorts, and then when you put the pads on, you're like, man, what happened? And I don't predict that for Jaden, but my point is I'm not going to get too high or too low on anybody. Right now I'm just excited about the fact that he has matured.
Which is nice and is a little bit of a hedge. I compare it to the difference between the way he talked about Pickens week 1 when he thought he was going to be at minicamp, and then he was like, I hope so. And it's like it's shifted a little bit from, boy, Jaden has turned this corner to like, well, I hope he's turned the corner. I guess we don't really know, which could just be pushing buttons.
He should pump the brakes. He hasn't done anything.
Yeah, and again, what's the first thing he said? He said, this is shorts. And then he said, it's different when you're picking up a blitz from Debo. It's still like the same sort of just detail sort of stuff that they're worried about with Jaden Blue. That's the first thing top of mind they want to talk about.
Have we added another Cavender to the Cowboy family? Calm down,
no
Peyton.
Way.
We have.
Oh, yeah.
So this is...
Preggers, huh?
Huh?
Preggers?
No. Hannah. Because it's Haley that's with Jake, right?
Yes, Haley.
I think so. Hannah Cavender is now dating a Dallas Cowboy. It's a sister affair. So it's Trevor Keegan, the offensive lineman who the Eagles drafted out of the 5th round a couple years ago. Dallas picked him up on waivers at the end of camp cuts last year. He ended up having an injured reserve season, really wasn't available. But he's been out there, in the offseason practices. But this is an interior offensive lineman, Trevor Keegan, who a lot of people may not even realize is on the roster. But he has secured himself as well a Cavender, as they announced on TikTok over the weekend, I guess, in a video that Haley Cavender had posted that now my sis, she's got a Cowboy too. And so Trevor Keegan and Jake Ferguson, I assume this was a setup. Like, I assume this was like, hey, I got this guy you can know. Like he's great. I love this guy. Otherwise, it's just what game by Trevor Keegan that he wasn't even set up and he just managed to like work over there as basically a practice squad player.
Good for
job.
him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good for him.
Did you research?
I did. He's a burly, he's a man's man. Like,
I meant her. Did you?
I've researched.
I love that. Like,
I don't need to research her.
I knew that's where you asked that question. We're all going to look up her. He's going to look up Trevor Keegan.
Yeah, I don't need to look her up.
On that guy.
I already follow her. I don't need to look her up.
Oh, you follow the sister too? Wait, is she the twin?
They have.
Okay.
They have
she's the other. She's the.
I think I follow the dual account. I think they have a dual account.
Okay.
That's the one I follow.
They asked. G-Bag asked him last year, "Have you ever mixed them up?" And he said, not them, their faces. He said, but he has mixed them up on the phone before.
Okay.
Because he said their voices. He said their voices
so you're
are
asking
identical.
if Trevor and him are going to be Eskimos?
Oh my lord!
I didn't ask that at all.
You should.
Lucky guy.
You should.
Let's move on and see if we're willing to follow through with this baseball hat topic as we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece to finish up the Hump Day edition next.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Kevin Hagman and Corey Majors. Good morning, fellas. Corey, what's coming up?
Day for the superstars at the World Cup. Woo! And how's Kalshi looking for y'all? Also, guys,
I did not predict that hat trick. So.
we are considering 877-881-1053 bringing back Are You Better?
Yes!
Oh, baby.
Oh, my gosh.
It's been a long time.
Now, hold on. Are you in on this crosstalk now?
I was not going to talk until now.
I was definitely not going to talk.
Going through the agent interview.
Yeah, he booked one guest, and so he's out.
Was definitely one guest and also spent hours in Frisco yesterday. But what I will say,
Cowboy Insider get a salary for it.
Yeah, I did. Well, no, I won't go there. I definitely was not about to participate in this crosstalk conversation. not the one that was being teased.
Yeah.
So why did it go away?
Kevin wasn't better than anybody else. They just ran out of people.
Here's my theory. So you read all that stuff from the newspaper, right?
Yep.
I think when we used to do Are You Better every single day, I was a little bit more newspaper Kevin. And newspaper Kevin is kind of rude at times. And then you would pile on Are You Better, which can be kind of aggressive at times. And I think it's just too much. It was too much aggressiveness, and everyone was like, who the F is this guy? I hate him.
I loved it. Slater, she complained that it had gone away.
Well, it's coming back, baby.
She said
Maybe
that's one
she'll
of her
text
favorite
Corey
things.
back now.
Yeah, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. One day, we'll see.
Kevin, she'll text Kevin back.
Just tell her you got VIP for something. She'll text you.
There was a moment where when he suggested that, I was like, that's fair. And I think now we've kind of established ourselves as like everybody kind of knows us better now. The whole listening audience from the 5 a.m. club that used to exist to all the way to the night.
The tollers now.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Shout out the toll booths.
So we're looking for that. Also, Skip Schumacher will be joining us tomorrow at 10:20. So he had to push that back.
I would too after yesterday.
Yeah.
Damn.
Should
Corey didn't
we
like
throw
that.
out the theory?
They got their ass kicked.
Okay.
I don't think that's why it is.
They have a day off today. All right. And on off days, I wonder what if you say I'm going to make plans on my day off.
Yeah. Like, let's say you want to go fishing.
All right.
And maybe you just don't want to call in from the boat.
Or you forgot.
It happened with
had
boats.
to call in from the boat.
Somebody did that already.
But also,
he was in the middle of catching a fish once.
The Rangers are off today because there's a World Cup.
In observance of the World Cup. They are off in observance
perhaps
of the World Cup.
Skip and his family are going to the World Cup.
Yeah.
And
what a crazy
Can they
theory.
afford it?
My first thought
They
there
let
was
Sweden at the game last night. Why not?
Games at 3, so he would have plenty of time.
What time is the
You got a
usual?
tailgate.
12:20. He'd have plenty of time. But then I started thinking,
You missed our Texas Tech interview.
Kevin just said tailgate. He's not a regular person. He's probably going to go meet players. He's probably going to be, exchanging jerseys.
He's going to be Harry Kane. Yeah.
Getting England
Luka
to
Modric still there
sign
or
the
whatever.
Declaration of Independence.
He
for him.
listens to our show. Call in and tell us what you're doing today.
Pronounce this, please.
Tijuana.
Yep.
Tijuana. Tijuana.
Okay.
One more time.
Tijuana.
RJ, this is really bothering me that RJ has dominated us in the correct pronunciation that
Is
we
that wrong?
are getting wrong.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
no. That's true. I am one.
There's no A.
There is an A.
Oh,
you shouldn't
want
try to explain it. You should just say it.
When the fans
there's an A at the beginning.
When the fan text backed
okay.
him up, he was surprised. He went, I was right. So I don't even know that. I think he was trying to pronounce it wrong on purpose, and then he realized that
I
it was
wasn't
actually
trying
right.
to pronounce it wrong. That's how I always said it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I was just like, maybe you guys had me questioning. My own, as an English minor here, my own use of language.
Pronouncing country's English minor?
Well, no, but I think pronunciations.
Yeah, that's literally that would be a Spanish word, not an English word.
So we're all languages here.
I will work on that.
Yeah.
Fair critique. Tijuana.
Now, someone after the show did say that Bobby's 82% chance of rain is wrong, which gave me hope. So I'm hoping that is the case.
Well, see, that
I need to know that.
You know what? Is Brunoff down there? See if he's
no, it's summertime. He takes off.
Get him off his.
No, he said he doesn't.
Get him off his Peloton.
I've been parking in his spot all week.
He gets a spot?
It's he says the first empty spot is his.
I usually see him leave when we leave.
Yeah.
So he might be in studio. Corey, if he's in studio, we got to pop him in.
But
here.
he's been. I said, when are you taking off? For like vacation. He goes, as soon as there's no rain in the forecast, and that goes for summer. He goes, I'm working from home. So he works from home during the summer.
What?
Because there's no storms. We're done. We're done. That's the blast furnace, baby.
All right, Kevin has been dying to talk about this topic. We saved it from Diamond Calves, and now Bobby's going to attempt to check out.
Major League Baseball, Kevin Hagelin. Major League Baseball has issued... Huh?
Let's get Mike on the phone.
Has issued a warning to players. Do not write on your caps after multiple San Francisco Giant players scribbled Bible verses on their Pride Night hats this past Friday. Genesis chapter 9, verse 12 through 16 was inscribed next to the rainbow SF emblem on Landon Roop's cap at the beginning of the game.
Came back just in time, Corey.
Other players like Ryan Walker and JT Heartbreaker, Brew Breaker, Love Taker, Run This Prison Like a Man. He had it.
Oh my.
I got it.
Yep. And Sam Henkes.
Sure. You did not get that one.
He wore the usual standard Giants cap that night instead of the Pride cap. So he just wore a standard.
Oh.
So the three other guys decided they were going to wear the Pride cap but write a Bible verse on it. And then he decided he was just not going to wear it at all. I'm going to wear my regular hat. And according to Pat Courtney, their chief communication officer for Major League Baseball, said the writing on the cap violates our rules and consistent with normal practices that we have warned the players about future violations. So no more writing on the hats.
Yeah. I can make this short, simple, and sweet.
With their rules?
Huh?
Which is consistent with their rules?
I guess. You can't. I'm sure I've seen players write.
I bet they get fined for it.
Like when a friend or a teammate dies, I'm sure they've written something on there.
Didn't somebody get fined for putting like initials on their hat?
And remember, didn't Peyton? I know it's a different sport, but Peyton Manning also got fined because of his Johnny Unitas tribute.
Oh yeah,
cleats.
he wore the cleats.
Yeah, and they're not allowed.
Who was the running back that got fined for? Was it red hair, pink hair, or something like that? He had pink, and his mom had passed or had breast cancer or something.
Boston Scott, was that him?
Look, this is simple. When they lay out everybody's uniforms, and there are the hats for you to go ahead and pick. You have a regular hat, and you have your Pride hat.
Simple.
And you can have the option to pick which one you want. There you go. They're not going to let you.
Does that go for every unique night of hat?
Give me another night.
If
St. Patty's Day hats.
Yeah, if they have Mexican heritage, can you opt out of that as well? I'm really asking.
Yeah, I'm trying to put thought into why they would opt out of it. But at least for this, have two hats. There you go. You're not going to be able to write what you want on the hat. You're not going to win in Major League Baseball telling them, don't write Bible verses on your hat. That's a tremendous big fat L for you, but they're not going to let you design your own apparel. So just give them the option. There you go. Simple.
So
this is my lucky hat.
I don't know if
let the players catch whatever quote unquote heat there is for not wearing the Pride hat if they don't want to wear it.
And I don't know if this will surprise you or not, but I actually think Major League Baseball is right about this because, like you guys were saying, and it even says in the quote, pursuant to our normal actions, you're not allowed to write on your hat for anything.
Yeah.
So I know people are making it out to be Major League Baseball is against the Bible.
Right.
But
if that's the rule, that's the rule.
Yeah, you're not allowed to write on your hat. You couldn't write Hooray Pride on there either. That would be a finable offense. Or they just gave them a warning.
Which I totally understand.
Yeah.
They, and I would imagine all of them did that knowing that this is the rule and I'm fine knowing that I'm breaking it and that I will be made an example of in some form or fashion.
And if you're willing to show that out and willing to pay the fine accordingly, I also think that can be a fair kind of way of civil disobedience, if you want.
Does the league stop it there, or do they say, "Hey, man"? Now we got to double the fine, or now we're doing this.
Yeah, can you envision them getting to suspensions?
I don't think so.
If you start, then you get in there, right? They always have a concern you're going to put a gang
defiant.
sign on. Then you write a different sponsor's name.
Right.
No, you keep the messages off the hat as players, but give them the option of wearing the regular hat.
So would you make it an option then, like I think that's what you just said, every single game?
For Tijuana night? Absolutely.
Every single game, you have the
awesome.
option to wear your regular hat, but there will be alternate hats along the way. But every game, you will have the option to just wear your regular cap.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
I'm fine with that.
Good compromise.
Yeah, I mean,
Set.
and the players will just have to deal with the fallout of whatever.
Why didn't you want to support that night?
Yeah, whatever.
I'm on a
evening.
7-game hit streak right now. I want to wear this hat.
You know what? That actually is a good excuse. Just you need the stats to back it up. And they're like, you're 0 for 27 in these last 7 games. They're like, oh, my bad.
Yeah,
it's like the is it the WNBA player who's having a problem? We might as well finish with a bang. With the 250th.
Yeah.
She has a problem with, is it a patch?
It's a patch. So you saw this on the NBA players in the upper right, in their right shoulder on the strap.
Right.
It was a USA 250
On the what?
on the strap.
Stop it.
On the strap.
Yeah, and
Louise.
this is Brianna Turner. This was, she went on social media and said whoever called for the NBA All-Stars to wear this, should have thought through, considering no NBA players would have been free 250 years ago. The majority wouldn't have had their freedom 100 years ago. It's probably a financial decision at the end of the day, but we're the most elite female athletes. We would have been breeders or in the fields working all day. Be serious. So they're like pushing back on the 250.
You like that?
On the 250.
That is an interesting statement.
Oh no, you can't get away with it that easy. You already did a what? So that was telling in some manner.
This story I had not heard. The 100 years ago is a fascinating statement.
That's 1926.
Yeah, that's a curious statement.
I think we've already women were able to vote.
Correct.
In the 20s,
Correct.
I believe.
Correct.
So I don't know. I have no idea.
And look, I understand her point.
You do
about
have an
the way
idea.
the country started. I definitely understand that. But I mean, if that's what it represents to you, then you don't want to wear it. If it represents, hey, it's the ideals of America that we're always trying to do better at, maybe people love that.
All right. What a show, in my opinion.
What a show.
We're back tomorrow. Cowboys.
Best show of the week?
Yes.
Not even close?
Not even close.
Woo! Good job, Bobby.
Your face Monday and Tuesday.
And we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Tuesday was Ask Reddit, too.
The KNC Masterpiece is next to try to top that on the Fan.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000.
P&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. God help us all. You have me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors. And the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. 877-881-1053. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? Hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
All right, I want to make something clear. I enjoy working with Bobby. I think that Bobby gets that too.
Is it because he knows ball?
That's what I mean. Absolutely, I do appreciate his ball talk, but I don't know that anybody has ever had quite the experience of working with Bobby until they've done it.
Yeah.
And I've worked with a lot of people, restaurant industry, working in IT. Like I've worked with
all our producers,
all the newspaper, the thousands of producers that we have axed. And look, Alec, he's the one that we're like, you know what? I like this guy. But I don't think that like I've ever run across a person that can deliver the quality content that he does on a daily basis, you know, and also the moments that make you shake your head and say, how the F have you not just gotten knocked out so many times?
Oh, man, that is a good question.
It takes an element of charm to be able to pull off the Bobby, you know, and I think that's it's just an experience that I hope the Tolos appreciate every morning from whenever he arrives to the show, because I'm not exactly sure what time he does get here. You know, it depends.
Yeah.
To the end of Crosstalk, to whenever he hops on all the other shows.
Do you think Sean fully appreciates?
So, all right. I think Sean, and here's just my assessment of Sean, having listened to him over this time, I think that Sean is Is transactional the right thing to say?
Oh, as a transactional person, I get that.
He and so I think as long as the ratings are good, Sean is happy. But I think that he also appreciates the amount of effort that Bobby puts into the show. Welcome, Bobby Belt, to the KNC Masterpiece.
Just really quickly, you guys saw The Last Dance, right? It was a documentary about Michael Jordan.
Yes.
So Sean has often said that he wanted to be Jordan, like in radio. So to complete that analogy, I think he views me like Rodman.
Oh.
He's like,
okay,
you contribute a great deal.
And you're kind of necessary.
Man, there's some oversight that comes with it that can be exhausting. But
you might show up on wrestling or something.
Yeah,
I get you.
But we're not worried about it when it's Bulls and 6, you know? And so
I got you.
I think that's how he feels.
All right.
Back to you, Kevin.
Alec, would that make sense to you then that he would be the Dennis Rodman on that show?
I could see it, yeah.
Necessary?
It makes a lot of sense. You know, it is necessary. I will say that it's 100% necessary.
Yeah, most of the time I agree with that. I do. I also think his satellite radio show would be the most fire thing that exists in all of media. I don't know how long it would exist.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out too. Because if he had freedom to do all the things he wanted to do, just unbridled,
he would get himself canceled. But oh, what a ride it would be to that cancellation.
If you come out and see me at a remote, I started doing this at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers on Friday night, which Alec was at and was just getting mobbed by the listeners the whole time.
How many?
What kind of the listeners?
How many of them were moms?
Yeah.
Not many. Stephanie was just like blocking them all.
Gotcha.
She was like, stay away from Precious Alec.
That's right. After the remote, how many of them do you think were moms?
Oh, I mean, that's the thing. He is the MILF creator. No, I would say that when we were out there, I showed one of the listeners he was talking about how much he liked some of the AI broadest bits. So I showed him the graveyard of bits that were never allowed to go to air. And so if you come out, if you come out and you want to see those bits ever that don't make it to air, because I don't want them to just go to waste, they're on my phone and I will show them to you in public. I'll show you the ones that were blocked by Sean or whoever.
Yeah, this is always the intrigue of showing up to our things, because if you hear something that we can't talk about, we'll always tell you, show up and we'll tell you the story. Just all you got to do is ask. And so there it is with Bobby.
Yeah, my favorite one is the Big Dom bit of the interview we did with Big Dom, where he doesn't sound like you'd expect him to sound.
Yeah, I do remember that.
It was a good bit.
See, and it's tough sometimes because I've heard all of these, and I'm like, oh, did that never play on air? I was like, I heard that.
I thought I heard it, yeah.
I could see that.
No, it never made it to air that Big Dom answered the phone and went, hi.
And if you think that was the end of it, it most certainly
was not.
Was not.
But like I said, I just don't know how many people have had the experience of a person like Bobby in their life.
Right.
Where you're just like, I want to be around that person, but I'm also ashamed of myself sometimes.
Yeah,
so.
no, it is, and it's an experience you should definitely have.
Yes, absolutely. We've been lucky.
Yeah.
I consider myself lucky in this.
Absolutely. Alec, I don't know if you answered because of all that. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Nice.
Yeah, and I like how immediately, whenever Bobby pops his mic, Tim Collins walks in and says, "Why is he on your show?"
Smart.
Yeah.
It's a good
and
question.
I'm like, you know what? He's got a mind of his own sometimes. I can't really control that animal. So
Nobody can.
Nobody can. Nobody
you can
ever
just
will.
hope to contain him.
That's right. And you couldn't at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers on Friday. Trust
I believe
me.
that, man.
Yeah.
I used to be at the remotes with Bobby back in the day. I don't know if he's like lowered the consumption level, but okay. It used to be
not much
happening. Okay. All right.
So judgmental.
Not judgmental. That was a factual statement, was it not?
Yeah, I drank enough for both of us.
All right, there you go. So go ahead and give me cut number 3 because yesterday, if you were a big name player, it was your day at the World Cup.
Nico Gonzalez, Lionel Messi, first career World Cup hat trick, ties the all-time goal-scoring record.
Now, one of the things I loved about the matches yesterday is that somebody won some of them. In fact, they won all of them, which was great, as opposed to Monday where there was 4 matches and 4 draws. Yesterday, we got 3 matches with 3 distinct finishes. But man, if you love the stars showing out, this was the day for you. It started with Kylian Mbappe, and he scored 2 goals, including one, I think 6 minutes into injury time or stoppage time, even though obviously 3 minutes of that is the hydration break to re-extend France's lead over Senegal, and he passed Lionel Messi for goals at the World Cup. Had a 14-13 advantage. It was 13-12, even though Mbappe has played far fewer World Cup matches. But now it's 14-13. In between, we can talk about Erling Haaland, and then Lionel Messi goes out there. He gets his first World Cup hat trick, and now he's up to 16, tying the all-time World Cup goal record. And in Lionel Messi's last 5 World Cup matches, he has 8 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo has 8 World Cup goals in his career.
So this is interesting because Mbappe is kind of like a couple World Cups ago.
Thank you very much to FIFA and Fox Sports.
Oh yeah,
for allowing us to play.
It's so nice that they allowed us. A couple World Cups ago, he really put his stamp on it all, right? Like he was like, "I'm here." We were discussing, like I remember Mike and I discussing trying to find some Mbappe cards, and it was too late.
Yeah, yes.
It was we already lost the market at that point. And he's grown over time. Messi he's been around longer, and we're in this moment where my son the other day, because he has grown up with Mbappe, and he's like, that's the most famous person. Like, and he looked at me and he goes, not even Michael Jordan was as famous as Mbappe is. And he stopped right after he said that and he goes, never mind, that was a dumb thing to say. And I was like, I was like, you do not know how famous Michael Jordan got. He was the most known person on the planet. But here we are with Mbappe in that moment, setting the stage going, yeah, the 0-0, 1-1 ties are boring. Let me show you all how it's done. And then it's followed up by the next dude whenever it comes to what Zlatan was. Zlatan has already said, I don't know if he's as good as me because I consider myself a better all-around player than Haaland. But because that's would Zlatan even say it though if he was? But then he also added to it. He was like, but he is a killer in the box, and once he gets around there, it's amazing. But Kevin, I don't think that there is anything as beautiful to watch in the beautiful game as Messi. Whenever every single defender realizes the ball is on his toe. And they're like, oh, crap, what's he about to do? He's going to embarrass me.
And before Gunther comes after me, I probably should apologize to the country of Austria. Just because their match ended at 1 in the morning,
it was very late,
doesn't mean that it counts for today. You know how I am about that. It still should count for yesterday. Even though technically it ended today, it should count for yesterday. You guys are right. Austria, they got their first World Cup win in 36 years over Jordan. They defeat them 3-1. So, yes, that is a fair critique. Thank you, fan texters.
My kid Avery went to go watch Obsession last night, the movie.
Oh, do you like it? I heard it's really good.
So that movie cost $750,000 to make.
Tremendous.
It's at $268 million right now.
Tremendous.
And he loved it. He was like, it was awesome. But when he got home, he goes, oh, man, they've had 4 matches today. And I was like, no, they're about to have 4. And he goes, oh, so you mean 5? And I was like, no. And I said, Austrian Jordan's about to start. He was like, what? So yeah, even he keeps up with all this, and he just had kind of lost track of it yesterday.
Look, I will readily admit I did not make it to the end of the Austria-Jordan match. I do apologize for that.
Maybe next time.
Now, by the way, speaking of Messi, if you haven't seen it, I believe it's called The Lost Tape or something along those lines on ESPN+. It's like 30 minutes. It is mostly not in English, but it's well worth your time. And it was about the struggle of Lionel Messi to get recognized by and then eventually on the Argentinian national team. It is just tremendous, especially knowing like what he would become. Now, in between all of this, Norway is making their first World Cup appearance since 1998, which means the World Cup debut of one Erling Haaland. And once again, if we can shout out Fox Sports and FIFA, and you can give me cut number 4, he made sure this his World Cup debut was a good one.
They've been caught out there. The horrible error in the back. And guess who was around to pounce? Iraq plotted their own downfall because you don't want to do anything like that when this man is around. This man is Erling Haaland.
Indeed, Erling Haaland scored twice in the first half as Norway surges to a 4-1 victory. So congratulations again. Like I said, huge day for the Stars across the World Cup.
I really wish they'd have just given him that third one to give him a hat trick. The one that he kind of floated, and his teammate was like, yeah, I kind of headed it in. And they were like, no, that was an own goal. And I was like, that thing just bopped in because that's what Haaland do.
Probably not, but do you think it would have taken away from the specialness of the Messi hat trick at all? If you're like, I just saw that in the last match.
I think Messi would have just scored a 4th.
Okay, I cannot rule that out.
Yeah, and look, dude, Messi did stomp on somebody's calf at some point, and they were just like, hey, we didn't see it.
That's a superstar no call, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That was...
They were like, hey, that one we kind of let slide. It's him.
Look, Messi has actually done the things that Wemby gets the credit for not getting those calls for, okay?
Hey, don't forget, Luis Suarez used to bite people, all right? That was his teammate.
Yes.
So,
well...
Or was that Taylor?
I feel like whether it was your teammate or not, you should probably know don't bite people. But, you know.
And if you're an adult, maybe learn that too.
Here we are.
Oh, it was Uruguay, my bad.
Okay, so now normally here we would probably talk some more about the Rangers, but you know what? I'm going to talk about something else instead because the Rangers got their heads smashed
Dude,
in.
That was bad.
You know what? Just a couple of quick hits on that. 10th time the Texas Rangers have given up a leadoff home run.
Yeah, that was something I want to know a little bit more. Like, what's happening in that first inning that you're seeing some things just not go well for you?
Maybe even worse than that. So 14 times this season, the Rangers have given up the dreaded crooked number, a.k.a. not 0 or 1, in the first inning. They are 0-14 in those games.
Interesting.
So there's that. But on the positive note, if you care about ratings, as we said would be the case.
How are ours?
Ours are very, very good. Thank you guys for making us the most listened to show in the DFW, regardless of radio format in this time slot. Thank you very, very much. The NBA, put out that the 5-game NBA Finals were the highest rated since 1998, with an average of 24.5 million viewers and a peak audience of 33 million. Now, they have tweaked up some of the ratings that make it easier to pull these ratings. Otherwise, I think going back to 2017, that Golden State Cleveland series would have been higher, but still an impressive achievement and 157% increase year over year. So hooray for the Knicks being in it for sure. And then for the NHL playoffs, the NHL announces this was the most watched NHL playoffs in the United States ever. The previous record was 1.56 million in 1996. Now, that's not for the finals. That's for every single match all combined. And this playoffs, it was 1.8 million viewers. So a huge increase for them. And like we talked about, there's been an influx in women viewers in this playoffs, and you brought it up, whether that's because of heated rivalry or off campus, or whether it's because of the momentum built off of the Four Nations or the Olympics. Hockey clearly had some buzz, and they end up getting their highest rated playoffs ever in the United States.
That's awesome. I wish the Stars would have had a better showing.
For sure.
Do you think the Stars being out early affected that at all?
Not one bit.
Okay.
I hate to say this, the Stars are not a national team.
I would like to hope that the whole thing grows even more, and that the Stars capitalize when it's at its apex or starting to get to its peak. Because I would really like for the Stars to become a national thing where people are like, oh yeah, the Dallas Stars. We keep forgetting that they're one of those and also ran teams. They're also at the top of it. Whenever the peak is, everybody's watching.
And those numbers I gave you for the NBA Finals, that 24.5 was specifically for Game 5, but the overall average for the series was also the best the NBA has had since 1998.
Well, good for them.
We're the KNC... That sounded sarcastic. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys news of the day and more on the Minicamp agenda. Next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear?
Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap to Prescott, back and standing, and fires it left, and it's caught. Pickens circles away. 10, 5, Pickens, pylon, Pickens. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan with a shockingly higher number of people in the studio that you might see on the camera. You're going to have to trust me on that. Right now, we're going to have our Dallas Cowboys news of the day. Maybe some discussion more on the minicamp agenda. Now, thanks to great reporters like Bobby Belt, who are out there getting all of the info, we learned.
And our friend Kyle Yeomans.
That's right, Kyle Yeomans. We learned that George Pickens is at least saying he's not disappointed that he didn't get a long-term deal. He doesn't plan on holding out or holding in. He will be at training camp ready to go.
Did you hear him talk yesterday?
I did.
Everything I heard was like, okay, great. I'm ready. I'm ready to have George Pickens back on this team. Right. I'm excited. And that's from my perspective. All those things I'm saying. Everything that he said, I was like, I agree with those things. So, the part of it being a business and your advisement of your agents, that's why you hire them to do what they are doing. But it does not sound like there's any animosity, nor will there be any drama when it comes to training camp. And Kevin, whenever we get out to training camp, because yet again, the KNC Masterpiece is going out first.
Oh, that feels like a strategic mistake.
We're the only show the station trusts to open training camp.
Even after a couple of years ago when Mike wore Chiefs gear to
That's why
camp?
Mike's no longer with us.
Oh, no!
That's the reason. If everybody really wants to know, that's what happened. The Cowboys
He stayed with us for like another 9 months.
Well, his contract still existed.
Okay.
But that's the reason, Kevin.
Okay.
No, I'm just joking. Who knows why?
I mean, you know why.
I know why. And we've been honest about why. Mike gets to do the job that he loves doing, and he's good at it. So he's excited.
It's not a secret.
Yeah, no. But when we get out there, as I said yesterday, I think we're going to have a drama-free training camp, and maybe the rest of the summer will have zero drama when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh,
as they prepare,
sweet, naive Corey,
for a season focused on football. How many times do you hear players leave and say the thing is not the thing there? And I think Schottenheimer has turned this ship around.
Hey, I'm with you until we get through the first week and nothing's happening. And Jerry has to come on air with us and be like, well, I did have to go to Dak at the supplemental draft and say we were about to draft Brendan Sorsby, but then a team took him ahead of us. Like, something like that is going to happen to light a fire on this. But I would love it if you were right. And I think you'll like this from George Pickens. He said that he didn't go to voluntary OTAs because he was listening to his agent. But also, what's important to me is winning. Like I said from the beginning, I always want to bring a Super Bowl to a group of guys that have never had that feeling. That's really the most important part to me. And then he was asked, do you need to change anything or do anything to get that long-term deal? And he said, I wouldn't necessarily say do anything. I would probably just say what I was doing last year, which is doing this to the best of my ability. That's kind of how I live my life, too. And I know there are some people that believe that is going to lead to an incredible season from him because he knows whether it's from the Cowboys, whether it's double franchise, that means $33 million, or whether it's for the rest of the league. If he balls out again like he did last year and stays relatively drama-free, he's going to make a lot of money.
Yeah. No, it's like that's all I foresee in his future. And whether it's with the Cowboys or whoever, like you said, it's somebody's going to see that the dude came in and acted professional and then went out there and scored touchdowns, made crowds go nuts.
Right.
And I think that's what's going to happen. But I also loved hearing the line where he was like, it's really tough to try to hold out when you know you got guys like this in the locker room. I love that part.
Yeah.
Like that he really seems to admire the quarterback and the leadership that they have there and the relationships that he made when he got here. Now,
and that seems to be reciprocal from Dak to Pickens.
I don't feel like that was lip service.
Okay.
Like that felt very genuine whenever he said that yesterday. And like I said, man, we've had nothing but a good experience seeing him so far around these parts. So,
yeah. And like, I don't want it to get lost amidst all the contract stuff. He was amazing last year. Like on the field, he was unfreaking believable. Now, you mentioned Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott did, in fact, get at least a little bit of work in some of those drills.
Yeah, he got in on like 4 snaps, right?
And then afterwards, if you're just kind of like reading between the lines, he did seem annoyed that people asked about the knee. He said it was nothing, and he seemed annoyed that it had been brought up. Like, I don't know if that means he was annoyed that Shoddy said something about it when he was like, it's a big fat nothing, man. But that's hopefully a good sign that everything is fine.
Do you think that was sent down from Jerry? And don't forget to bring up Dak's knee.
Okay, well, doesn't that go against your entire hypothesis for training camp?
I have to do this. And he's like, you know what? If I do this, Jerry, then during training camp, you leave everything else out. And Jerry's like, fine. Just make sure you get that knee conversation going.
No, because wouldn't he have like told Shoddy that he had to go to Pickens and say you're either with us or you're against us? Or like he didn't even say that. He just had to say it in the presser, and everyone's like, wait, what?
Yeah. It was weird. Like I was listening to G-Bag on the way home. They were like, wasn't it weird that Shoddy just brought that up on his own? Like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He just said, hey, by the way, Dak's kney. Because he knew he'd He'd probably get asked about it later, and he was like, let's just go ahead and nip this in the bud now. Dak said it's basically, aging, which does remind you. Dak's been in the league for 10 years now?
Right.
Like, we're rolling here, so he's getting up in age.
But hey,
that's a reminder.
He was healthy last year.
But yes, he was healthy last year, and he may need to have these moments where he just says, just taking this off. But again, I think the benefit is a couple other guys get more drills, more snaps, more opportunities to run this offense and see it and visualize it.
Especially because you really do have an honest-to-goodness competition for backup quarterback,
I think
right?
so. I do. I think you do. I think they want that, and they want to get the best out of them. But they also want to make sure they have a dude that can win games for them if something was to happen to Dak.
Right.
Whether it be in the middle of a game or, the next week he just can't be in. They say, we trust that we can put this dude in, and we can finish this one, and we're going to come away with a win.
I thought it was a cool little moment yesterday when Javonte Williams got to meet Emmitt Smith. He said it was the first time he had ever met Emmitt Smith, and he added, it was cool just like talking to him. It was my first time meeting him in person. I watch his highlights all the time. Just being another Cowboys running back, I know he's believing in me, and he wants me to do my best, so I'm going to do that for him. I think that's really cool. Like, I love the idea, because Dak talks about this all the time, that he's like, man, I need to get to the Aikman-Staubach level. I love the idea that Javonte Williams is like, I need to make sure Emmitt Smith's proud of me because he's rooting for me. I just think that's neat.
I don't know how much this happened, but I love when we have Skip on. I really do enjoy listening to him break baseball down.
But not today.
I love when Mike would break down things that I was like, I never thought of it that way before. Whenever we talk, there's a picture of Jared Sandler, and he's standing next to Jack Leiter and Al Leiter, and like all this stuff going on. And I'm like, man, I want to hear those little conversations, the interesting stuff that they talk about. When Javonte Williams and Emmitt Smith are talking about, do they talk about running the football and what they see and the visualization? Do they talk about that stuff?
Right.
There's a very surface level. And honestly, we've never asked Emmitt in those conversations about running behind this lineman and how this play's set up and those things. So I'd love to talk to Emmitt, like the nerd stuff when it comes to football too.
Now, speaking of nerd stuff, I really like seeing this so far, is you're seeing if you want to call it cross-training of D. Winters and DeMarvion Overshown at multiple inside linebacker positions and opportunities, and I'm with you on that.
They should be able to move back and forth. If you really want this defense to be disguised, if you really want this defense to be adaptable, then those dudes need to be interchangeable. And move back and forth. Quarterback's going, crap, what are they trying to do here? And then the even more important thing is when you've moved them, you can't just do the same thing. You got to give them different looks.
Right.
You got to change up the pitches every once in a while.
How much is that important to you? Like, let's say specifically maybe for Overshown. If he ends up being your green dot player to have that versatility and like be able to understand and explain what he's seeing from multiple positions.
Oh, I think it's whoever that is needs to know why they're doing it.
And I know there's a long way to go.
Why am I lining him up there? When that signal got sent in, what do I need to make sure that I get everybody, like, to get everybody else in position? What do I need to make sure of? If everybody's coming to me for answers, I better have them. So complete understanding of the defense, superior importance.
Is that, like, I know yesterday Shadi was talking about finishing the installs or kind of going over the installs again by pointing out, like, hey, there is a big gap of time between the end of this in training camp. So you do really want to, like, hammer that home. I know that part is important, but how important is it as we progress to also figure out that linebacker shuffle? I know the entire defense is important to figure out. I understand all that. Specifically, how the linebacker rotations are going to work or how you would like them to work, barring injury.
I mean, learning the entire defense, Kevin, is important. I don't know if anybody's ever said that or not.
Probably, right?
I think you just said it, Kevin.
Yeah.
Is it that important to have that done now?
No, not necessarily.
You'd like to have it done. Like, you'd like to feel like you have an idea, you know what you're going to do. But then whenever you get into even more action, and what I'm kind of interested in is how much of this defense is going to be playing in the preseason. Like, to get a real understanding of what, like, some of these guys can do.
Right.
Or maybe Christian Parker already knows. He's like, no, I know what I can do with 4.7 speed and what I can do with 4.5 speed. And maybe he already has an idea. But I think that whenever you see guys in real situations, you find out the intelligence of the player too, and how they react and respond to things. So I think having an idea now is good, and it is important, but you're really going to tighten up that rotation whenever you get to the camp.
I kind of like the idea of you walk out of mandatory minicamp with a rough draft, right? And you're like, this could be how it looks. Then you take some time.
And notes for it to go back and look over.
And maybe decide if you want to make some edits before you get to training camp. But have a real idea going into training camp of what you think could be optimal, and then watch it play out. Because you might see along the way, you're like, ooh, now that we're really going, this is off, this is off.
And then you're kind of hopeful, too, that those guys, as they're leaving, that they're thinking about it in that gap time.
Sure.
And then they're coming up with other creative things to go back to the coach and say, hey, what if we did this? And the coach is like, I was just waiting for you to see it.
Man, that's a great question. I would love to know, and I don't know if every coach would be honest about this, like what percentage of positional coaches and coordinators are looking for that sense of feedback, and what percentage are like, hey, that's great. This is what we're going to
do what I told you to do,
you know?
And we'll be fine. From the 469, it would have been hilarious if Mike took nonstop shots at you guys during the Rangers games. Actually, he does.
A lot of profile.
He does.
Yeah.
Y'all just don't realize it. There's stuff. Those are even more inside jokes.
That is probably true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. We'll catch up on the College World Series now that the semifinals are set, and more Rangers next right here on The Fan.
The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Swing and a miss. The Dogs do it. They survive to live to play another day. Winning 2-0 over Texas.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. Corey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How would you feel about me telling you a statistic knowing that I saw it on ESPN's Bottom Line but did not independently fact check it?
It's risky.
Do you think I should probably wait then, or just tell you anyway?
Well, I mean, if it's wrong,
right?
Will you apologize?
It's a positive stat.
Or will you say, I was just an 18-year-old kid, and what was I supposed to
do? And 19 and 20 and 21 and 20. But you know what? That's fine. I know new information's going to come out at some point.
Dude, hey, you know what? We are the show that always says that. Upon given new information, you can change your mind.
That's true. What I don't like is when you control the information or have access to it and don't release it.
Mm-hmm. You're like, this could let us know now. And they're like, just wait.
Oh, shut up, Bobby. Why are you still here? Go to the Star.
I'm working.
Okay. All right. Here is the factoid that I did not independently check from ESPN's Bottom Line. The Washington Nationals, they were in fact victorious yesterday. They've won 4 in a row. They're now 4 games over 500 for the first time since they won the World Series in 2019.
That's good, right?
That was 7 years ago.
All right.
I did not realize they had fallen to a Rockies-esque rut.
Rockies?
Yeah.
I thought, for some reason, I thought you said Iraqis, and I was like, they did lose yesterday.
Yeah, that's...
I didn't know. I was like... I was
not what that is in
reference to. World Cup is on my mind, bro. World Cup is on my mind.
And I don't even know if he's going to try to say something, but I'm just going to need to block Bobby out just in case.
Yeah. If you're in a category of a Rockies rut, it's bad.
Now...
I can't hear it any other way.
Exactly.
It's my own fault.
All right, now...
My stupid brain.
You shut up, Bobby. You stop it. Kyle Schwarber made his first start at first base yesterday since 2021, and he hit a home run. That is number 25 on the season for Mr. Schwarber.
That's what he does.
It really is what he does.
And when he's one of those dudes that, like, when he's in a groove, you do not want to pitch to that guy,
right?
Because he will just jam one, dude.
You know what I like is that everyone said he was a home run hitter. And then he showed up to his team and hit home runs. Mm-hmm. Instead of like he's a home run hitter and he didn't hit home runs and he struggled to get on base and continually was a void in the lineup.
Like Wyatt Langford?
No. What's for lunch? You guys want burgers?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I had a burger last night.
Oh, great.
It was very
Same.
good.
Oh.
You know what was... Can I talk to you about something real quick, Kevin?
Let me talk to you.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
This was weird. The place we ordered from last night, the bacon cheeseburger was $2 cheaper than just a regular cheeseburger.
What?
Yeah.
So they're like, here's your cheeseburger. If you let us put bacon on it, we will take $2 off.
Yes. And so I told everybody in the house, except for Avery, I said... y'all are all ordering bacon cheeseburgers. And then they did, and we just took the bacon off, and guess who got?
Did you make a super bacon cheeseburger?
Super bacon
Hell
on his
yeah.
cheeseburger last night.
That is awesome.
For like $8 cheaper.
Man, so it's almost like your super burger almost resulted in a free burger.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It was amazing.
That is amazing.
And I don't know, I think I'm just going to have to take advantage of this more often.
Yeah. I think that's tremendous. All right, real quick about the Dodgers. The Dodgers were victorious last night over the Rays, 1-0, because Shohei Ohtani goes yard yet again. So congratulations to him and the Dodgers for winning, even though I don't know why I said congratulations, because I'm not particularly rooting for them.
How cool. Like, I understand. We used to kind of have this with Marcus Semien, where he would hit leadoff home runs. Ricky Henderson was a great leadoff home run hitter as well. I wonder how many coaches, managers are like, I just love having a Shohei. I know obviously having Shohei there is amazing, but having a dude that hits home runs to lead off. Jock has the opportunities to do that sometimes, but getting a run for the first batter of the game has really got to do something. For the Dodgers, it feels like, oh, yeah, I mean, it's the Dodgers. They have all the talent throughout their entire roster.
Right.
But whenever you have a leadoff home run, it's really got to inject something into the veins.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side of all of this is the Texas Rangers, who in 73 games this season have given up 10 leadoff home runs. Do you know who's next on that list? The Giants at 6.
So 4 more than anybody else.
Exactly. And let's make matters, according to math, to make matters even worse. Last year, the Rangers gave up 12 leadoff home runs, which was the worst in Major League Baseball. And they're on pace to absolutely shatter that number this year, which is obviously very, very bad. And if you want to look at some of the struggles of the Texas Rangers and obviously Kumar Rocker, you can circle back around again and again and again to that first inning and the runs that they're giving up and their home runs that they're giving up as well. All right, let's go to the College World Series. I know at a time when we just saw the end of the Stanley Cup Final, the NBA Finals, the World Cup's going wild. We've been talking about the Rangers. Have you been able to jump in at all on the College World Series? Because I have to admit, it's been low on my priority list because of all the other sports.
I've mostly watched and observed games at the gym on the treadmill.
Okay.
But no, I haven't gone out of my way to go find them, and that saddens me. Because I really do like this time of year.
It's the blast.
Because, the excitement, the energy in the stadiums is fun. But, yeah, I think the World Cup has really consumed my time.
And I know we have to go way, way back for this, but there was a time when it felt like the only televised college baseball was the College World Series, and that was like a stop down, a must.
Oh, for sure.
Whereas now you can watch every SEC game, every out-of-conference game that you want at pretty much any point. So,
yeah, but it's kind of like the NCAA tournament, where it's like this is the best time to watch it. You feel because you're watching games that have a different energy about them.
I can understand that, to be sure. Now, we have reached the double elimination round, or I guess the semifinals, and potentially double elimination because you've got North Carolina against West Virginia today, and then Georgia against Oklahoma. Now, Oklahoma walks into that game, as does North Carolina, already with advantages, as North Carolina already beat West Virginia once, and Oklahoma already beat Georgia once. So, if those two teams win today, Oklahoma and North Carolina, they will advance to the finals. If either one of them lose, there will be another game tomorrow, since North Carolina and Oklahoma haven't lost yet. So if West Virginia wins, we'll get another game between them and North Carolina tomorrow. If Georgia wins, we'll get another game between them and Oklahoma tomorrow.
I'll tell you this, dude. The one thing I have noticed, the pitching, there's some dudes that are like, I'm throwing fastballs, baby. And that's been fun, to see. But there are these swings coming out of these college kids that look like pro swings. And maybe it's the confidence of the metal bat. I have no clue, but I'm watching dudes that look like they are pro-ready with their swing right now. And it's pretty interesting to see. Now, it's the confidence, too, of knowing that maybe these pitchers don't have as much, extra stuff to do. They don't have that extra out pitch, so I'm really just looking for one of these two. But that is some of the confidence I'm seeing there.
And then the finals are set to start on Saturday, with Saturday Game 1, Sunday Game 2, and then, if necessary, Monday for Game 3. Let's talk about Justin Verlander. It has been announced that Justin Verlander is coming back. He is going to be activated because he was already signed with the Tigers. He's been on the injured list. He has been on the injured list for 83 days. He will make his first start with the Tigers since 2017 in Detroit on Father's Day at Comerica Park. So good for him. I hope. Actually, I mean, I'm indifferent about how it goes. I just decided, I was like, I need to stop lying. I'm not going to pretend like I'm also inherently just rooting for him because that would be foolish.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just giving you information.
I appreciate the honesty, dude.
That are happening.
I appreciate honest Kevin.
Okay.
You know, they put Kevin right up there with old Abraham Lincoln when it comes to honesty.
Yeah, which that's not true.
What do you mean?
It really feels like Abraham Lincoln lied about a pretty big aspect of his life.
He didn't chop down that tree?
That
was George Washington, Kevin.
No.
I'm just trying to throw you off the scent right now.
No, there's other things. Check out his diary and
Never
stuff.
talk bad about the president, Kevin.
That I do agree with. And why do you insist that saying that would be talking bad?
Oh, man, that's a good point.
Ha-ha!
Truthfulness.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Truthiness is a deal.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, why do preseason Super Bowl favorites rarely actually win the Super Bowl? And the sobering reality of the Ringers Top 100 for the Mavs. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Why does the preseason Super Bowl favorite rarely actually win the Super Bowl? And the sobering...
The preseason's not real games, Kevin.
Oh, you watch
Is that what you're talking about?
Jerry will tell us this 20-game package. They're just as important as the other games for his bottom line. And the sobering reality of the Ringer's Top 100 for the Mavs. Would you like to start with the football one or the basketball one?
Let's start with the basketball one.
Ooh, okay. This really depressed me when I looked through it. So the Ringer, all throughout the year, they have done their top 100 NBA players.
Okay.
All right, and I think the NBA space is a space where they really excel. We said, optimally, Cooper Flagg could be maybe top 30 by the end of the year.
That was the hope, yeah.
Didn't quite get to that spot, but he does end the season at 41.
Okay.
He is the third highest ranked player from any team that was not in the play-in or the playoffs.
You think if his team had been,
yes,
he would have. Okay,
yes, because I think he would have been one of the guiding forces too. But if you look at it, the only ones higher than him were Pascal Siakam at 27 and Lauri Markkanen at 37. Those are the only
and they're
players.
Veterans.
Yeah, and those are the only players higher than him that weren't in the playoff or the play-in. He is the highest rated rookie at 41, ahead of Con Kneppel, who's 47. And now moving up the list, Dylan Harper at 45. I was going to tell you he was, of course, the youngest Mavericks player on the list. But then I kept going through the list and kept looking at the rest of the list. He is the only Mavericks player on this list.
What about Daniel Gafford?
Whatever Dallas Maverick, past, present, or future you're about to name, the answer is they're not on the list.
Even P.J. Washington.
Correct. No, nobody can hear you. You didn't turn on your mic.
He said
it's not Samaki Walker.
All right.
Please don't.
Cherokee Park.
Please do not just start saying or sending in random Mavericks names. All right? I don't want to hear it. I don't know why.
Where would they send them in? 877-881-1053? Is that
Bobby's
what you're
already
saying?
Picking up his phone to make this happen. But I want to put that in perspective for you.
What about Jason Kidd?
No, Jason Kidd is not a contemporary NBA player.
Or coach.
That is a good point. So
no one's dying.
Well, that's true. To put this in perspective, the Knicks have 6 players in the top 100.
All right.
The Thunder and the Spurs have 7 players on the top 100.
Wow.
The Mavericks have 1.
So the two teams that were in the finals
Yes.
have the most.
Which makes sense.
Seems reasonable, Kevin.
But I'm saying that's staggeringly more.
Yeah.
If I told you they had like 4 or 5, you'd be like, ooh, they have 7. You could add 5 more top 100 players. You'd be like, this is the most amazing offseason that's ever been. Still wouldn't match.
Yeah, because they didn't get Boban on there.
Boban is not on the list. And of course, Cooper Flagg is the youngest player on the entirety of the list.
Where's Monte Ellis, though?
He is not on the list. Why are there so many people texting in Satnam Singh? Is that you?
It's Bobby.
You stupid jerk.
But there's a lot of people that are already here.
Antoine Rigaudot, not on the list. Jim Jackson, not on the list. Robert Pack. Now, there's a very specific poll right there. Not on the list.
I love Robert Pack, by the way.
Roderick Beaubois, also known as Roddy
you're telling
B.
me they
not
left
on
Brian
the list.
Cardinal off this list.
He doesn't even play basketball anymore. He is not even eligible to qualify for this list.
You're saying Sagana Job.
Same answer.
Okay.
No, Evan Eschmeyer is not on the list.
What about Michael Brown?
Who?
Michael Brown.
Oh, okay. I was like, who is that? He's not eligible. He's not in the NBA yet.
Future Mav.
Maybe so, but he's not in the NBA now.
Rolando Blackman. He's from Panama.
That is true. He would obviously be on the list if it was contemporary or all-time Mavericks.
Okay.
It is astonishing.
Anthony Davis?
The number of, you know what? Anthony Davis is no longer on the Mavericks. He's probably on
He started the year on the Mavs.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
He's probably on this list, but I am now to number 40, and I still haven't seen him unless they made the shocking decision of putting him like way, way higher. It is possible he is not on this list either, as we're now to 60.
I don't think that's hating. I think that's just like being like he's just not really there anymore.
Do you think Alex Caruso is a better NBA player than Anthony Davis?
I think he's been more effective in more championship runs.
Okay. What a political way to answer that question.
I really like, if I was to say I want to start building a team, Alex Caruso is going to be my 6th or 7th player picked.
Sure. He's a hell of a 6th player.
Yeah. But Anthony Davis will still probably want to be one of my top 2 or 3.
I do not believe that
maybe he's not eligible.
Anthony Davis is on this list.
Wow. What about Hubert Davis?
Hubert Davis? Come on. If you're naming people from the mid-90s Mavs, there's a good chance they would have never been on this list, or early to mid-90s Mavs.
No Harp?
No, Derek Harper is not on the list. Nor is Brad Davis, Jason Terry, Wong Juju, Mookie Blaylock, Hubert Davis, Lauren Meyer. Good God, Lauren Meyer. Are you serious?
What about Nico?
No, Nico is not eligible. Nor is Rafe LaFrance, George McLeod, who I actually had kind of forgotten about, Gary Trent, and from the 214. Jalen Brunson isn't on the list? Well, Jalen Brunson is not on the Mavericks anymore, but he is on the list. He's number 5.
Really? He just led a team to a championship, and they're saying he's the 5th best player in the league?
Do you think he's better than Luka?
He has a championship.
Answer the question.
If I was to start a team, I would go with Luka first.
Luka's number 4 on the list.
As far as like skill and everything goes. But there also is definitely something about the toughness that Jalen Brunson showed. Like the tough leadership part of it. He did it all right, man. He has a team with him that loves him.
And this is where it's tough, because you can be like, oh, we could have had the number 4 and 5 player on the list. You could have had those individuals, but there's no way that they would have reached, specifically Jalen Brunson would reach these heights playing alongside Luka. If you wanted to know, the top 10 goes like this. Steph Curry is 10, followed by Cade, followed by Kawhi, Giannis, Anthony Edwards is 6. I told you Brunson is 5. Luka's 4. They have Jokic now at 3, with Wemby at 2 and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at number 1. It really felt defeating to me as a Mavericks fan that the top teams have 7 players on the list and we have 1. Now, it's a good thing. He is very young.
That's part of it, though.
You're right.
Being one of those teams means you're talented by more than just one player.
Yes.
And that's why this thing has so much more to build. Like, they have so much more to do. And that's why you're right. Like, collecting more draft picks, using those draft picks appropriately to build your team. That's the way you got to do it.
And no, they didn't leave Dirk out because he doesn't still play. And Uwe Blob, if you don't know that name, that is a real player. Uwe Blob, and what I remember about him...
That's Mike's always go-to.
I mean, look, I had the HSE video cassette, the VHS version.
It's not spelled the way you think it is either.
Yeah, I don't know how...
UWEBLAB.
Is it just one B or is it 2 B's? For Blob.
BLAB.
Okay. I
So
mean,
two
is it 2 B's or 3 B's?
Yeah, it's
I'm sorry.
2.
I don't know why I kind of thought it was BLABB. But what I learned about him, or how I learned about him, is
7-1-252.
The very first time the Mavericks ever beat the Celtics, Uwe Blob had 2 points in that game, and they were on a goaltend. And I always just thought that was an amazing bit of information.
I mean, as a Maverick, yeah, he averaged 2.2 points a game.
So that was right in line. All right.
In 4 years.
I like it. All
what
right.
about James Hot Rod Williams?
No, man, that is a good pull right there as well. And I'm surprised no one said Detlef Shrimp. I've seen Eric Dampier, Eduardo Nahara.
That's what my band is named after, is Electric Shrimp.
Okay.
That's what my band is. Because we were gonna go as Electric Shrimp, and then we were like, shrimp is better because it's more localized.
That's true.
Yeah.
And he was in an episode of Parks and Rec. All right. So on the football front, this is pretty crazy to me. So starting in 1995, all the way up to this last season, how many of the preseason favorites to win the Super Bowl do you think won the Super Bowl?
2.
Alec?
3.
Oh, you guys are so close. 4.
Dang it.
Is the answer, and it was the 2006 Colts, the 2016 Patriots, the 2018 Patriots, and the 2023 Chiefs. So that's 4. 4 of the last 31 preseason favorites, so a little bit less than 13%, have won it all. That feels alarmingly low, and maybe a warning sign if you care about these things for the Rams. The Rams are now a significant favorite to win the Super Bowl at 5-1. No other team is better than 10-1.
I would love to grab this list from you, Kevin, and go through every single one of the losers and see what happened that season. I bet it's not like they were all bad at football that year.
No, you're right.
Either they ran into a better team, a team that got better. They had a significant injury.
I can do this through the last 10 years.
Okay,
if you like.
Let's do that.
All right. So this past year, it was the Bills, Eagles, and Ravens. Well, the Bills and Ravens folded under the fact that they never make it to the Super Bowl in recent times. And the Eagles, whether you think it was internal strife or having Jalen Hurts or whatever the case is. Then the year before, the Chiefs. Well,
but they had Jalen Hurts and the internal strife as the season
started. And they won the
started.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs from the year before, I believe they lost in the Super Bowl.
They were a bad team this year.
The Chiefs, but in 24, they were the favorite.
Oh, okay.
And I'm saying, at least they were in the Super Bowl. Going back another year, the Chiefs, well, they did win. Going back the year before that, it was the Bills. Well, the Bills were in the mix. They were right there. Going back a year before that, it was the Chiefs again, and they lost to the Rams. And so, you see...
So they do make it, it does seem like they make it to the playoffs and pretty significantly into the playoffs.
Exactly.
It's just that they don't make it out of those playoffs.
Exactly, because you've seen, the run of the Patriots. The Patriots were favored the 4 years before 2020, and even the 2020 Chiefs. They made it to the Super Bowl, and they lost to the Bucs. So a lot of times you do still make a longer run. It just hasn't finished out by winning the Super Bowl. So I think that's the first thing, is a lot of these teams still were really, really good. It's just the margin for error, especially in the playoffs, can be exceedingly thin. You look at 2007. The 2007 Patriots were unbelievable, except in the game that mattered the most. And they ended up losing. So that puts them down as not one of the favorites to win it all. But they still had an insane season, right?
Do you think it comes there's an extra pressure of being the preseason favorite too? I wonder.
I kind of do.
I wonder when that pressure goes away. How long into the season does it okay, that's like Spain the other day.
Right.
Being the favorite for this whole tournament and then just coming out with a 0. Into this thing 0. And then yesterday, the superstars going out and doing what they did. And Kevin, I did feel like I just kind of cleaned up with Kalshi yesterday. As I was like, these are easy favorites, right? It just felt that way. And so I was like, this feels like a confident thing to do because these early rounds, you even said that during the NCAA tournament. You were like, there are some early moments you can really take advantage of on your underdog
definitely
app.
Can.
And so I'm just kind of curious, how much of that pressure does happen and how much of it is, as you said, once you get to those playoffs, every team's good.
Yeah.
Every team's good. Not only that, they're probably very good.
And I think 1995 is the first year they felt confident in the preseason odds, in terms of reliability. I'm sure at the time you could have made wagers on the Steelers back in the 70s. I just don't have.
Were the Rams already there, or did Myles Garrett edge them up?
No, Myles Garrett edged them up. They would have been, I think, there was
top
some
3?
circles. Oh, yeah. No, they were top 3 for sure because I think they would have either been tied for first or maybe 1 point back. If the favorites were 9-1. I think they were probably at 10-1, or I guess if the favorites were at 10-1, they were at 11-1. So this is what really pushed them over the edge. And I just thought it was fascinating how few of those teams actually go on to win the Super Bowl, though that's not to say that you won't still have a really good season. And then there's this. Last season, before the year started, what do you think of the odds that the Seahawks would win the Super Bowl?
200-1.
60-1, which is still pretty long odds. Unless you consider this, 5 of the last 6 champions have had at least 10-1 odds to win it all prior to the start of the season. And wouldn't you argue that's probably going to happen again this year because every team except for the Rams is 10-1 or worse? So, overwhelmingly...
Yeah, betting the field on that definitely makes more sense.
And so, just something to watch out for right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, is this the secret to NBA stardom? Next on The Fan. By the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, in this show, we got our ticket giveaway for Government Mule and Ziggy Marley, as well as the Family Field Day at Globe Life Field. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I've got some sound from who might be my new favorite NBA analyst. Amon Shumpert. He might have the secret.
Dude.
He was phenomenal during the finals. But he might have cracked the code for how to stay great. Be great and stay great in the NBA, using LeBron as an example, a perspective that I've never heard. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But before we get to the question of the day, something that I feel like Kevin Hagelin needs to know. Topps, yes, the trading card company Topps, has announced that Minions are invading their trading card sets.
Really?
And
that's probably smart.
In Topps Chrome sets going forward, there will be super rare SSPs of Minion image variations of certain players in certain sets, including Topps Chrome NBA, and there will be a Cooper Flag Minion variation. And the image, I'll paint the picture for you. It's on Topps' social media page. You can go find it. But it is Cooper Flag dunking against the Lakers with everybody in the backcourt staring at him.
I love it so much.
It's a Minion, not Cooper Flag. It's awesome. There's one of Steph Curry doing the night-night emote, if you will. Amazing. And it's a Minion. There's an Aaron Judge one of him smashing a home run, but it's a Minion. I think this is genius, and those are going to do incredible numbers at auction.
No, I think you're right, because like the Garbage Pail Kids variations have been a huge hit.
Yes.
Those are that is super cool. All right, I found it now. That is tremendous.
I just think that's awesome. Minions are one thing that have not really gone out of style yet. It's amazing. There's been like 17 movies about them.
Every single one of the movies, I find the story to be interesting. Like, I find it to be fun to follow. I've loved every single one of them.
There's this girl on TikTok, this is a really niche reference, that does a Minion impression that is perfect, and she does like real life scenarios and skits as a Minion. Like? I can't do it. Corey can.
Nope.
But
I'm just pretty sure that the Minions speak like 800 languages in one language. That's what I'm convinced of. Yeah. And so I don't want to start saying words wrong on air.
Oh, yeah. You might curse and not know it. And she posted a video as a skit. It was making fun of the social media influencers that do something bad and then they have to do an apology video.
Oh, yeah.
So it was a Minion influencer has to post an apology video after getting canceled. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Just look up the Minion skits on TikTok. It's beautiful. The question of the day. Today's a great day, guys. It's National Mascot Day.
Ooh.
Today is National Mascot Day. So the question of the day is, who is the coolest mascot in all of sports? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well.
I want to say the San Diego Chicken, because it felt like it was so popular that when it got like used in a WrestleMania Pete Rose storyline, everybody knew who the mascot was. So that feels like you're like a pretty darn big deal.
Yeah, wasn't it was it Bill Parcells that made us hate Rowdy? Because he would just shake his head as Rowdy would go by and he'd be like, this isn't football. But like every time we've run across Rowdy, we've had a great time.
Yeah.
Rowdy's always so nice to us.
Or she.
Well,
I don't know.
Rowdy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a boy's name?
Doesn't matter.
Rowdy doesn't have. Never mind. I'm not getting into that. Agreed. Rowdy is
First
very
question,
expressive.
Jerry, huh?
Yeah. What gender is Rowdy? All right. That's gonna go great.
Jerry's given some good rowdy stories on these airwaves before about some interesting experiences that he's had. One of my favorite days ever working at this station was here at the new building when we did the open house a few months ago, and I'm just walking to the bathroom, I think with Cody from sales, and Rowdy is just standing in the hallway. I'm like, oh, hey, Rowdy, and he daps me up, and I just keep walking like that was a normal day in the office. I'm like, that was cool.
That should have been honestly, that should have been a video we posted online as like one of those Sports Center type commercials.
This is Sports Center. That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's like those we've had those moments here, not just in this building, but at the other building too, where you're just like, yeah, it's a normal, typical thing that I was just turn the corner and there's Dirk, and we're chatting him up today, like whatever it is.
No biggie.
I've always thought and been terrified by the Stanford Cardinal tree.
Yes, that's the dumbest mascot.
But I love it. It is
hate it.
Ridiculously terrifying to put googly eyes on a tree. But it's for some reason it's the one for me.
Interesting.
I hate that one.
I guess it's not the coolest in all of sports.
No, it's the worst.
Wouldn't the Bulls like the one that dunks?
Where does Gritty fall on
Hold
your?
on, what about the dude from the Suns?
The gorilla?
Remember he stopped by our table at the Super Bowl that year. We interviewed him, but he couldn't talk.
Speaking of somebody who got involved in wrestling, the Gorilla, when they were in Phoenix for Monday Night Raw, was such a big deal. They had Kane come out there and tombstone him.
Remember he would that was
awesome.
That was the first time I ever saw somebody fly like that, dude, off the trampoline. I was like, this is insane. And then we interviewed the Connecticut, the Yukon mascot. But we said, all right, can we do a video with you? And he goes, I have to do that interview with the hat on. And then he was like...
If it was a video interview, he said he could not do it without his head.
Without the head
on.
So he needed the head.
I'd say Benny the Bull is, since you mentioned it, Majors, that's a big one for me because his social media presence alone.
So he got a good social media game?
Yes, like the TikTok and Twitter videos and stuff where he's just going around terrorizing fans in the arena. It's amazing. And then the popcorn bit where he's acting like he's trying to walk down the stairs with the giant bag of popcorn and he pretends to trip and fall and popcorn just goes everywhere. I love that. What scares me? The inflatable mascots. Like the ones that...
the wacky, waveable, inflatable arm tube men?
Well, it's the same concept, but it's an actual mascot costume because they have no range of motion. They are just like a giant bubble, right? They don't have arms that move. They don't have any kind of functioning pieces other than their feet. They can just walk. They're terrifying.
So didn't was Champ like that, where Champ would be inflatable and it would walk around and then it would stop?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying.
It would go down, and then he'd be like, oh! But then there was the Shipley's Donut mascot.
Yes.
Derek Holland dressed up. He was like, do you think that they would let me put on this costume? And I was like, yeah, dude, just ask. And he walked up and they were so excited that Derek wanted to dress up as the Shipley's Donut.
Which I get if you saw that process. Now, if you're a person that is walking around the My Possibilities campus to help raise awareness and money, and a giant donut man walks up to you and he goes, hey, come here. You're thinking, this is how I'm going to die. Stabbed by a giant donut. And he goes, Kevin, it's me. And I was like, oh, crap. The donut knows my name. And then he was like, it's Derek. And I thought, oh, Derek Holland? Okay. Because otherwise, you would have, in the aftermath, you would have done, hopefully, some sort of memorial show, and you'd have but then again, it's kind of on Kevin for walking up to a giant stranger donut. And I think that would have been a fair point.
It would have been even crazier if the donut was in, you've eaten enough of me, now my turn to take a bite.
Exactly.
And then he actually devours you.
Yeah.
An
NFL player with a cell phone?
I once had a dream that a pie tried to eat me.
What kind of pie?
It was made of meat. It was bleeding.
Oh my gosh.
I know, I was scared too.
That's an episode of Regular Show.
Melatonin does some crazy things, bro.
It really does.
That's why I'm always afraid. I never take it, even when I have trouble sleeping, because I'm afraid of what's going to happen.
Oh my gosh, I have the weirdest dreams,
dude. It's not real life.
I know, but you think it is, right?
Yeah.
For a few minutes, yeah. Or hours, I don't know.
Oh, that's terrifying.
I'm dreaming.
Oh, yeah, that's a great
I don't know
point.
how long dreams are.
Man, would you want that like on your Apple Watch when you like pull up Pi Dream and it tells you that took 4 hours and 37 minutes?
I
and you're
ran
like,
from that pie for 4 hours.
Oh my gosh.
For 7 minutes, jeez.
From the 214, those inflatable mascots like to eat people. That is true. They do have open mouths, and sometimes they consume people.
I have seen some of those, like the big chicken will walk up and you're like, what just happened to that person? And
I think there was one years ago at a Colts game that ate a cheerleader.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I was like, that. I feel like that's a violation of the CBA somewhere.
Holy
I don't
moly.
know. I have no clue. From the 817 Blue, the Colts mascot pieing people.
Okay.
Yes.
But that has to get approved, right? Because, look, I get you're supposed to have fun. If somebody just threw a pie in your face and you didn't know it was going to happen, wouldn't you be kind of pissed?
Kevin, and here's why.
Oh.
One time we raised some money for a pie throwing contest.
Nice.
And a guy paid a lot of money to throw a pie at Kevin. And when he threw that pie at Kevin, he tried to break Nolan Ryan, well, I guess Mizorowski's record, and throw that pie as hard as he could, and the metal tray cut Kevin's face open.
Oh!
And we had to do a show that night.
He threw that thing hard.
Yeah. He looked like
nice.
You looked like Nolan that night.
Hell yeah.
Just standing there bleeding, throwing fastballs back at him.
I didn't punch that guy or anything.
Not that I remember.
So we need the Hagee. We need the Hagee giveaway jersey now. The bloody jersey is what we need.
Oh, yeah.
Or a T-shirt or something. That would be.
It probably says A&M on it or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Or an Angel Reese jersey.
Or a Duke
Not
shirt.
That.
Guys.
No, if I had an Angel Reese jersey, the guy would have missed the pie and then picked it back up and then put it in my face.
Thank you. Guys, this is Amon Shumpert on the Out the Mud podcast. And I said this to start the segment. He's quickly becoming my favorite NBA analyst. Like his perspective on things, he just thinks differently. He thinks a lot deeper. And this is a perfect example. They were talking about LeBron and why he's still doing what he's doing and playing the same style of basketball going into his 40s, a perspective that I have not heard.
To give him credit to his point he made the other night, he is a 41-year-old kid. Yeah. They say you act exactly how you act when they handed you money. You could tell LeBron got paid at 17. Yeah. Ben saw that raw though.
17,
No, that's
16.
you put that in a nice perspective. It's the reason that he that cold, because he think like a child. Like, when you was 17, I'm sure you probably was like, it's like before you get to college and they break you, where it's like that creative mindset where you like, but why, coach? We could just do this. And it's like the coach explained it to you, and then you stop, like, even questioning the coach. You like, let me just go out here and do what I'm supposed to do, handle my business, make sure we win, and then boom, I want to climb up the ranks. I don't want them looking at me like that. Bron went at 17 while he was still curious. Yeah. And got to navigate through that. Now, he didn't get to keep one coach, but he got to navigate.
And it just makes me excited that Cooper Flagg is on this team. And he got drafted in his teenage years. So maybe that curiosity sticks around for longer than some other players. You know, like you start talking about like the Dylan Harpers of the world and whatnot, guys that are coming out of college, like Shumpert was saying, from these really well-refined programs. We've even talked about it with the Dallas Wings, AZ Fudd, and the UConn mindset of pass the ball, pass the ball. No, shoot. You're a really good shooter. You know, getting out of that mindset with Coop. I know he went to college, but still, maybe that youthful exuberance, if you will, exists for a while. That creativity powers him to many, many championships here in Dallas.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these players at risk of being deemed a bust? Next right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Kincaid on a wing, quick toss. It's Coleman, sidesteps the defender and slides in for the touchdown. Keon Coleman.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, do you think a vampire's favorite ship would be called a blood vessel?
Dude, what are we doing in this segment? What are you...
Right now, powered by Men's...
It was called Fever Dream, I believe.
Tea Clinic.
By George R.R. Martin about a Dracula... Dracula riverboat gambler.
That was the best recap of a book I've ever heard in my life. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
The Lions signed 3 wide receivers from the UFL, and in other Lions news, Dan Campbell said that Sam Laporta is trending the right way to be ready to go for training camp. So good news for them right there. Let's go to this article, and I wanted to spotlight 2 players in particular, including one in that little clip of audio. CBS, they have an article up about players who... well, they need to prove themselves this year to avoid being labeled a bust.
Okay.
One of them, Keon Coleman. I feel like that is correct because there was an entire seeming power struggle where he became the point person for the power struggle, and Keon Coleman, I'm not saying it's all on him, but everyone was like, yeah, but if Keon Coleman didn't suck, well, then maybe.
We wouldn't need all these. Yeah.
So, like, that feels fair.
Yeah, that makes sense. He has not produced the way that he needs to be the pick that he was. Now, I know a lot of people were really excited about the personality that came along with him. I know during interviews, like, he interviewed really, really well. But what do you think his most yards so far has been as a starting receiver for the Bills?
800.
Down.
600?
Down.
Oh, no.
His rookie season, he had 556 receiving yards, 4 touchdowns. Now, last year, in 13 games, 6 started. His second season, 404 yards and 4 touchdowns. So, and now that offense did change this season. It was a little more focused on running the ball effectively. Like, the offense did change a little bit, but he needs to be a bigger key element for them.
What about Malik Willis? Now, Malik Willis is an interesting case study because, like, obviously at least one team, we were told multiple teams, were interested in him so much they gave him a 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Do you think Malik Willis has to show out, or else this is essentially his last shot and there are elements to bail out of that contract early?
I mean, that is a team that definitely has those elements in that contract to bail early.
That team's going to suck.
But also is looking for a #1 overall pick.
Yeah.
I just thoroughly, I think that trading away pieces on that team gave them the out of, hey, look, we're going to do this. Now, they went and signed a guy to make it look like it's going to work out, guys. Y'all just be ready for it. But, Kevin, how many times do you think he's ever passed for over 200 yards in his career?
In a game?
In a game.
4.
2. 2 times.
That sounds worthy of $22.5
in 22
million.
games.
And he got more millions of dollars per year than the number of games he's played.
Yeah. And like, he didn't even start all those games. So
that's crazy.
There was a time when we watched some of the stuff he was doing in the draft, like as he was doing his pro day,
For
where we were
sure.
like, oh, there's some special things there. But he has yet to get the real opportunity to develop into a real quarterback because he's kind of been the backup for everybody that he's been on.
Now, There's a bunch of other players on this list, but I feel like CBS was listening to the show and just took one of our previous segments because they've got like Marvin Harrison Jr., J.J. McCarthy,
I
stuff
saw
like that on there.
this link.
Yeah.
I clicked on it and was reading through it, and I was like, I feel like we just did
Exactly. We have done this in the past, but I saved one more player specifically for Alec. What do you think about on this list of this season needing to prove they are not a bust? Brian Thomas Jr. Does that feel like an overreaction to a subpar second season, or do you think that's on the money?
I think it's an overreaction, honestly. It's new head coach, new offensive system. I think it's way too early to start putting any kind of tag, either direction, successful or bust. I don't really know what went wrong last season other than we're trying to figure things out. First-year head coach, new play caller, so on and so forth. I'm excited to see what he does in this second year of Liam Cohen's system. I really am.
Agreed.
I just don't understand how you go from 87 catches, 1,200, almost 1,300 yards, 10 touchdowns,
right? Yeah.
And then just dropping off everything, and you played just as many games, and it didn't look right. It didn't look right at all. And Parker Washington did come along pretty well last year, especially a little later in the year, but it doesn't explain. Now, maybe that it did become more of a receiver by committee group, but I liked what I saw from Brian Thomas Jr. early. I hope it can come back because he was a good receiver.
Now let's return you to the saga of Jonathan Cooper. I'm going to warn you, there are elements of a quote I'm going to read you that are probably going to upset some people. That is not necessarily the only thing we're going to discuss here. So, both him and his girlfriend, I don't know, ex-girlfriend now, I'm not really sure about that, were originally arrested and charged with crimes. The crimes against Jade Feigen have now been dismissed. So it's just Jonathan Cooper, who the allegation is that he tried to strangle her.
Oh, no.
All right. So, and then remember, he violated the protection order with repeated phone calls, which was against the order. So his attorney, who is, of course, an older white man, made sure to step out and make this statement. White woman admits she was the aggressor, admits she grabbed my client's phone out of his hand, admits she went through it without his permission, admits she threw it against the wall, damaging it. She makes allegations against my client, which police don't appear to believe. Well, I don't know about that, just as an editorializing, because those charges are still up against Cooper. And then added, charges dismissed against white woman, prosecution against black man continues. Justice in America. So, there's a few things there. First of all, is the insinuation there that if somebody takes your phone and scrolls through it and smashes it up against the wall, which I'm not saying you should do that, that means you're allowed to potentially strangle her, is my first question. And secondly, he left out the best part of the story where Jonathan Cooper allegedly took her phone and tried to eat it.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
That's right. He took her phone after she smashed his phone and... You know, I don't know the dialogue. You have to imagine it went something like that. Oh, yeah? Well, how do you feel about this? And then he tried to eat the phone or chewed on it to wreck it up.
See, the cross-examination during this is what I want to hear.
Yes.
During this is all I want out of this court filing is what was the cross... All right, when you attempted to eat her phone.
Right. Oh, you have to start with, did you attempt to eat her phone?
You're right. Did you attempt to eat her phone? Answer, no.
Did you chew on her phone and make it look like you were attempting to eat it?
Yes. All right. How long did you think it was going to take for you to finish that phone?
That is a quality follow-up
question.
Did
you sit down with a knife and fork? Did you put a bib on before you started to eat phone? Like, this is... Why would you try to eat somebody's phone?
Yeah.
I've never bit a phone before.
I've never even thought about it. I've definitely thought about smashing a phone, but it was just my own.
I have thrown a phone before.
Okay.
I threw a phone once into my couch so hard that it got stuck inside of the couch.
Are you saying there was a man in a couch?
No.
That's from the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia Christmas episode. If you've never seen it, I don't even care if you don't watch the show. It's amazing. Sorry. Anyways, what are you saying? A man and a couch? All right. So, anyways,
every time I hear that, I know what's going to happen.
Yes.
So,
like, I get the race card that he's trying to play.
Yeah.
It was just a weird insinuation along the lines that, like, if what she's saying is true, and he said, and the cops aren't inclined to believe that, what is that based on?
Mm-hmm.
Those charges are still pending while hers are not. All right. Couple more things for you.
It must have been an Apple phone.
Ah, nicely done. We told you that the Saints were talking with Cam Jordan. He did agree to return to the Saints on an incentive-laden one-year deal. He is set to retire after this season. Ladd McConkey is dealing with a hamstring injury right now, but he expects to be back for training camp, and the Falcons have said they're holding out Drake London just as a matter of extreme caution, and they don't think that they have a real issue. They just said they're being ultra cautious with him out of minicamp practice. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our brand new World Cup segment, No Goals Barred. Next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In this hour, I do believe we're going to have a pair of giveaways. Government Mule, and Ziggy Marley as well.
We're going to pair phone.
As the family field day, yes. We had quite the discussion about eating a phone, and multiple people pointed out, well, there are chips inside.
Oh!
Could it have been a BlackBerry phone?
That makes sense. It goes click, 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 click.
You guys are very clever, and I'm proud of you.
I've always said that about the fan text.
Indeed. Sometimes hurtful, but
and the
also
Twitch and the YouTube.
Very, very clever. So now...
Those out there in radio land.
That's right. It's time for our brand new World Cup segment, No Goals Barred.
Bum, bum, bum.
We talked about, I like that, at the beginning of the show, it was Day of Superstars. Yesterday. Mbappe, Haaland, Messi, and then right now, Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal are taking the pitch against Congo. And I'm curious to see if he can do anything similar to what we saw from any of the players yesterday, because I do believe those three players we just mentioned combined for 7 World Cup goals yesterday.
It was amazing, dude.
So the Democratic Republic of Congo, to be specific.
DR Congo.
That's right. That's right. That's what it stands for, in case you wanted to know. All right. So we got a whole lot of stuff to go over about the World Cup today. And what I wanted to ask you guys to start it off with, because we've got England and Croatia at AT&T Stadium today at 3 o'clock. Have you guys noticed, because I'm sure around the matches I get that, have y'all noticed an uptick in Metroplex traffic at all?
All right.
Just in general?
Here's the thing. I had not. But then the other day, you said you had noticed it. Maybe it was Monday on the way out to Men's Tea, because you showed up very late.
By the way, you know what I hate on the map app? And somebody can help me with this. It won't let me distinguish on the map apps between a toll road and the express lane.
Which map do you use?
Google Maps and Waze.
Huh, okay.
And so I had to use Waze when my Google Maps stopped working. But like, I know you can say no toll roads. I'm fine with toll roads, but I do not want to take the express roads. So, and because it's like, hey, do you need to go a quarter of a mile? It's $8. And so I know
that's how much it costs me.
It's crazy. So I know when they tell you to go down 635, you're like, but that's a lie, because you're going to want me to go on 3 straight exits for the expressway, and it's going to cost me $24.
All right, so if you know the answer to the question that Kevin just asked, please email him at kevin.hagelin@odyssey.com.
Thank you. You were talking about traffic before my little rant.
And I was just kind of joking, like, I was a little concerned at one point. I was like, he might not make it today because it was raining too. But then you said that, and I was like, huh. And then the last 2 drives to work have been more trafficky than I've experienced since summer began.
Right.
Because once summer began, kids are out of school, parents get to go in now a little bit different times, maybe earlier if they want to or later. And so my traffic drive has been really nice lately to getting into work. Well, then the last 2 days, it's just felt like I'm crawling into work. I even did this. I don't usually do this, but I exited where I knew there was no light, and then got back onto the entrance ramp, and then took that to another exit where I knew there was no light, and got back on the entrance ramp, and then exited my exit.
Okay.
So, because I was I'm not going to sit in this traffic this long. This is insane. I have noticed a little bit more. But wouldn't you feel like you would notice it more around the stadiums?
Yeah, I would think that, except, and I thought about this more and more, because a couple of people weighed in. They're like, hey, look, right now, Bush at 30 is a parking lot. And then somebody else pointed out that 75 has been problematic for them the last couple
Bush
weeks.
at 30 right now with the game at 3 o'clock today.
It makes
wow.
Yeah, I know, and so that's probably why Skip can't be on with us right now.
Yeah.
But he'll be on tomorrow
10:20.
at 10:20. But the other thing is. Wow, that was fast.
And it wasn't Ronaldo.
Okay, well, Portugal on the board in the 6th minute to take the early lead over the Democratic Republic of the Congo. But it makes sense, right? Because we talked about it. Today it's England and Croatia. A few days back on Sunday, it was the Netherlands and Japan. So you're getting all these new fan bases cycling through, and you probably have, 100,000 per fan base? Because I do not believe that every single person in that group was getting in that stadium. So you have, an extra 100, 200,000 people-ish at any particular time just added to the already, strenuous traffic in the Metroplex.
Yeah. I mean, the 75 is always bad. It's a battle. It just is. That's where I drive every single day. I experienced it, and you're right. We already had moments of we're overpopulated anyway.
Yeah,
we have too much population driving around, and whenever you're planning highways, you don't think maybe we need 6 lanes because that would be ridiculous. We'll just have to build a new one in 10 years.
Yeah, whoops.
But no, this is. It's a thing that's going to last for how long?
Yeah, another month. But you have it all the way through the semifinal.
But is there? Yeah, you got a good point. I'm trying to think too. Is there more frequent games here right now than there are?
There are more
later
games.
On?
There are more games in Arlington than anywhere else. But I think the pattern is pretty. It's a pretty consistent layout of games.
Did you add in the media too? That's
sure.
That's adding to that
for sure.
That complexity that comes with it. So but I think it's cool. It still is cool. I'm not complaining about it because I like the energy, the vibe. I really do like the vibe that I've seen around.
100%. It's a net positive. I was just curious.
And for people that are living
experience that along
people that
the
are
way.
living in Arlington right now, can you let us know too? Are you seeing more fans throughout your neighborhoods and you're like, this is cool? Or are you seeing them throughout the streets of Arlington and you're just like, get out of the way? I'm trying to get to my Buffalo Wild Wings and my Taco Bueno.
And I was going to say, if you are in Arlington, you've noticed a difference in the Rangers games. We talked about the game back at Fenway, but also on Monday night, there was a heavy contingent of...
Oh, last night too, man.
Yeah. Was it still Japanese fans yesterday, or did it start to shift to British fans as well?
Was it Croatia?
Okay, well, Croatia makes sense since they're playing in the match today, but it is really cool to see all of that. And you know what? Since we talked about a couple of the other stars, I wanted to go back. Go ahead and give me cut number 5. Thank you very much to Fox Sports and FIFA on this one, and talk a little bit more about Mbappe.
Oh, they picked another good angle again. Oh, brilliant from Mbappe! Brilliant! France lead! Magical from France!
So, Kylian Mbappe scored the first goal of the game, then the last goal of the game. Set all these records in the process. Most World Cup goals by a Frenchman at 14, most major tournament goals by a Frenchman at 15, and most national team goals by a Frenchman at 58. And we talked about it. I believe he had moved into 3rd place all-time goal-scoring list, briefly ahead of Messi, and then Messi later on that evening had the hat trick, and now he's 2 ahead. But obviously,
Messi had his whole career to be ahead of this guy, all right? And set it so far away that he could never catch up to him. And now Messi's like, every time you get there, I'll just score another one to screw you over, kid.
Hey, man, that's how you become great, right?
Yeah.
But France, there are high hopes for France. So Mbappe will have plenty more opportunities throughout the World Cup, as I imagine Argentina's primed for a pretty good run as well.
Yeah, there's what's really fascinating is there's the 3 different goal scorers yesterday that we loved so much have all unique different skill sets that make them great goal scorers. Mbappe has this amazing, for me, blend of finesse, strength, and speed that just you do fear. But then Haaland is this big, fast, strong guy that it just looks different as he attacks the ball.
Right.
And there was one that he went to head that he missed, but he got out in front of it and he just took off and took the ball from a defender with his head and then just took off. And then there's Messi, who he gets the ball and all of a sudden 3 defenders are turned around and they're like, crap, what do we do? And he sees it with such great vision, and you think, oh, he's going to dish it to somebody for some beautiful assist. He's like, no, I can do this too.
Right.
It was a pleasure yesterday to get to watch those 3 players do what they do so well.
And for the 945, I'm going to the Rangers-Twins game tomorrow. Am I cook with the traffic? No, that's actually the reason why the Rangers have the day off today, because they have an unusual Wednesday off, and then if you look ahead to July the 3rd, they have that Friday off to correspond with the World Cup matches. So there is not any crossover there. All right, it's been early, and I know we talked a lot about the Stars, but who has been the singular person who is the breakout player in this tournament so far?
The World Cup?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess it's Zlatan on TV.
Wrong. Okay. It's Vozinha. So Vozinha, the keeper for Cape Verde, and I've decided that I'm now going to just keep track of this.
Are you following him?
I don't follow, but I think people in my family.
Do you follow me?
And the fan
you don't follow
on
me?
Instagram. I follow you on Twitter. And we're friends on Facebook. I don't follow
I post more stuff on Instagram.
I'm not really on Instagram. I'm sorry.
You should be.
Okay, well, you can follow me at @OhThankKevin and watch me post once every 2 years. All right, so
I think you should up your social media on Instagram, Kevin.
Why?
There are a lot of people on that.
Okay, no, I'm not disputing.
If you want to make the social media process bigger, then
you know what? Actually, that's
a bad
fair.
place to
We
start.
did have a discussion about that this morning. All right, so the keeper for Cape Verde, I looked it up last night. At 8:30 last night, he was up to 10.6 million followers on Instagram. Right now, 12.3 million.
Dude.
They play again Friday evening, so if he has another standout performance, you have to think like it could go crazy again. Now, I realize that match will be against Saudi Arabia, which is not like the absolute dominant powerhouse that Spain is, but still another opportunity right there. All right, let's talk.
That reminds me. I remember the night we were doing the NBA draft. They were announcing the draft picks, and the Bucks owner's daughter was on TV.
Right.
And I went, watch her Instagram. Just keep an eye on it.
And
that night, she was up over 500,000 from like 300. And I was like, this is insane. And whenever this happens, in the world of soccer, it's so universal and so big.
For sure.
Like that's when something like that happens. They're like, I got to know who this dude is, and he also puts out some good content. From what you're saying.
he has fun. I've looked at a couple of his videos. They are fun. All right, let's talk about Dirk. Dirk said that having the World Cup here is amazing for him because he talked about his childhood memory of West Germany winning the World Cup in 1990. And he said, it's very important that Dallas is a big host city and becomes a centerpiece of the World Cup. We can showcase how big sports is here, how welcoming we are. The stadium's amazing, and we just have first-class facilities. And then he said it again, like another variation of the welcoming part. He said, I think that Texans are always welcoming and super nice and friendly, and we can showcase that. And so you just love to see, I know we all know that Dirk loves Dallas, but it's just nice to see even him as an ambassador for like the World Cup in Dallas. He's talking about how much it reminds him of being a kid and that West German run and how much he loves everybody in Dallas.
Yeah, he came here and just completely wrapped his arms around the city, and then the city did the same thing to him. And he is a good ambassador. He really is a good ambassador for us.
The absolute best.
That has the respect universally also, not just in the States, but across the NBA. And the NBA with being such a universal sport as well.
Now, this is a loaded day for soccer. We've already talked about Portugal getting on the board early against the Congo. Then you've got the 3 o'clock match that is right here in Arlington, England and Croatia. 6 o'clock, Ghana and Panama. And then to close it out, 9 o'clock, Uzbekistan and Colombia. So if you just want to be rocking like World Cup soccer all day long, you absolutely have the opportunity to do that. And one more thing I wanted to throw out there, The Athletic updated their power rankings for the tournament. Probably doesn't surprise you to know that Spain has tumbled down the list several. But the United States moved up from 18 to 17. So they only moved up one spot. But what I thought was interesting is ESPN before the tournament had them at 23. So they already were wildly different ranked in the power rankings versus the Athletics. So the United States is at 17. France right now has moved up to number 1. So the top 5 for the Athletic goes France, Argentina, England, Germany, and then Spain, which was number 1 in the previous poll, I believe, has tumbled down to 5.
Okay. Good luck, Spain.
Yeah.
I think Portugal was up at 5 this morning when I looked at those world rankings. Was I wrong about that? Those FIFA rankings.
The FIFA rankings.
Oh, okay.
These are the power rankings from the Athletic.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, because, Kevin, before I'm going to do anything on Kalshi, I got to go do some research.
I mean, you should.
And so when I saw Portugal was up there and the Dominican Republic of Congo was a little lower, I was like, maybe this is a good trade.
Just be careful, though. Don't bet $1 million because, like that one guy.
I don't have
with Spain.
I'm yet to have $1 million.
All right, just if you came across it, don't gamble at all on.
Only bet what you can spend.
Afford to lose.
To lose. There's very good rules, Kevin, I think.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we've got some NFL overreaction or reality right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's about time for some NFL overreaction or reality. Or
you let me know when you're ready to do Are You Better, but
is it about time? Very Howard Dean-esque right there. 877-881-1053. You know what? Caller number 7 right now will win a pair of tickets.
I think it has to be number 9 or 10.
No, it doesn't.
I think it does.
It doesn't.
You're kidding
specifically
me.
told you can switch it up.
We can do any number?
I don't know about that. We have 10 phone lines I can actively see.
So any
let's
number
stick
between 1 and
with
10.
that. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
So let's say caller number 7 will win a pair of tickets to go see Government Mule and Ziggy Marley at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory on October 17th. You can buy the tickets from Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053.
You know, I like how you did that, because how often do we have listeners that are like, I can't, for whatever reason, I never call her 10.
Right.
And so changing this up.
Yeah.
An interesting approach, Kevin.
What if for the next one we did caller 1?
I've always said this. Kevin's a man of the people.
So true. So true. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. This is the year that Dak Prescott adds playoff success to his resume.
I just saw a video of him trying to throw a pass and it got deflected.
Don't worry. I can think of at least one reporter out there whose main job is to spin everything positive.
It got deflected by D. Winters, though.
Oh,
so
hey!
how do we think about
Learning
that?
those
dude?
linebacker spots.
Yeah, let's go, baby. What was the question? This is the year that he puts it all together?
No, that he adds playoff success to his resume.
I think if this is a good defense, then yes, they can go multiple rounds deep into the playoffs. But they couldn't even make the playoffs with that defense last year.
Right.
And I really think that offense was so good and so potent that if you had a reasonable, I think Jerry is right when he says if we could have played a lick of defense, we would have been in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So they're dead on. They went this offseason, invested in that. Right now, Christian Parker says today that Caleb Downs is as advertised. So, Kevin, I think this is the year. Because I'm also watching a video of him throw a beautiful pass to CeeDee Lamb. So, let's go, baby. Let's go.
By the way, Christian Parker said one other thing. He was asked by Tim Cowlishaw if he's comfortable with the title of defensive coordinator / franchise savior. He said, quote, "The first one, yes, because that's what I do." I mean, that's literally the title of his job. The second one, no, because it's about the collective, and I think that we're all equally the good or the bad. I'm just trying to do my part. And I love that answer.
They quickly threw it back on the players with that answer.
Yeah, sure.
Like, ultimately, it's on them.
Well,
I'll call the plays. That's my part.
But, it feels like he's also giving them the credit, and he's saying all of us as a collective also get the blame.
Yeah,
which I appreciate.
He understands as the defensive coordinator, that title comes with, I have to lead this defense in the classroom. I have to teach them. I have to be the one that has the sleepless nights trying to find the answers to the questions of the next test that we're going to have each week. That's his job. I'm the one that has to do that. And then somehow, each week, I have to spin it around on those guys so that they are prepared for the moment. But they have to show up ready and willing to be prepared. It's also me and them that have to come up with the reasons to be excited each week.
Right.
To come up with all that together. So looking forward to that for them.
Now, Mr. Medford.
Somebody goes, he's been in the building for a minute. Can we wait on the franchise savior?
Oh, yeah.
part?
No.
Yeah.
To be clear, I agree
Who was
with
that
you.
said that?
Cowlishaw.
Okay.
And so, to be clear, that's why I liked his answer. Now, Alec, I have a question specifically for you, or an overreaction or reality specifically for you. Since Corey got one, now you get one. The only way for Nick Sirianni to be successful as a coach is to kind of act like a psycho. Now, Saquon Barkley was talking about this, and he goes, when you're going against it, you can't stand it. And he says he remembered being annoyed by Nick Sirianni. And he goes, if you don't know Nick Sirianni, it's easy to not like Nick Sirianni. And Nick Sirianni was asked about muting his personality. And he said, F that. You've got to be you, especially in leadership roles. So overreaction to reality. Being Nick Sirianni, as he is right now, is the only way he knows how to be successful as a coach.
Reality, because what does he do? Like, he's how many years into this job as the Eagles head coach, and we still don't know what he actually does.
Except win a Super Bowl.
Exactly. And that's not to discredit him 100% because it's worked for a year. We've seen lots of success. He's had a lot of assistants come through that have gone on to get head coaching jobs and whatnot. Like, I get it, honestly. And if anything, it fits the Philadelphia mold. Right? Yeah. Everybody there loves him. Everybody there is like, that is the epitome.
And I think Barkley's quote was a great example of that.
Exactly. And then everybody outside of Philadelphia, especially in the NFC East, the other 3 fan bases and teams are like, that dude is the biggest dork ever. And he makes no sense as a head coach, but it works at times at least. So, you know,
do you feel like you're the leader of that parade?
Yes. 100%. I've felt that ever since I had to sit and have a 30-minute conversation with Elliot Shore-Parks from WIP in Philadelphia. Right. That altered my brain chemistry, and my hatred for Philadelphia went up by about 10 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Good dude. Bad takes.
Overreaction, man. Overreaction to reality. Justin Herbert will never be a true top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Ooh, true top 5 is interesting because would you say that's over multiple years or just
probably.
One season?
I think probably multiple years.
Okay. Then
it's hard to change people's opinions.
At the moment, I agree with that. There was he was on the trajectory to it and has lacked the success in every phase to be that. There are numbers that you can be like, oh, this is good. But I think whenever you talk about the true top 5s, a lot of times, now I think it's really down to top 3 most of the time because it seems like 4 and 5 are so interchangeable based on a year,
right?
And it's difficult to keep somebody in each of those years. But we would look at it and say Lamar, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Stafford, Joe Burrow. Like, that's kind of the grouping right now that I look at, and I'm like, they're in contention for MVP most every year. And I just don't know Justin Herbert's going to get there yet.
Mr. Medford, overreaction to reality, Justin Herbert will never be a true top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
I talked myself out of my answer. I'm going to say overreaction.
Oh!
I think, for the fun of it, I think Mike McDaniel is going to figure something out for him that's going to put him to that upper echelon that we're like, you know what? Maybe he has figured it out because for maybe 6 weeks or so, he fooled me into thinking that Tua was going to be decent. So if he can do that, I think Justin Herbert is a lot more talented in general. So I think you can get at least one season. Maybe it's this first year of the Mike McDaniel-Herbert partnership where I'm like, you know what? He looks top 5 to me. Dang it. I want him to be because he's so likable. So why not?
McDaniel has not had this type of dynamic arm. And I think that could be the difference. If they can figure out their receiver situation, Alec could be right.
Ooh, okay. Overreaction or reality, last season was the best we'll ever see from Bo Nix.
Overreaction.
Ooh.
But I also like Bo Nix more than the regular humans. Or like
except for Jagon.
The people that don't like Bo Nix. I don't know how many of them are out there, but you saw now again that defense was so good last year. Bo Nix couldn't fail. You know they were so effective that you saw they were in the AFC Championship game,
right?
And had they had a competent quarterback, they smoked the Patriots, I believe, and. I think that it's a far closer game in the Super Bowl than we even got. So I think Bo Nix will continue to grow and flourish. And it's now the Webb Davis offense now, right? Isn't that what it is?
Yes.
It's no longer the Sean Payton offense, but Sean Payton's going to have his influence and fingerprints all over it, whether he's calling plays or not.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Last season was the best we shall see from Bo Nix.
Overreaction. I think the best is yet to come for him. I don't think he'll be one of those elite guys in the top 5 conversation that we were just having. I don't think he'll scrape that. I think he'll be that kind of week-to-week top 10 guy at one point, just because Sean Payton knows how to design an offense. Like Corey said, whether he's calling the plays or not, I think that's the perfect marriage. I mean, and Bo Nix is enough of a psychopath to work with Sean Payton and figure it out. You see his eyes get real beady in the middle of games, and he's death staring defenders down. I think he's got that competitive fire to where he won't allow himself to be much worse.
It's interesting to me to hear y'all's takes on that, because I was just looking at some of the numbers in addition to the team success. Man, his yards per pass is shockingly low for somebody who throws the ball a ton. It's you wouldn't have thought. I understand.
What's the number?
It's 6.4 this last year, and the year before that is 6.7. If you can get it to 8, man, you're talking about in a really top-notch level right there. And I realize the more he throws the ball, that could lower the number some, but that is a dramatic step down.
Drew Brees' 5,000-yard season, 2 of his 5,000-yard season was 7.7. Yards per attempt.
Yes.
And so that's kind of the sweet spot for that number, I would assume.
If you can get to 8.
8.2 was actually 8.5 was his highest.
Then you're rocking and rolling.
He had 4,300 yards that year. But don't forget, though, how effective it was when Drew Brees was throwing Michael Thomas short routes.
Right.
And that is one of the things that this offense is kind of built on. But that's 7-7.
Is this offense not also built on their really good defense?
Oh, absolutely. That's what I started with that. Whenever we brought this up,
Yeah.
I started with the defense was so good that you put that you saw the AFC Championship game. It would have been
For
a blowout with a better quarterback.
So I wonder, I think that's built into my Bo Nix thought, is if that defense takes any bit of a step back, it feels like it's naturally going to impact him some way or another.
What's his completion percentage right now, if you happen to see that number?
I didn't.
Okay.
I bet I could find it.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at Drew Brees's.
Here we go.
Okay.
63% this last year. The year before it was 66%, which I think is close to average nowadays. I know back in the day that would be crazy. You're 63% even? Wow, you're the greatest quarterback of all time.
Drew Brees in 2012 completed 63% of his passes for 5,177 yards and 43 touchdowns.
Which at the time probably would have been a revolutionary.
His career was 67-7.
Yes.
He was typically he was in that 70 range frequently.
Right.
Drew Brees was a different quarterback. One of the most accurate quarterbacks I've ever seen come out of college football, and he continued to do that whenever he got with the coaching staff in New Orleans.
Do you feel like he redefined what your completion percentage could be?
Yeah,
I think so too.
And I know one of the things was his aiming at his target. His target was your eyes, because he knew the ball would fall to your chest whenever he was. There were little nuances in the game that he was into. I'm not saying he's going to be Drew Brees. I'm saying working with a guy that understands how to take care of him will be better. But he does definitely need to work his numbers up. Kevin, Drew Brees' first year, 55%, 60%, 57%. Then whenever he gets to New Orleans, that number goes up. So
sure.
I agree with you. I'll give him a little more time to grow into it, and I can get more comfortable in the NFL.
Now, yesterday I asked y'all about would you make the pick. So instead, today we're going to go with will it happen? Overreaction or reality? Brendan Sorsby will go no later than the 3rd round of the supplemental draft. Not should, will.
Man, if his agent has anything to say about it,
he should be the number one.
He should be overall. The number. Why wouldn't you take a guy that's 6'3" and throws the ball like Brett Favre?
Right.
It was an interesting interview this morning.
That is a good word for it.
Because sometimes I get caught up in how much do I want to believe an agent, and agents are very good at telling you the information that you want to hear. But I also think sometimes, agents have a lot of information that you don't have because they're in the circle of it all. So hearing him this morning was very interesting. And if 22 NFL teams are really calling about him right now, then I'm very fascinated to see. I think a team can definitely. Here's what I would do, Kevin. If I'm a team that has a quarterback that is aging or doesn't really have a quarterback, but I have a year or so that I can work on it, I would definitely now look at this kid and say, if I have a plan, not only a plan for making sure he does not get into this trouble again, but if I have a plan to develop him, because I think he needed another year of football in college.
For sure.
I look at, I was reading, and I have it up right now, Ted Wynn did a story on him.
Love Ted Wynn.
And Ted Wynn's fantastic, does really good stuff for The Athletic. And he said, you watch this guy, his deep ball accuracy, 20 yards, tough. His deep ball accuracy overall, tough. He misses just as many as he makes. He's got a really good arm. He's got good arm strength, but it's not elite. You know, like all these things that you're like, he still needed one more year of work. So it's kind of tough for me to say that it's so good that I can't pass up on this. I think third round sounds about right, though.
Alec, overreaction or reality goes to you. Brendan Sorsby will be taken no later than the third round of the supplemental draft.
Reality, I think he goes for a third. I think somebody takes him with a third-round pick.
Because there's some second buzz we've talked about.
And I'm not sure who would be willing to take that risk. And just my favorite nugget about the supplemental draft, too, it's still conducted via email. That's how unimportant this is to the league and how ancient it is. So, yeah, there's no phone call or anything. Somebody is going to send the commissioner an email that says, I want Brendan Sorsby for a third-round pick. It's going to be amazing. But, yeah, after listening to Ron Slavin, his agent, this morning on with Sean and RJ and Bobby, it's interesting because whenever he was talking about that, Corey, about, you know, the 22 teams that have reached out, and Sean followed up, what are those conversations like? And he's like, they want to know how fast he's going to run and how's the arm looking. He was like, hey, these teams have already done their own independent research on this guy. They know everything they want to or need to know about the person already, which is crazy to me. But I think the fact that nobody's really questioning any of that to the agent, they're just like, is he going to run? Is he going to run the 40? I think he's getting taken.
Okay. All right. I look, I'm very interested to see how this happens. Can I just add one thing that he was talking about?
Add something.
When you talked about you're interested in seeing who takes him is because the teams favored in the betting odds are also the exact same teams that look like they're going to be effing terrible this year. So if you gave up that second round pick, you're talking about the top of the second round because you give up the spot where you would have been otherwise, as the Dallas Cowboys learned in a very famous way with Steve Walsh. So I'm with you on that.
He had on deep passes over 20 yards, air yards, 33.9% last season, and has been above 30% every year.
Okay.
But he said he has some pinpoint spectacular deep passes on film, but also a lot of bad misses. It's a scatter shot deep accuracy. And then he says he can make every throw, but it's short of elite. So when it comes to arm talent, exceptional arm, he can make every throw, but it's short of elite. I don't know if that changes with another year of college football, but is it going to change when he's a backup on a bench somewhere?
Right.
Is he going to get that experience he needs? So that's why I say if you're going to draft him, you better have a plan to develop him. Otherwise, let him go play in another league and go be the dude there so he gets the reps.
You know, the timing of it all is interesting as well when you mentioned backup. So let's say you take him in the second round. There's no option year for year 5. It's a 4-year deal, and everyone seems to agree. Obviously, he'll be on the bench in the first year, and we'll see how it goes from there. Now, all of a sudden, you only have 3 years of cheap quarterback to develop and figure out before, well, if you develop him, great, but then he's going to cost you a lot.
It did sound like, though, Alec, this morning that the precedent, based on what the way agent said, the precedent has been set with Booty that if you've gambled and you got in trouble, you're not going to be suspended in the NFL. I think the line that he threw out was, you can't just go around making up rules as you go. And I was like, what's he talking about? The NFL goes around and makes up rules all the time.
I was with him until that last part. He needs to pay more attention to the precedent of the NFL, where they don't really care what the precedent is. I mean, so yeah, there's that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You want to fire up some Buddy's an Idiot?
Let's do it.
All right.
Wherever I go, he goes.
My buddy.
And let's start 877-881-1053 if your friend has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion with, I just don't understand what Darren Peterson's team is doing, what his management team is doing, what he has to do with all of this. So, Darren Peterson, or so the story is currently going, is only doing a workout with the Washington Wizards, who have the number 1 pick. And that's it. And because he thinks he's going to go number 1. But then our buddy Grant Afseth has stepped out and said his camp wants him to go first or third, and they want to avoid going second to Utah, which is interesting because there was news today that Utah is pretty intrigued by Cameron Boozer and picking him up because they think it could be a good fit with what they're trying to build out there. I just keep thinking about Ace Bailey from last year, who was like, I won't work out with anybody below 2 or 3. And you're like, well, that feels a little silly. And so he got passed over at 3, and then he got passed over at 4, and he got picked up at 5.
Let me ask you this. I'm sorry.
Sure.
If you only work out with 1 or 2 teams, can that narrow down the ability for 5 teams, 3 of those which know they can't get you, to leak information that might not be true, that starts to, I wonder if it's controlling the environment a little more. I know what you're about to say with Ace Bailey, but I'm kind of curious if, remember the Bears were like, Caleb Downs can't do this.
Right.
Or somebody did.
Right.
And I wonder if it kind of, we're like, we're not working out with anybody else. We're not going to give them the opportunity to go out there and start trying to erode what we have built.
If that was Boozer, who I feel like there's a lot of information out there about, I think that would be better. With Peterson, who kind of feels like he sort of at least a little bit needs to convince teams that he gives a damn about basketball.
Yeah, you're right.
I think this is a bad strategy. Either way, I understand the logic. I think it's a bad strategy. Then again, come draft night, if he doesn't fall below pick 3, will it matter? I'm just saying, people didn't think Ace Bailey could fall below 3. It was going to go Flag and then the 2 Rutger kids, 2 and 3. And that didn't happen. Ace Bailey fell to 5. Yeah. Now, he's still surviving. He's still making a lot of money. But that's a chunk of money you're losing out on right now.
For sure. Absolutely. Yeah. I would not approach it this way. I would say I want to work out for all 30. I want to work out for every team.
I don't need him to go that far.
If there's a team with 2 first-round picks, I'll work out for them twice.
Ooh,
just
that's
in
us.
case.
That could be the Mavericks.
Well,
or they could have more.
Maybe I would back off that take.
From the
they're still trying to figure stuff out. They don't even have a coach in Dallas yet.
From the 469, the entire Rangers Twitter, damn, is full of idiots. Yeah, I know we're bad, but some of these takes are unbelievable. I would like more, if you have any examples of any of these takes, but man, people have fiery takes about the Rangers, and they're already done with Skip Schumacher. But at the same time, this is what I don't always understand, but at the same time, the same people who are done with Skip also think that Chris Young is the worst GM of all time. And I'm like, well, hold on. So shouldn't that bail out Skip? He's gotten the worst team from the worst GM. It's not really on him. Or on the flip side, if you just think the coach is terrible, does that also mean you kind of think that Chris Young put together a good team? And you're like, we just have a terrible manager. So I'm always fascinated by that carryover, but I get it. This team has been a disaster at times this year. And then they've shown you how good they can be just to take those hopes away from you yet again.
And they're still that close.
Oh, yeah. And that's the part that's...
Oddly and wildly, they're still that close to being a playoff team right now.
And that is the part that is the weirdest of it all. You're coming off of a game where you got absolutely throttled last night. If you would have won that game, you would be in the playoffs right now. You're one game out of a playoff spot. And that's how absurdly terrible the American League is.
And then again, you say, well, Chris Young put this team together. Did he need more tools to be able to put a better team together? Right. There are a lot of things right now that are wrong with this team. I'm not all over Skip at the moment. I know he's doing some different aggressive things, some unique and interesting things. Like, you're bringing your infield in the first inning, and you're like, what is happening right now? That might be a little aggressive defensively. I want to ask him about that tomorrow.
I want to ask you about Congo scoring an equalizer right before the end of the first half. You got the 4 minutes of stoppage time. We're into the 50th minute. But
what are we doing, Portugal?
It's an ill-defined time, and Congo ties it up right before we go to the half. You're going to get to the kickoff. You're going to touch the ball, and they're going to whistle it. So we're going to be at the half.
But I'm not real big on destroying a coach in his first year. When I also don't think that he has the tools to do it, considering this team wasn't good last year.
For sure.
And then they moved on from Boch. Now, did they expect, the manager's just going to change everything? Or did they say, you know what, we have some time, we need to grow with the manager?
I think when they moved on from Boch, should have given you like a little bit of a heads up that this was going to be perhaps a longer process.
A revisit of the entire thing.
Kind of. Now, let's talk about soccer a little bit more. These people are idiots. Two men allegedly stole the English team's boots. And this was problematic if it's easier for you, their shoes. If it's because I know
their cleats.
I know the direction this is going.
Right.
So they're boots. And what was really problematic for the English team is they were scheduled to practice or train on Saturday when their equipment was taken.
Oh no!
And so look, man.
So they couldn't practice?
You could hit up Dick's Sporting Goods. I don't know if that's exactly the World Cup level that you're looking for, but
they only come to this thing with one pair of boots.
I bet they have more, but the story says that the value of it was about $18,000.
Good. How many
exactly.
boots? The whole boots?
Exactly. So I'm guessing
the whole team's boots.
I'm guessing that numerous pairs were taken from numerous players.
You couldn't just call up Nike or whatever and be like, "Hey, can you send some more for training?"
But don't you think they could? But for training that day, do you think Nike has their World Cup helicopter stocked with those specific shoes ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
I absolutely.
Actually,
I think
they
all
could.
of these dudes that are playing in World Cup have whatever shoe deal they have.
They should be able to be like,
they can get those couriered in moments. And just like you said, I don't think that Dick's Sporting Goods probably has their version. And
Right.
sure, maybe some of them are form fitted for their feet. Maybe that's a thing.
Probably.
But I'm sure that they could just get those things done very quickly.
Well,
but I guess not for training. That makes sense, though, Kevin.
If you thought that number was shocking, I take you to the College World Series, where no good camera thieves stole the cameras and lenses from Troy's photographers, valued, per them, at $35,000.
Yep, I believe it.
That sucks. And Troy was like the Cinderella story of the College World Series, and I know now they've been eliminated.
Yeah, I used to work here at the Fan.
That is different, Troy. It's not. They didn't steal all the camera equipment of Troy Hughes.
It was his jeans.
It was the university.
Jeans.
Yeah,
and all the Zimas that he had left over.
I have always wanted to know how much his sparkle jeans cost. I'm thinking minimum of $100. That's probably low, but.
Oh, his wife was a lawyer, so yeah.
Yeah, no, they're fine.
She was like, put those jeans on your butt.
If you can afford sparkle jeans, knock yourself out. But yeah, $35,000 worth of camera equipment stolen from Troy.
You ever priced a camera lens?
Not really.
They are
It's expensive,
dude. Yeah, that's why camera people are always charging so much.
And then the no-good terrorists who tried to take down who they called the elite at UFC 250 with a terrorist attack. It was foiled by the FBI. So congratulations to the FBI. no good for the people who...
goodnicks?
Exactly. I do like that phrase. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Text in better if you want some Are You Better next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
You don't want to look
the greatest of all time.
1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C-Vlog starring Corey Bajer.
I am unprepared for this segment, Kevin. My apologies.
No.
I was in the middle of thinking about something very important to my soul. And then I was reading something. It was a text that came in.
Okay.
And it said, Iron Man defeats his enemies. Aluminum Man foils their plans. And I'm not sure. Alec, I know. Please come back, Alec. Please do not walk out of that door. Please do not go down to the news. He is gone. We have lost Alec.
This is the second time you've told me this now, and I still think it's that funny.
So we were having a conversation this morning about bringing back Are You Better?
Yeah.
And I right before the break, I said, hey, text in better if you would like Are You Better back. I see a lot of texts that say better.
Ooh, great.
I kind of want to see more though.
Oh.
So I'm going to give you another opportunity to text in better if you want Are You Better back. Now, I could do it here in this segment, but we're also trying to figure out exactly how we're going to do this. Do we want to do Are You Better every day? Do we want to do it a couple times a week?
That feels right.
We're going to see exactly how the Tolo feels about that.
Okay.
Maybe we just do Are You Better for crosstalk from now on.
What if there's people who don't know what Are You Better is?
For crosstalk? I think all of the dudes on those shows know what Are You Better. They've listened to this show before.
For the broader audience.
Oh, the people out there.
Yes.
New people to the show.
That's right.
Because we haven't done Are You Better in a long time. Well, I'll explain what Are You Better is if we get enough texts.
Oh, a lot of pressure on
Somebody said wetter. That's not what it is.
Oh. And remember, occasionally we'll do Are You Deader?
No.
It mixes in there.
Do you know who Mauricio Pochettino is?
The coach?
The manager for,
I'm sorry,
the U.S. men's
the
national
manager?
team.
Sorry.
For Team USA, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
He has some strong opinions on American sports.
Okay.
As the leader of American soccer.
Uh-huh.
The question was this. We know how England, France, Spain play. Players from countries with a strong tradition have a recognizable style. What is the style of the U.S. team? What kind of football do the Americans want to play?
Oh.
And his answer, as we are rolling here, Friday's the day, dude.
Right when our show ends, dude.
Their culture is playful. They want to play. We told them, guys, playing soccer is one thing. Competing is another.
Oh.
They're two completely different sports. They grow up in a culture of playing. Why? If you started MLS and you haven't won a game in 3 months and you're at the bottom, what's the consequence? If there's no promotion or relegation, no international competition, American sports reward losers.
Whoa.
But soccer's different. If you reward those who don't win, if you don't have goals, you don't fight. If I lose, what happens? Nothing. They just fire the coach. Also, the American player is disciplined, but with a sense of complacency that isn't good in soccer. It took us 1.5 years to change the mentality.
Whoa.
The part of the relegation and rewarding losers is very
pretty big shot at the league of this country, too. It feels like.
What does he care, dude? He's like, I'm running the league, the whole American team.
All right.
I got the better job, y'all, you chumps. That's what he's saying. He was like, be better.
Mm-hmm.
But he's right about this when it comes to relegation and promotion. When in the U.S., when you finish last, they give you the first pick in the next year's draft.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
As a way to say, you know what?
True.
We're going to give, guys, we got to keep the marketing up, and the excitement and the hopium in place. And that's not just in basketball. That's in football.
Right.
That's in baseball, hockey. I mean, they do have the rigged lottery systems in some of these.
Oh.
When I say rigged, because they're, if you tank, you get the, but they have the lottery system built in. But what kind of mentality is it when you're not fighting? That's what Zlatan recently said about.
That's interesting.
About soccer also, or in American sports. He was like, look, without relegation, the regular season doesn't matter to you as much as it matters to me.
Right.
With relegation, if I lose so many and I don't get this, man, everything's on the line. And I just wonder, would it be better if we had relegation in America? Or is everything just fine how it is right now?
See, I think it probably would, and I know people always talk about like all the money and sponsorships and stuff. I mean, English Premier League has crazy money associated with it.
I mean, look what Wrexham did.
Yeah.
And I know obviously you have two, superstar actors involved in that were just
at least one.
They were at least one. They were pouring money into it. One of them was definitely pouring a lot more money into it than the other. But they were pouring money into it.
Right.
But they knew they were going to have this show. They were going to have the rights to that.
Yeah.
And they also knew that they were about to hit with TikTok advertising. They hit with advertisement after they saw all that stuff go. And then merchandise went, and the city put their arms around it. Like that, yeah, you're right. You got a good point. You get into the league, you raise up in those leagues, you start making it.
Yeah, and so if all that money is involved and they've figured out a way to survive, it feels like you should be able to do that. Does that make selling a team any trickier? Like, do you think people would be all over buying the Seahawks right now because they're like, oh, man, they just won the Super Bowl. Well, let's jump in on that. Whereas if you decided to sell the Browns, people would be like, they might be in the UFL next year. So I don't know.
The 214, they can barely get anyone to watch the MLS. You think relegated league would have anyone watching it? They literally can't do it. I was even talking about other sports.
Yeah.
What if they had relegated baseball?
Yes. To that.
Or you just fire the manager, and get a new one and blame it on that.
I mean, that is kind of the way it's happening.
Alec, I've seen enough.
Oh, are you done with this segment?
Hit the music.
You're Daryl Strawberry.
Yes.
You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes.
Hi, this is Daryl Strawberry. And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
Ooh, Daryl Strawberry dunking on you.
Hurts every time, Daryl.
He even said your last name. I just had your last name edited out because I just felt like Kevin. Everybody knew who Kevin was.
I definitely never say my last name on the show.
What, do you?
All the time, at the beginning of the show.
This is a segment we started doing on day one of the show. Kevin,
I invented it.
He invented it with another radio show that he did, I believe, on another station that doesn't exist anymore.
It was in college.
Oh, okay.
That college still exists.
And so the story goes, if you think this is where Kevin decides whether or not he's better than everybody born on this day. If you think that you're better than Kevin and you're born on this day, you can text in right now. Both Alec and I have a veto if we disagree with if Kevin is better or not.
Just remember, you asked for this.
Uh-huh.
So don't be afraid. You get more aggressive, Kevin.
Also, if there are times when we need another veto from, say, an Eric Chiafalo or an Aiden, those people also have the opportunity to veto. As there was the one night.
Is the worst Are You Better ever.
We were in Houston for the Super Bowl, and every single person had been better than Kevin. But there was one person from, NoFX. It was Fat Mike from NoFX. And Dawson roamed into the room. We'd used all our vetoes. We were done. Dawson roams in.
Cool as a cucumber, just wandering on in.
And I said, Gavin, right now, we are perfect, undefeated against Kevin, except for Fat Mike's birthday. And Dawson, who had never heard of Fat Mike,
who
said, oh, yeah, he's definitely better than Kevin. Veto. And it was a perfect night. Yeah, I've never seen Kevin so mad. He stormed out of the convention center, kicked over a child.
Then they did invite us to a couple of Super Bowls after that.
All right. Today we start off, Kevin, and I can guarantee you are not going to vote against this one.
We'll see.
Kendrick Lamar is 39
Oh,
today.
damn. I love Kendrick Lamar. First of all, I wouldn't go against him because I think he's awesome. Secondly, he would eviscerate me in some weird rap battle.
I've heard you in a rap battle, though.
Man.
You go for the kill shot pretty quickly.
That is That is true. I feel like it will not work out the way I hope it would. So, yes, Kendrick Lamar is definitely better than me.
I bet Kendrick Lamar's happy about that because now he doesn't have to eviscerate you.
Although, to be fair.
Oh, no.
Kendrick Lamar, and see, I'm kind of following his advice because he's telling me to be humble. Mm-hmm. All right, so he's better than me.
There you go.
Sit down.
I'm interested on this one. Turning 46 today, Venus Williams.
Oh, yeah. You know what, man, that is remarkable timing because I didn't get to it yesterday. Venus and Serena Williams were among the wild cards announced for Wimbledon because why would you not put them in there if they said they wanted to play? Look, Venus and Serena Williams are all-time tennis greats, very pioneering right there. So, yeah, Venus can be better than me. I like Venus better than Serena, too, because Serena threatened to kill that lines person one time. And she's like, I didn't say that. And she literally had said, I will take this tennis ball and stuff it down your throat. And I was like, well, then she won't be able to breathe and she will die. Luckily, that did not happen.
So that was basically a threat to kill. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could drill a hole in the tennis balls.
Yeah, it did not seem like in the moment she was thinking that way, but...
Would you rather eat a tennis ball or a phone?
A phone. Now that people pointed out, they have Blackberries, they have Apples, and the phones have chips in them.
Sometimes your phone gets fried.
Yeah. Don't ever forget, there's a current NFL player who tried to eat a lady's phone.
Will Forte turns 56 today.
Is he from The Last Man on Earth?
Mm-hmm. I think Will Forte is very funny.
I do, too.
He's a good writer, too.
It's been a long time
weird.
Since he's done anything that matters, but that's okay.
Well, really?
Because he did the only thing that matters. In 2010, he starred in the major motion picture MacGruber, which is one of still the funniest movies I've ever seen in my life. I don't care what anybody says or what Rotten Tomatoes says. It's tremendous. Congratulations, Will Forte. Was it stupid that you were in a show called The Last Man on Earth and the cast had like 50 people in it? Yes, but you made MacGruber, so you are better than me.
Turning 53 today, Crazy Bone.
Who?
From Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Oh! Well,
as a group, Bone Thugs and Harmony superior.
Indeed, but at the individual level, I'm sorry, buddy. I'll see you at the crossroads. What you gonna do? Because I am better.
Turning 66 today, Thomas Hayden Church.
Oh, man. Sure.
Peanut Butter Falcon.
And he went on to do his wine movie that people really liked. That's great. Don't care.
Sideways.
Don't care. He is Lowell from Wings. And Wings is a criminally underrated show that I feel like nobody has ever heard of. It was on for like 8 years. But you knew it was time for Lowell to leave the show when they had a multi-episode plot point that he lost his orange hat and had to replace it with a red hat. And that was really bending him out of shape. And you're like, you know what? I get why Lowell said it's time for me to go. Congratulations, Lowell. You are better than me.
He's also the Sandman in Spider-Man movie.
Yeah. That movie sucked.
Hey.
Oh. Because that's the emo Spider-Man one.
He was in 2 of them. Because he was in the recent one.
Oh, see, I was just thinking about the emo Spider-Man one.
Amari Cooper turns 32 today.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I don't want to have to hear about that freaking trade until the end of time. So I am better.
Popeye Jones turns 56 today. Son plays hockey.
Man, his son does play hockey.
Yeah, he does.
His son is awesome. But he is also one of the representatives of the worst franchise in the history of organized sports.
Which launched us into being a better franchise.
Eventually. Mm-hmm. But sorry, Popeye. If it was your chicken, you'd be better. But if it's the human, better.
Popeye's chicken is
Popeye's
delicious.
chicken is better than Popeye Jones. Agree?
I do agree. And there are some other ones, but Kevin, you brought it up earlier in the segment. Are you deader than artist MC Escher?
All right.
One of my favorite moments in this show, seriously, is Kevin told some random dumb joke, but also referenced MC Escher, and somebody texted in and was like, I can't believe that I got those two things in one segment. What is this show? I have to start listening. And we were filling in for a show that had been removed at the time.
Oh, man,
and
I remember
They were
that.
like, I'm so glad that this show is now on air. And I was like, we're going to make it, guys.
What's the name of it? Is it Crazy Stairs? What is he called? The one that everybody knows?
I think so.
You know what? I don't even know if college ecosystems could exist without that picture. Like, I don't know if people still buy posters. It's been a long time since I was actually in college. But man, yeah, he could be better than me. Is he also the guy who danced with Paula Abdul?
It
was MC Scat Cat, I believe.
Sorry, I was looking up these pictures.
Yeah, what else did he do besides Crazy Stairs? Probably other stuff, right?
Yeah, a lot of stuff. Reptiles, one of them. Look, dude.
I don't always get art. Like when Andy Warhol had a soup can and everyone's like, it's a masterpiece. I was like, what?
You know the one of the globe that he's looking into?
Oh,
like
is that him?
It's the one with
That's
like
Crazy Stairs?
It's the ball that he's looking into and he's seeing himself. It's really there's some really good artwork.
I feel like somebody saw that picture and decided to make the movie Labyrinth.
Mathematics and science.
All right, I love math. All right, congratulations, MC Escher. You're not as good as MC Scat Cat, but you are better than me. And it's Scat Cat in terms of a jazz vibe, not the other thing that you might be thinking of. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number one!
Now.
Number one
What?
right now!
Holy crap.
Will win a 4-pack of tickets to experience Family Field Day at Globe Life Field on Sunday, June
You by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Wide open stance, 1-0. He swings, and that one is smacked to right field. Nimmo back, he turns, and that one is out of here. It ricochets back to the field of play, but that hit off the railing at the front of the seating area in right field and came back onto the turf. But a line drive, 3-run home run for Cody Clemens, and the Twins lead 5-0.
They would go on to win that game 12-2 as the Rangers get pummeled. They have an off day today, but I wanted to go back. We didn't really get the opportunity to talk about a variety of things with the Rangers and in the world of baseball that I was interested in. One positive thing I will tell you is next week, we've already got it lined up. We will be giving away tickets for Rangers Tigers. So we're going to do that next week. Continuing this week, we will keep doing the Government Mule and Ziggy Marley ticket giveaway, as well as the Family Field Day ticket giveaway. So hooray for all of the giveaways.
Does it mean they're going to be like doing the 100-yard dash and the potato sack race and stuff for Family Field Day?
I do not believe so, but to be fair, I am not positive about that, and I'm not saying you couldn't make it happen if you wanted to.
Just walk out there with your own potato sack, and they're just like, "What are you doing, sir?" And you're just like, "It's field day, right?"
I guarantee you, if you went out there with a potato sack and hopped in and started jumping, there would be at least one person in that stadium who was sad that they did not also bring a potato sack so they could race you.
And there would be at least 6 kids that went and stood in line.
Probably
and waited
true.
so that they could have a chance to do the potato sack too.
So bring 2.
Yep.
Is what I would say. Now, like we said, the Rangers, they got smoked yesterday, and 2 continually concerning trends happen in that game. First of all, we already talked about it. You get the leadoff home run. That's 10 that the Rangers have given up this year. By far the most in Major League Baseball. Next closest is 6. Last year, the Rangers led the league in giving up those home runs with 12. So they're on pace to not only lead the league again, but smash that number. And then if the Rangers give up more than 1 run in the first inning, they've done that 14 times this year, and they are 0-14. They continue to languish below 500. Now, I believe at 35-38. And with all that in mind, we talked a couple weeks ago about MajorLeagueBaseball.com, MLB.com said they expected the Rangers to be buyers. There's an article out today from Jeff Passan and Kylie McDaniel with ESPN, and it's ranking the top trade deadline candidates. There are no Texas Rangers in the top 100. Whereas on the flip side, there are 5 players in the top 21 that the Rangers are listed as one of the best fits. So I kind of wanted to go over those players, but I guess the broader question to start off with is, what do you think about the idea that whether it's MLB.com, ESPN, or whoever seems pretty confident that the Rangers are not going to be sellers at the trade deadline?
It's Chris Young. That should be the reason that you're confident about it altogether. He does not sell. I have no clue.
Should he?
Look, I think I've said this before. If I got hired and my first year I won the World Series,
right,
I would probably never sell.
Sure.
And if I got hired to do a job, I was hired to win, not to lose, not to go replenish a farm system. If you want me to do that, you can go ahead and find yourself a new president of baseball operations. And that's probably what I think a guy like him is telling Ray Davis if he says go ahead and do that.
If my counter argument was your other seasons here, you have not had a winning record once,
then you know what? I probably don't deserve to be here anymore also. I'll see you later. Have a good one.
Ooh.
The money's probably good though. But yeah, no, like, I won the World Series. I was hired to win. I need to figure out ways to do that and be in that contention. I don't see what selling is going to help me do other than prolong my career in this job. That's now, a lot of guys get hired for these jobs and they're like, I need this job. I love this job. I want to be here forever. I feel like Chris Young's one of those dudes like, I got to figure out a way to win, and if I can't do that, I don't need to be here. So I don't see him doing that. I just don't.
From the 858, and I wonder if this is the prevailing feeling in the room as well. You don't want to sell when you're this close to a playoff spot. Buy. We just talked about it, and that's a defensible position. If you're one game out of the playoffs with the Rangers, believe it or not, are one game out of the not 500. They're more than that. They're one game out of a playoff spot. Even in their division, because of how terrible their division is, they're only 2.5 games back. So I can see how you would make the argument that now is not the time to sell. I guess my thought has been, after watching this team all year, I understand that. I really do. Your team does not look like they have what it takes. Your farm system is decimated. Better to skip out on getting squashed in the wild card round and rebuild your team for a bigger picture than the alternative.
I also don't think that he cares about the farm system.
That feels evident.
After winning the World Series, the first thing I would have tried to figure out is how to replenish that thing.
Right.
Develop that thing in a different way.
And
because what's happened for the last 30 years...
They kept the exact same people who have run your farm system into the ground.
I did a study, Kevin, I think of the last 10, 20 years, and then that goes in the last 5 years now. This team has developed like 2 players out of that. One of them was Derek Holland.
Right.
I think the other one was Joey Gallo. Like that's what tells you like that. Now since then we've had some other developments, but even Jack Leiter wasn't there long.
Sure.
And where are we on him right now? Like they've never fixed the farm system and that program altogether. So if I'm also that guy that hasn't fixed that, I'm getting veterans because I think veterans put me in position to win, not to prolong my career or And that being said, the best farm system in all of baseball is the Dodgers. They also have the most veteran players as well, and then they use that farm system to trade around and then add more players to what they already have as one of the best pro teams out there. But they're also spending bukus and bukus of money just down the road, right?
Right.
Like all their money's down the road spent. I have this feeling that Chris Young thinks you win with veterans, not with prospects, and that's how he's going to approach it, is that the only thing that he can use the prospects for is to get more players. Now, let's look at this lineup if it's good, like when it's good.
And then I want to go through the names with you, too. For the people who ESPN says are good fits with the Rangers.
Okay, good, because what position do you need? Right field is Nemo.
Yeah.
You feeling okay there?
Yeah.
If he's right.
I might need a center fielder. Although if you're going to say that, you might just say you need a left fielder because you're going to go with Wyatt.
I'd rather have Wyatt in left so bad, though. I agree.
Okay.
I understand because I want to preserve his body.
All right. Does Byron Buxton do anything?
Hell yeah, Byron Buxton does something for me.
Okay. So
you see what he's been doing to the Rangers?
An immensely talented player who the biggest issue throughout his career is he misses games. Now, he has missed far fewer games this year than he frequently has in his career, and he's on a tear right now. His OPS is above 900. He has 23 home runs this year, although shockingly, I think he only has 36 RBIs, so a lot of solo home runs. But his OPS this year has been absolutely outstanding. His batting average is solid as well. Feels like that would jumpstart or bring a positive element.
I love me some Byron Buxton, dude.
All right.
He's a really good player.
Okay.
Even though he's been in the league what feels like 800 years.
Right. That is...
I don't think he's that old, but it just feels like he's been in the league for 800 years.
No, that is fair. I do not think he's that old. He's 32. You would have guessed like he's at least 42.
91, yeah, for sure.
All right. So that's number one, and we'll go with that. Next up on the list, what do you think about Wilson Contreras? So this is now first baseman for the Red Sox. Once again, He has an outstanding batting average this year, 299. His OPS is above 950. He's shown that he has pop. And so you've noticed something right there. First base, center field, two positions that would also bring along some offensive pop. And by the way, I understand for the record, the question is going to become, well, what does it cost? I'm just running down for ESPN. These are the 5 players in their top 21 that they all said the Rangers would be one of the best fits. Buxton is number 2 on the overall list of players likely to be traded. Wilson Contreras is number 9 on the list.
I don't know if the ceiling is more than Berger or the floor is higher.
Yeah.
They're kind of similar numbers in some areas. And Kevin, he's only had 3 home runs in the last 5 games.
Oh,
2 of those were against Texas.
Yeah, man.
All 3 of them in those 3 of those.
You know what? Maybe that's the trend. Is McDaniel and Passan is like, have you seen these people play against the Rangers?
Against the Rangers.
Yeah. I think the potential for another offensive upgrade right there. All right. So
his OPS is good though, and I would add that to this thing.
All right. Now we talked about, depending on what you want to do with Wyatt. You have Taylor Ward, left fielder. I think this one is interesting because I think there's maybe a higher probability of Taylor Ward getting traded than anybody else. But the counter argument is going to be you might not feel like you're getting the most offensive upgrade, especially compared to the first 2 on the board.
Yeah.
Last year was a big year for him.
Yeah.
This year,
I need, a 402 on base percentage.
The on base percentage is really spectacular. I would wonder if the Rangers would be like, let's give Osuna some more time because his on base percentage has not been the same, but it's been good.
Yeah, I'd roll Osuna out there again.
All right. Let's move on down the list, and this one is complicated. Christian Walker. Once again, we're going with first base. Christian Walker, of course, plays for the Houston Astros. Do you believe you could get a deal done with the Houston Astros? But this is another player from average is mediocre, but 18 home runs, 52 RBIs, so plenty of power. Also has 13 doubles this year and an OPS at 811. So while we talked about Taylor Ward kind of being an on-base machine, this is another one that we go back to a little bit more pop.
Yeah, this is not
a lot more pop.
As you were pointing out at the beginning part of this segment, this is not to build your team for the future because a lot of these guys are older.
Correct.
They are veteran players that you're trying to add. So I don't think he's going to cost a ton if you're going to try and make something like this happen. Do you want to give something to Houston? Probably not.
Right.
But this is also the dude that ran through his third base coach's stop sign and cost them a World Series in Arizona. So I remember that.
Lose.
I remember that very distinctly, Kevin. And Mike and I had an argument about it. And Mike was like, "You are wrong." And Mike came back and was like, "You are actually right on that one, Corey."
Oh, that's nice.
And I said, "Corey knows ball, huh?" And he was like, "Corey knows ball."
So you missed the chance to make that song, though.
We did.
And instead, Bobby took it. All right,
I would do this to add a little pop to the lineup.
So I've got one more for you. Ryan Jeffers, catcher with the Twins. Now, one of the things that you're going to notice, he hasn't played a ton of games this year. He just had the cast and stitches removed from his surgically repaired left hand, and he has resumed throwing. So there is a tricky nature of that. Don't worry, he is a right-handed catcher, though, because I know how Mike would run that down about Bryan Adams. He's a right-handed catcher. But he has shown to be someone in the more limited playing time, extremely good batting average at 295. His on-base percentage is above 400. So because of all that, his OPS is outstanding. It's just you're taking a little bit more of a risk with somebody coming off directly from an injury. So, just to kind of recap, and then we can go back to Jeffers specifically. In Buxton and in Wilson Contreras, you have players who have obviously made a huge offensive impact thus far this year. With Taylor Ward, you're talking about an on-base machine at potentially a position you might need in left field if you decide to slide Wyatt over. Then you go to Christian Walker with the Astros and Ryan Jeffers with the Twins. Jeffers coming off the injury, but he's been very good offensively.
No, Kevin. Sorry on Jeffers.
Okay, you're out.
That would stunt the growth of Malcolm Moore.
Malcolm Moore is in Double A.
Where at?
Frisco?
Right up the road.
Okay.
You can come over anytime, buddy. Anytime. Anytime, Taney.
Highly unlikely that Malcolm Moore would come up to the Rangers this year.
But also, don't let Diaz challenge balls and strikes anymore.
Okay.
He failed at that. And then last night, he had one that he should have called. He was so afraid of screwing it up like he did the first time. He was like, never mind then. Malcolm Moore, nothing, dude.
Okay, well, all right, so we'll cross him off the list.
I don't even care who's in front of him right now.
I know with Christian Walker, you don't want to give the Astros anything, so I'll cross him off the list. You seemed meh about Taylor Ward. I want you to keep thinking about that one. And then that brings it down to potentially Contreras, and I already know you'd be in on Buxton.
Yeah, let me add two bats.
Is that a fair
I think it's two bats
recap?
I can add to this thing. I can be very happy.
Okay, so if the Rangers decide to move down that avenue, just keep an eye out for some of these names. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up
the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here's the pitch. The runner goes from first. The pitch is lined to right. It's a base hit. Clemens scores. Lewis around to third. He's being held up. Throw comes into second base, and it's late. Sliding in with a double is Josh Bell. The ball gets away at second, and racing to the plate and scoring now is Clemens. Clemens and Lewis both scoring on the play.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where people believe that is the team that should be buyers at the trade deadline. Now, if you are looking to buy something, the City Connect Tejas shoes are available at select Champ stores across the Metroplex. The shoes look pretty good. They really, really do. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing well. Hope we're on the air, but I'm doing well nonetheless. Did you hear the captivating joke from earlier that was submitted on the fan text about Iron Man?
No, I missed that. Ozzy Osbourne song or the superhero?
About the superhero.
Oh, yeah.
Iron Man will defeat his enemies while Aluminum Man will try to foil their day.
Ooh.
That's quality.
That is a good joke.
Yeah, that's good.
Have you been locked in on Portugal and Congo? And have you ever seen the terrible 1995 movie Congo?
No. Have not seen it. Have been fairly locked in.
Okay.
Couldn't find a TV outside this studio to watch it once I got here, so I've been looking for scoring updates.
You can always come in and watch if you want.
Yeah, I would. I will next time.
Well,
thank you for that invite. Hey,
I just like seeing COD on the screen.
Yes,
kind of cool.
Call of Duty. He is saying that you have to be on air though if you're going to come in here and watch. So if that's something you're down with, that's cool.
As long as you say fewer inflammatory things than Mr. Bobby Belt, then
that's a pretty easy task.
We're going to be fine. All right, I'm going to assume that none of you are interested in watching the 1995 movie Congo, so I'm going to give you a brief synopsis. All right?
Yeah.
Laura Linney is in it, and Tim Curry is in it. And Laura Linney's husband or boyfriend or whatever, he's in the jungle searching for certain things to help find these amazing diamonds that will help with their telecommunications corporation. But all of a sudden, on one of their sweet 1995 technological computer calls, he gets knocked out, and you're like, what happened? So she goes on a journey to go find her husband, even though they're really searching for the diamonds. And they do find some of these cool diamonds as part of a diamond mine, but that diamond mine is partially guarded by these super smart monkeys who have just evolved over the years, and they are still they're gorillas, but they are very smart and very violent.
Are they wielding weapons like Planet of the Apes style?
Their intellect is their weapon.
Okay.
But at one point, they do get the diamond and the diamond cannon that can shoot amazing laser holes through things 1995 style. And it's not a good movie. I saw it so many times as a kid, and I just felt like you guys would want to know that.
Kind of seems like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie a little bit with Dr. Ooze.
Ooh, I don't know if I ever saw the movie. I definitely watched the TV
Bad
show.
AI.
Yeah.
It was so goofy and corny, but you kind of liked it because you were a kid at the time.
That lady showed up with the staff and started yelling at the kids.
Was that
Rita?
Yeah.
Rita Rapunzel?
I don't know what her last name was.
Something.
Rapunzel.
I just remember the Pink Ranger.
I bet you do.
Right?
Who doesn't?
Should that be a combo platter? Who is your childhood crush? Maybe for Friday. Man, Alex, I got 8 people, and I know yours was the Little Mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
yeah, we were at a birthday party whenever I was 19 or 20, and
you fell in love?
Hold on, 19 or 20? That's not childhood.
And,
with the Little Mermaid.
some lady showed up dressed as Ariel, and Adrian was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, I'm not sure." So she knows.
She knows.
How would that work, though?
I don't know, man. When she was on land for a little bit and had legs,
and you can swim.
Yeah, and I know I'm a strong swimmer.
Okay,
so.
but she has a tail underwater.
I know. I can't breathe
tail.
underwater. What do you mean?
What if it opens up?
It's Got to work one some way or another.
Usually it does when Corey's around.
I think in the world.
Wow.
Gross.
Is that your hall pass?
God, there's a story I so want to say right now.
Cartoon character.
Give me Jasmine from Aladdin.
Okay.
From Aladdin.
Did you sing A Whole New World and pretend that you were
I was on that
Prince
carpet
Ali?
with her.
Yeah. Okay.
We were on that carpet together.
All right.
So many rug
I mean,
burns.
it's Jesus. Gosh.
Did you? Did we ask?
If we
that?
weren't off the air before, I hope we are
I think
now.
that word Candy used because there was Bare Naked Ladies song that said that word in it over and over. So
either one of y'all want to throw one out
Topanga,
there?
Topanga
definitely,
Oh,
for sure.
Yeah. So
Smurfette.
Oh,
Okay,
sure.
there you go.
Yeah.
Very classy gal.
Wasn't there a Bugs Bunny?
Lola?
Yeah.
Lola Bunny and
I
Space
think
Jam?
that's Lucius's.
There we go.
Okay.
That's Peyton's too. He talks about her an alarming amount.
Even since he got married, huh? Probably
Yes.
more now. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have to think if you're his wife, you're probably not that concerned that it's going to be like a Cool World situation or Who Framed Roger Rabbit and Lola Bunny's going to come to life and
Jessica
seduce
Rabbit.
With all the furries, though.
Yeah, you can
she
turn that day he
was-
comes home and,
wow.
and throws the bunny ears at you and says, "Hey, just draw those on real quick."
It could be worse.
It's not
Right?
Halloween, honey.
What do you guys
It
got
is in
coming
my
up
house.
on the show today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee.
I got
Broadus
candy.
is at minicamp right now. He'll be back and have a full report. Krusty's Corner at 3:40. We'll get Machota on the show at 5. And we'll talk about everything that's been breaking throughout your day here right off the bat here about 5 minutes.
I love it.
We got back on air for that discussion.
That's perfect timing.
Well, sorry about that.
You're welcome,
Conversations
America.
that needed to be had.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Then you get that one Nimrod who's like, sports question mark? And I'm like, shut up. We'll be back
That was
tomorrow.
me.
KNC
Texted that.
Masterpiece, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. right here, leading into Rangers on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good luck, Kevin.
Good luck, G-Bag. I hope you guys stay on the air.
When you're Rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We got a full 5 coming up for you today. Rangers have the day off as we're about to have World Cup soccer out there at AT&T or Dallas Stadium. Croatia and England kicking off in about an hour or so. Let's rock. Cowboys minicamp. We're going to talk a lot about that with you today. General at your service at ease. Broadus is up there currently. He'll be on his way back down here in the next 30 minutes or so. He'll join us probably around top of the hour. Crossy's Corner's coming up at 3:40. Get Broadus's full report from Minicamp, his takeaways. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixing to go full 5 flawless. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Of course, you got Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo, your Nosebleed brothers. And Aiden Butler is coordinating your video. You can watch us online. You can listen with the Odyssey app. Yeah, a lot of people at work trying to figure out how they're going to be watching this. I thought the Fox Sports 1 YouTube page, like I had that story last week in 60 Seconds on Soccer. They were like, oh, yeah, we got you totally covered. You go there, it's just a close-up of the managers' faces and their reactions. So you hear the crowd. They got like a manager cam.
Oh, my God.
That's crazy. Yeah. So
wow, that's a joke.
I mean, at least the good news is a lot of these games are on regular Fox. At least the U.S. games are. So if you can get rabbit ears or a digital tuner on any kind of television, you can tap in.
That's a big-time football sack, though.
That was horrible. I was like, how this does not compute. No.
They're promoting it like this could be a great spot for you.
I was thinking it was overly generous last week when I had that story. I was like, wow, they're really going out of their way to make sure this is accessible for everybody. But not so fast, my friend. Cowboys minicamp day 2. Broadus will be back here, and we also have Machota coming up at 5 o'clock. You know, I think a lot of the questions are, what are you hoping to see today and into camp? And it was cool today because both the coordinators talked. So you had Clayton Adams and Christian Parker with reporters for about 15 minutes or so, and you can get that on the Cowboys YouTube page if you are a Cowboys sicko like that, I suppose. But Clayton Adams talked to Red Zone, and that's what I wanted to open up with here with you guys, because he identified 3 things that they weren't good enough last year in Red Zone and how he hopes to fix them. It was clear listening. They're huge on self-scouting, and if your coaching staff is not, I feel bad for you.
Yeah.
You know, and I think there's a sliding scale on how much of a grinder and how honest you are willing to be with yourself and how curious you are about what you don't know that could make your team better. Anyway, self-inflicted wounds. When you talk about the 11 red zone turnovers, I think half of them were traditional turnovers and the other half were like turnover on downs.
Right.
He acknowledged, though, they changed their identity from being run and play action on certain down and distances, and when they got into the red zone, they became a drop back team.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
You can kind of see that.
Love it.
Respect for the self-awareness of that.
Yeah.
And admitting, like, that's on me, right? As the offensive coordinator, that's like taking ownership of this is where we schematically kind of shot ourselves in the foot.
And I love it because over the last couple of days, you've had both Shoddy and Clayton talk about how, well, we can't go into these multiple tight end sets that are kind of taking the league by storm. Rams last year with McVay, probably the Bears this year. A couple of other teams are going to try. They've both said, well, if you do that, your wide receivers are going to be looking at you sideways. And I'm like, are we actually letting players dictate what's the most likely thing to get in the end zone? And I felt like last year they were trying to feed Pickens and Lamb. Hey, we're going to get down here, and you know we want to give you guys as many opportunities to. And certainly there are tremendous schematic advantages. And he talked about it again today, like how many split safety looks they're getting compared to the rest of the league is, you know, pretty incredible because they actually get to play offense in kind of a not an outdated way, but in a day that resembles more the past than the future. Here in the future, everybody is trying to give you the post-snap rotations, and against the Cowboys, that's just going to get you murdered with Pickens and Lamb out there. So they're one of the few teams that can get more predictable looks from the secondary, and obviously there's going to be exceptions to that, like when you play Minnesota and Brian Flores and everything that he brings to the table. But anyway, the third thing was got to use the full width of the field better.
Yes.
As the field condenses depth-wise, how much space can you create width-wise? So that was amongst my takeaways so far, just monitoring the Cowboys media stuff that they
I mean, those are all tangible things, like when you start like, hey, we need to fix the red zone, but then you don't really actually have any solutions. I love what he's talking about here, and a lot of that is going to be in terms of using the lateral space a little bit more. I mean, that is where some of the best play callers and play designers are able to flex that muscle. So that's something that he and Shoddy are going to have to be able to dial up. And then the other thing I think is having that type of speed that can get to different edges and turn corners. And so I go back to Jaden Blue a little bit there.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Like, I want to hear from Broadus when he gets back that we have some sort of tangible evidence that a Jaden Blue or a Michael Trigg, I think Flournoy is there. Flournoy is in addition, but we need to find more good players on both sides of the ball if you're going to catch the Rams and the Seahawks is what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, and which of these players can also just take a next step, in this offense? I mean, it was interesting listening to Albert Breer in his report today, and he's looking at the Packers as like a team that could be this year's version of the Seahawks, and I was trying to correlate it to the Cowboys, and he was like, I mean, you look at Jackson Smith and Jigba was a good receiver, became one of the best, was a great receiver. Kenneth Walker was a good running back, became talked about as, okay, now he's a top 5 level running back. They had defensive players organically within their system that just were good, but really took their game to another level. A lot of this is we look at outside additions, but maybe we don't pay enough time looking within. Who are some guys that are on this team? Flournoy could be one of those guys that could really take their game to another level, that can really improve the football team.
And clearly that was their entire plan with the offense this offseason. Like, they just pretty much went copy and paste. We're just going to run it back and hope that some of the younger guys can take those type of steps.
And I didn't realize until today when I was just reading up on his backstory, Flournoy is big and athletic. He doesn't maybe look like it compared to prototypical guys, but I think 6'1", 205 and 39.5-inch vert, 4'4", 40. That's big enough to not just be a guy who, is operating in the slot or, can operate finding weaknesses in zone. He is a guy that I think can, physically outmatch some secondary players.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at his RAS score right now from when he came out of Southeast Missouri State in 2024. Out of a score of 10, it was a 9.74.
Damn. He got Des Bryant comps coming out of school.
His vertical is elite, 39.5.
Yeah.
Dang. His broad jump, elite. So, I mean, and then the speed stuff was all great.
Good hands.
Yeah.
It was just that his routes aren't there, or weren't there. But he improved on that very significantly. And how much better could he be? I mean, if you're going to put 3 wide receivers out there, you could be talking about the greatest show on turf.
Yeah, I think that they have 3 receivers that can really strike fear in opposing defenses. I think the other element will be, as you kind of project ahead, what ends up happening with both Lamb and Pickens if they don't want to pick them or pick both of them to be on the squad, like is Flournoy a guy that then you feel better about after this year. I also love the takeaway. Nicole Hutchinson had this from Clayton Adams, but he doesn't want to get too tight and put too much weight on what they want to do in the offseason because he sees things that'll happen and somebody inevitably will invent something that he sees on tape that he likes in the preseason or in week 6 or in week 7 or in week 8. And he's like, oh, I want to do that. And we saw a little bit of it in season last year with the touchdown with Malik Davis against Kansas City, like certain things that he was stealing, which we always questioned when Mike McCarthy was here and that staff. Were they really stealing plays from other teams? Clayton Adams clearly is one of these guys that's like looking around the rest of the league. What's a McVay doing or what's a Ben Johnson doing? And he's trying to add that to his arsenal.
Okay, 940 says just buy the Fox One app for $20 every game and it's worth it. Another says let the folks know the Tubi app which is now owned by Fox. That's TUBI, and I see that on my streaming stick or whatever it's called. And sometimes it's got some decent stuff on it. I didn't know maybe the Tubi app has your games. All right, best thing about the Rangers last night, Caleb Downs threw out the first pitch.
Yeah, that was about it.
That's it, dude. He kind of threw it like a football. But that's what you would expect, and I'd probably give it a 7.5, maybe 8 out of 10 for a first pitch. Seemed like the fans were into it. Rangers got rocked. Kamar Rocker gave up the Rangers' 10th leadoff bomb. 73 games. Leadoff hitters are basically prime Barry Bonds against you.
Yeah, it's insane.
One in every 7 at bats to lead off the game, they're donging you.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, the game's like over before you can really get it going.
It's hard to recover from something like that psychologically, momentum-wise. 3 1/3, 7 hits, 2 walks, 7 total runs. Rangers were cooked. That surprised me. I thought
I was too. Rocker had been really good at home lately, and it seemed like the first inning stuff they'd kind of mitigated as a rotation. But now 23 first inning homers, that's most in the majors that they've allowed. It's bad. And offensively, they just kind of go into a shell. And I get what Skip was saying post game, where they've talked about this with the pitching staff. Like, you've got to go out there, you got to put a goose egg on the board. Because then not only are you out there for a long inning playing defense, but then you're stepping into the batter's box, and now your mindset changes. Like, you're chasing from the get-go. You're playing from behind. So you're really not able to get into your game plan and from the start of the game. So it's a problem. But this team is just, they're playing with their food. They've got a great opportunity ahead of them, and they're just not good enough to really maximize it.
So they're off tonight for the World Cup traffic moving through Arlington, the finale with Minnesota tomorrow at 1:35 here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, they got pregame action going on here. Is that Peter Crouch? Peter Couch? What was that guy's name? The 6'8" striker for Liverpool 20 years ago? Peter Crouch. Yeah, he's up there talking English football. Salute to you if you're out there. I think this is maybe going to be the game of.
Gosh, he looks massive next to these guys.
He is, dude. He's giant. He might be like 6'10". Last night, of course, Messi with the hat trick to conclude maybe the greatest day of superstar performances in World Cup history.
How freaking cool was that?
Yeah, what a run,
How freaking
dude.
Amazing was that, seeing what Messi was able to do. But yes, I mean, Mbappe, we got to see him hit 2. Haaland then scores 2, and then Messi capping it off with a freaking hattie. Like, dude, we thought the last time that was it.
Yeah.
He's going to walk off. It's the swan song. Like, he just won the World Cup with Argentina. This is the last time we're going to see him compete in a World Cup.
I think they've done a really nice job down there in Miami, getting the most out of him while also allowing him to conserve his energy. And late in the year, it looked like, wow, he might not even be fit by the time we get to World Cup, but it's clear he was just resting up so he could absolutely explode back onto the international scene. I mean, he was so in his bag last night, he pulled off a Victor Wembanyama. A foul that would get anybody else ejected.
Yeah, people were pretty upset about that. Did he like kick a dude in the calf, or was it a stomp?
He probably should have been
cleated him. You can't go in studs up,
Okay.
So, but it's Messi, so I guess you get the benefit there.
Absolutely you do. Portugal and Congo wrapped up 1-1. England and Croatia underway at 3. Panama and Ghana at 6. Colombia and Uzbekistan at 9 o'clock tonight. The England soccer fans having a blast across DFW. I saw some guys out of the stockyards watching some rodeo and singing Sweet Caroline on social. That was cool.
That was cool.
I saw some fans had to be removed from the Londoner on order of the Dallas police.
Yeah, like 10:30 at night.
Were those the same guys who were singing at the Scotland fans? They could shove the bagpipes up there.
Oh, that could be. Could be. I don't know if there was a correlation there, but I did see those videos, and I was like, what am I missing? What is the reason, the context as to why these guys, when they're open till 2 a.m., they're trying to, is it just it's a school night and you're making too much noise here? I don't know.
Yeah, it must have been overly vulgar and loud and potential threats of violence for the police to be called.
Yeah.
You
can't be too careful with
wrangle. I mean, you get that vacation energy tied with mob mentality, and you're sort of, in America where, it's maybe you're thinking you can get away with more stuff here, and maybe you can. I don't know, but hopefully everybody can enjoy this match tonight, and it's not too dramatic, and the aftermath is peaceful. But I mean, between the England fans and the Croatian fans now, these guys are putting away an insane amount of ale or whatever they call it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yes, they
They're
are.
drinking their balls off. They're partying their balls off.
They are.
Okay, the Warriors are prepared to offer LeBron the $15 million non-taxpayers exemption. Would put him with Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Porzingis, Kuminga, and a bunch of jobbers. I think I'd rather just retire if I was LeBron. Like, if it was Warriors or retire, I'm retiring. I think I'm probably just going to go back to the Lakers and take whatever they're offering if I want to continue playing at this point, because I don't think we're winning it. Like that would just. Do you?
No, I mean, I don't think you are getting out of the West with something like that. I wonder if you're LeBron, like, just the idea that you get to play with some of these guys, like, how much does that excite you, and just the small chance and the internal confidence of a LeBron and a Steph thinking, like, we can do this thing, like, how cool that would be if they could pull it off. I could get it.
I like the idea of starting from scratch with LeBron and Steph, and then trying to build a contender around them.
Sure.
Like, are we trading Porzingis and Kuminga? Are we getting some bigs in here that can actually protect the rim and maybe move their feet a little bit more than Porzingis can? I don't know what the grand plan could look like. That'd be the questions I'd be asking if I was Mr. James. Okay, top 10. Then after the champ, we'll check where you taking this list.
Yeah,
today.
we've got some cinema news, and it leads to the question: what are the top 10 comedy movies people most want a sequel for? That's next in The Nation. But hey, it's going to be a Team USA World Cup party at Cosm. Come on out, party with me. Get ready, because the 2026 FIFA World Cup is coming to Cosm. I'm going to be there 1 to 3 on Friday.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We got Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a couple of minutes. Here's Lucius with your chant.
Okay. Going for 2 today at 5:30. Stick around for this one. It is Texan and soccer star Clinton Dempsey. He has something to say about his former assistant coach, I believe it is, Jesse Marsh. It's about who you beef with sometimes. It's about who you beef with. I'm not out here talking to media people. I'm talking to a former coach. I'm beefing with somebody up there.
Yeah.
In the brass. Big Clinton Dempsey, Texan right here, talking about his old coach, Jesse Marsh, a.k.a. Messy Marsh.
Reminder, Jesse represented the United States, not only as a player, but as an assistant coach as well. Yesterday, he had a comment that caught our attention. He said that when he was an assistant with the U.S. under Bob Bradley, Clint, he had to beg the players to sing the national anthem.
He really said that?
He said that.
He really said that?
Man, I can't take this guy too seriously. I mean, it was an honor for me growing up and representing my country. And when the national anthem happened, I wasn't someone who normally would sing. I put my hand over my heart and I'd pray to the good man upstairs. I'm someone who's bled for this country. I broke my nose playing for this country. I've come back from 2 heart procedures and played for this country. So I'm not going to take advice from someone who switched to the other side and singing another country's national anthem. And as my boy TT would say, stay in your own lane. It looks like he's in a dang moped, so worry about your own team.
Look like he's in a dang moped.
Damn. He is. He's so South Texas, dude.
Yeah.
Freaking legend. Clinton Dempsey.
Looks like he's in a dang moped. Shout out to Clint, man.
Yeah.
And
salute
shout out to
Clint.
Boosie as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to want to shout him out for the rest of the year. That was such a great clip.
Was he honorary?
Can we honorary him?
Should we honorary this dude?
Yeah.
Somebody write it down.
Yeah.
So we won't forget.
Yeah, let's write that down.
Yeah, please.
Let's note that.
All righty, we got Ball Maxon coming up at 2:40 with the Chief. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10.
All right, we're going to talk some comedy movies. Brian going to be here soon, but he probably hasn't seen most of these. I figured this would be a good time to drop a comedy movie list, as we have news that we are going to get a sequel to Jump Street. 22 Jump Street is going to get 24 Jump Street now.
They're skipping. They go 21, 22, and all of a sudden they're hitting us with a 24, Wolchuk.
Yeah, so what we have here on the cover of the script...
By the way, my son's teacher in elementary, we used to get so many phone calls about that 21. 21, 21. Anytime the number 21 would come up in the class, 21? He's a good student, but just the distractions with 21. We can work on that.
Yeah, we'll just say 21.
21.
My favorite number, dude.
So 21 Jump Street, the remake, I did think was really good. We got the sequel, 22 Jump Street, and they've been rumored to do a 23, but they're just skipping to 24 Jump Street because they say it took so long to make, we had to skip one. So we're going 21, 22 to 24 Jump Street, and I'm excited about it. I think both of them have been pretty good. I think Jonah Hill was really, really hilarious next to Channing Tatum. The both of them worked off each other really well. Ice Cube as kind of the ringleader of everything that's going on, the head detective. I'm into it.
What y'all doing over there?
Yeah. I mean, I'm up for any Ice Cube movie, but I passed on all these. You know,
like them?
I'm kind of the police action movies are just they're tacky and they lack depth.
The buddy cops.
I guess the buddy cop stuff. Yeah.
Okay. It's not for everybody. Look, comedy is subjective.
My brother loves them.
I thought they were hilarious. I really did enjoy them. I didn't know what to expect though because I never saw the original 21 Jump Street. So seeing the first one was just like, all right, I don't really have anything to compare this to. But I liked them, and I thought the sequels aren't always good when it comes to comedy movies. Like The Hangover Part 2, I thought was meh.
Captain Jack Sparrow was in the original. 21 Jump Street.
Okay. Yeah, because they ended up showing up in 22 Jump Street at the end.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Now it all ties together, baby. I understand this now.
Rodney Pete's wife was in there, I believe.
Yeah,
she was in there.
That's depth, Dawson. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's it, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, they got many layers to this. It's like Ogre layers. It's like Shrek 5. We got the trailer for that yesterday.
Let's cut to another chase scene for the next 12 minutes.
Oh, geez,
take a bathroom break.
Got your curmudgeon.
We just fast forward to the end of this.
Golly.
Oh, look, the car jumped. That was cool in 1960, bro.
Come on, man.
That was cool in the early 80s.
Golly. Eric.
Hey, Wolchuk.
I'm just going to talk to you the rest of this segment, okay? You just see yourself out of this conversation. Then Dawson
doesn't like comedy movies.
Is this all about 21 Jump Street?
No. Well, some of the other movies, some of the other top 10s, maybe you will like. All right, so we're going to have to make sure that like some of these get into the Dawson bar.
These are buddy cop movies.
Not all of them. It's just comedy movies in general that are most desired a sequel to. So fans voted. They're like, I really want a sequel to this comedy movie. Now, The Hangover is not one of these because they've got 2. But Step Brothers is the first honorable mention on here. Would you like a sequel to Step Brothers? I don't know what they would do.
Yeah, I'll take it. It seems like Will Ferrell's old, though.
He's kind of losing his fastball. I actually, that's a take that I agree with.
Yeah.
From you. I think you're right on that. And Will Ferrell's got a couple of movies on here. Wedding Crashers.
Yeah. Wedding Crashers, yes.
I don't know that I want to see it, though. I don't know if it would be good.
Yeah, there are times where the first one is so good that you're like, do we mess up kind of a good thing here? But when you've waited long enough, I would like to think they could come up with something pretty good.
Yeah.
They're not just spitting one out 2 years, 3 years later just because, trying to ride the wave and just half-assing it. Like when you spend enough time trying to put together a dominant sequel.
We're at 20 years
I would
now.
give that a shot. I'd go to the theater for that.
I would too. I just worry about like, what are we going to do here? Is it like they're kids? Because you're 20 years now in between films. Is this like Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn's kids?
Maybe they both ended up with an unfortunate divorce, and now they're back. Now they're back in the streets,
or they're from the grave.
Or maybe there was an unfortunate wife death situation,
and they get back at it.
Now he's emotional and he's doing things that he doesn't really want to do, but he can't help himself. Like, I don't know. I think they can make it work, dude. I mean, Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn together,
they really are so
dynamic.
good together. They have such a good rapport, the back and forth. The Barbie movie, which I guess was a comedy. I don't know that I care if there's a sequel to that one. Animal House and Anchorman. And they did do a sequel to Anchorman, but I guess they want a third one, is what the people are saying.
I'm good on that.
I thought the sequel was meh. Number 10, and we got this teased actually today. Mike Myers, who was at the World Cup match for Team Canada in Toronto, because I guess he is Canadian, Austin Powers 4. And he said, could this happen? Answer, yes. So maybe we get a follow-up to the third one, which was Austin Powers Goldmember, but Mike Myers could be getting back with Dr. Evil and Mini-Me, even though I don't think Mini-Me's with us anymore.
Oh, really?
Oh, Vern Troyer.
We lost Vern.
Right? Did we lose Vern? I think Chris Arnold had something to do with that.
Well, I don't think he killed
I don't think that's how the story goes exactly.
Oh, no? Did I miss a part?
Let me see.
The story.
Oh, yeah, he did. He did.
The story with CA and Vern Troyer was they were getting ready to take a picture, and CA picked him up to put him on a chair so he could stand and have his head as high as everybody else's or close.
He was just being a gentleman.
He was
the greatest story.
And Vern freaked out.
Yeah,
He treated him like a toddler.
He said his little legs were kicking in the air. Put me down. Put me down.
Yes. Just see it. Can you just see it? Just goes immediately to pick him up.
Yeah, just help you out here, buddy. I mean, I could see myself doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, we're not just going to...
We're not all going to go down on our knees and howl on all fours as we take this picture.
Yeah.
Woo.
Everybody sit down cross-legged.
Yeah.
Except for Vern. You just stand there.
Number 9.
Should have put him up on his shoulders or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Vern?
Go do a piggyback ride. I'd be excited, though, for a fourth one there. Can we get a Kids 2 from the 214? I don't know if I saw Kids.
Oh, my gosh.
Isn't
that like a crazy...
That's wild. I have no legs. That should be played in every high school health class starting junior year.
Maybe
talking about shock therapy.
Oh, that's going
to...
It was bad.
Yeah.
The Blues Brothers from the 469, they'd like a sequel to that. Ace Ventura, and we did get Ace Ventura 2, but does Jim Carrey still have his fastball like that? I know he's been doing these Sonic movies.
No, he just more, I don't know, eccentric now. Yeah,
I don't know if he could pull it off.
In his 20s, he was a force of nature. Anything he did was going to be hilarious. But I think he lost it actually right around the time of The Mask.
Oh,
that's when it happened. It was a very brief window.
You didn't like Liar Liar?
Liar Liar was incredible. Even Bruce Almighty was good.
Bruce Almighty, and Me, Myself, and Irene, bro?
Bruce Almighty might be the last one that I thought, like, okay, this one was good, which was, what, 02?
Yeah,
Supposed to be having them hot ass takes.
dude. Yeah, you went from A+
garbage.
to A- by the time we were with Me, Myself, and Irene.
Okay.
Now it's B content.
No love for the Grinch?
No. Weird.
Terrible question.
Yeah.
Not a good play by me. No, of course not. Bridesmaids.
He chalked it up to weird.
Bridesmaids comes in at number 9. Kristen Wiig's Wedding Chaos with a killer female ensemble.
Man.
That put Melissa McCarthy on the map.
Yeah.
The one scene where they all get diarrhea.
That was bad.
And they're running across the street. And they're like in the bathroom literally crapping in sinks.
Yeah, it was bad.
That is one of the most hilarious but grotesque scenes I've ever seen in a film.
I mean, it was a really funny movie.
It was really good. 8 is Talladega Nights, The Ballad of Ricky Bobby.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, unless you're just totally out on Will Ferrell at this point,
which
I think that would be one that most people would be open to.
All right, number 7 on the top 10 comedy movies fans most want a sequel for in honor for 24 Jump Street. Superbad at 7. And this has also been one that they've teased quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that is like the.
It's a Mount Rushmore.
It's a Mount Rushmore.
I can't
for
stop
sure.
doodling these D's, bro. I can't stop.
You had a treasure chest full.
Parents thought I was possessed by some D devil.
Did you hit Becca's foot with your D?
You know how many foods are shaped like D's? The best kinds.
The best kinds.
No hot dogs, no popsicles.
This is actually a great take here. Okay, from the 817, The Cable Guy.
Oh,
was the worst movie ever.
I don't think I've ever seen it. It looks so bad.
Cable Guy was not good.
It was so bad.
Yeah,
like Joe's Apartment bad.
Yeah, like I didn't watch it for all these years, and then we were getting texts. I think when we were in the nighttime in the nosebleed season, it was like Cable Guy, and I'm like, okay, this is a blind spot for me. And then, like, this is truly awful.
Yeah,
I didn't like it either. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Dodgeball, rest in peace, Chuck Norris from the 469. In fact, I do believe Dodgeball might have not made the list. It might have not made the list. No Dodgeball, but I wouldn't mind a sequel to Dodgeball. 3 is Elf. Speaking of Will Ferrell. Elf was good. I don't know. I think we're good.
That was
on
a good Christmas
I don't know if we
movie.
need an Elf
good.
too.
Yeah.
Tropic Thunder is number 5.
Oh my gosh.
There's no way in today's world. That
you could. Yeah, you could. If it's funny, you can.
You can? We can get away with it?
Yeah. If it's funny, if you do it right.
Yeah, and that would be outstanding. That movie was unbelievably
Tropic Thunder was
funny.
so darn
It's such a good run. It was like a decade worth of just unbelievable comedies in the 2000s.
Was it Booty Sweat? Is that the name of the drink?
Yes,
crazy.
Tom Cruise and everybody, dude.
It's crazy.
That was so good.
My brain is good.
Simple Jack.
Oh my gosh, that cast was incredible. Jack Black, Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. got nominated for a freaking Academy Award.
Yeah,
doing blackface the whole time.
Good stuff, man.
It was hilarious.
His dad did that back in the day. You know that?
No.
Yeah, his dad is a director, and he didn't do like the blackface, but he did like a voiceover for a black character. So the whole time you're looking at this black character, and it's Robert Downey Sr.'s voice the whole time.
Okay. Wow. Okay. 4 is The Big Lebowski.
Went whole circle right there, full circle.
Yeah.
For those fellas.
Jeff Bridges might still be able to pull off a Big Lebowski sequel. That could be fun.
Absolutely.
Office Space comes in at number 3, which
that's one of the greatest roles. Shout out to Las Colinas.
Man.
When he's rapping in his car, dude.
That is such a good movie.
Yes. yeah. The Scarface. Yeah.
So freaking hilarious.
Yeah. This parking garage down here, somebody parks right there at the very entrance of the parking garage. It's a Tesla. And I almost hit it every time getting in there. And I feel like that's like somebody put them there, like the desk down in the basement.
Yes,
the guy with the stapler.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of the stapler situations. Yeah. I feel like they're doing him like that right now. They want that guy to quit.
We need you to come in on Saturday. The Goonies is at 2, which I think has been a rumored sequel for a long time. I just don't know what you would do for a Goonies sequel.
It'd have to be their kids. How's Chunk doing?
Yeah. That's a good question.
There's no way
Is he still with us?
Let me get an update on Chunk, the original
Why do you say
truffle
that?
shuffler.
Number 1, though, the comedy that most people want a sequel for is Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, yeah.
With Matthew Broderick. I mean, that movie is outstanding.
It is.
I did not know that there was enough love out. I knew that there was love, but like people really wanted a sequel. I don't know what you could do with that, but hey.
What is his grandson staying with him or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Like that. I think that's what all of these would have to do. It'd have to be like the next level,
Yeah.
in the family tree type of
Yeah. I made a list.
Yep, please.
Rush Hour.
Ooh, another Rush Hour.
Another Rush Hour.
Yeah.
Another Money Talks with Chris Tucker and Charlie Sheen.
Okay.
That'd be awesome. A lot of these are Chris Tuckers. Another Friday movie, which I heard they're in the making.
Yes.
Trying to do. Another Harlem Nights with the new generation of comedians.
There you go.
Okay.
And All About the Benjamins. Did he blow that money? Mike Epps, did you blow that money?
That's a forgotten Goldie right there.
Chunk is still alive, and he's looking thin. He's looking svelte. He is a founding partner of law firm Cohen and Gardner because he's Jeff Cohen. Chunk is Jeff Cohen in real life.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's aged extremely well.
Okay.
I guess he's
So
just
that was
out
all
of
makeup?
acting.
That wasn't a real guy?
No, he was. Oh no! Chunk was just the chubby kid. The
you
were
were thinking
talking
of the,
about.
Hey, you guys.
Yeah, the Baby Ruth guy.
Yeah, the Baby Ruth guy.
Hysterical.
That was Chunk.
I kind of thought that's what you were talking about, too.
No way he's still with us.
Thought he grew out of that.
So that was just makeup, huh?
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Okay, we're coming back with some Maxing.
Yeah, football maxing with
Nice.
Messi, Team USA, and my favorite soccer fan in the world next to the nation.
straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Welcome back, Nation. Broadus has stepped in. Okay, he's back from Minicamp. Krusty's Corner's coming up in an hour. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Lots to get to right after this.
Now there's a new trend called ball maxing.
Everybody has a preference. Some guys like them round, and some guys like them thin. Some guys like them tacky. Some guys like them brand new. Some guys like old balls. I mean, they're all different.
Do you still think the balls are juiced?
Nico Gonzalez, Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi! First career World Cup hat-trick ties the all-time goal-scoring record.
How about that? Messi, must watch. Always rising to the occasion and meeting the moment, no matter how young or old he is. That was pretty dang special last night, and the Rangers gave us a good opportunity to flip the channel.
Real quick.
I'm like, what else we doing here? Dawson tells me before we get out of here, Messi's playing tonight. I'm like, okay, we know what we're doing here after the Rangers are going to suck it up to start that game and really throughout the entire night. So it was an easy night to flip on over, and watching him work is pretty gosh dang special.
Amazing.
It is, man, and it's incredible how efficient he is and how dangerous he still is at this age. You know, you juxtapose that against Ronaldo, you know, who is a couple of years older, you know, but I think Messi's one of these guys like a Tom Brady or a LeBron that is going to bend the rules of, you know, what a guy can usually accomplish. You know, even 32 or 33 has historically been old for soccer players. Like, this is insane to be one of the best players in the world at this age of his life.
Okay, I'm so glad you said that, because I want to take you back to 2018 when Messi and company lose, and I believe they're losing to Mbappe here in the World Cup. And so you have this is the end of Argentina's run in 2018, and listen to the English commentator after Argentina's elimination.
Lionel Messi's final World Cup match, surely, and maybe his final game for his country. He'll be 35 the next time the World Cup comes around.
Okay, so that was back.
Little did he know he would win it 4 years later.
Nobody could possibly play that long.
Yeah.
35, hell
I mean,
no.
you're running 6-7 miles. I mean, Messi's not. Messi probably has it down to 2.5 or 3, and he walks a lot. But, you know, he's just, I think, showing you with his awareness and his positioning and then preserving his energy for the right moments.
Yeah, and Messi has scored 8 goals in his last 8 World Cup matches.
Damn.
Ronaldo has 8 World Cup goals in his career.
Wow.
Yeah, that's out.
So when you start
wild.
looking at the differences there between the two, but yeah, now Messi is tied for the most goals in men's World Cup history with 16. And we'll see. You have Ronaldo and Portugal. They're in action. Are they still up right now? Or?
Ronaldo and Portugal
they tied.
with Congo.
They tied?
1-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was looking for. Well, don't be laughing. I'm doing my damn job over here.
I'm just laughing at myself.
Oh, what'd you do that was so funny?
I hit on Prize Picks.
Did you?
Cha-ching. I was surprised.
Was it a soccer hit?
Yes. Actually, it's funny because we're talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, you know, and
Did you go with more on the shots on goal?
Yes. Or no, it actually passes attempted.
Passes.
Yeah, I'm like, this is when I can understand why that Tech quarterback had an issue.
Oh, it's so much fun.
I get it.
Having some fun with it, huh?
I get it. Yeah. Okay.
But that's daily fantasy. That's not sports betting.
That's not sports.
That's how we get around it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a completely different thing.
Totally different. It's more or less. It's not over-unders.
Do the stuff that Dawson does too. Do them both. Everything, right?
Yeah,
Dawson?
DraftKings.
Oh, yeah, DraftKings it up.
Do whatever.
Code DFW, the fan.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so the official audience for the U.S. World Cup opening match versus Paraguay comes in at 27.5 million, breaking the all-time record for U.S. soccer viewership.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so the everybody's caught the bug here a little bit. Now it looks like Pulisic,
we're
still
a front-running country.
Still training alone, doing gym work, and not with the full group on the
Britt
pitch
Brown?
now as we are 2 days.
Yes, with Britt.
2 days out. Are we getting nervous that Pulisic won't be available?
I don't think I'm ever not nervous about Pulisic's availability.
He's it's Tyron Smith.
It is minute to minute.
He is a Tyron Smith. That's
a little Jordan Tyson in him.
Pretty good.
So yeah, that one's tough, and it just doesn't seem like it adds up. He's got this sleeve on his lower leg. I think we probably have a bruise or a strain, and we know from being Luka fans how those calf things can linger for 2 months.
Yeah,
we might have seen the last of Pulisic in this World Cup.
Don't say it. He's going to gut it out. Are you kidding me?
Gosh,
absolutely
Pulisic.
not. Show bet Pulisic plays.
At least one more second of World Cup soccer.
At least a half.
I think you might sit this game in hopes of being better next week against Turkey.
So we just play for the bigger picture here? I mean, I can see that. That would be
What's up with Turkey?
I was listening to my guy John Strong, my former intern at 750 The Game in Portland before I
you have
moved
a famous
here.
Intern?
Yeah, he called the play-by-play. I think he was on the Argentina clip that we just played.
Heck yeah, he was.
He had just graduated from Oregon.
Holy crap, no way.
And,
he didn't ever say that.
And it was very clear.
Ryan.
He was very clear.
Take a page
he was
out of his book.
an ascending legend in
Good
one
point.
thing or another. And like 2 weeks in, he became like the play-by-play guy of the Timbers, and then 2 years later, he was doing MLS. So
did you kind of know?
Well, yes. I actually.
Right.
So I was 10 years older than him, and I called him Uncle John Strong because he already had a bald patch. I was kind of trolling him, but he was like so responsible and mature, like on nuclear dork levels, right?
So he likes Sandler.
It's so funny.
Yeah. Oh, blew Sandler out of the water.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
We had a teammate at LSU. He called him old man. He had a teammate. Like, he looked like an old man. We're all like 18, 19. So it's like, and he answered that, and then we had a reunion, and it's like, hey, old man. And he's like, well, I actually am an old man now.
Wow, it fits.
But
That's awesome.
Sometimes you have that look. You have the old man look.
Apparently, Pochettino's message to the team when games get physical, quote, we're American, we don't take S. That's something he really drilled into us, according to Sebastian Berhalter. So I keep falling more and more in love with Pochettino.
They got themselves a hell of a manager. They really do. This dude's the real deal.
Yeah. No question about it.
He didn't really help us at Tottenham very much.
I've seen enough of Sebastian Berhalter, by the way, on the pitch. I'd like to see him on the bench for the rest of the tournament.
Ooh, not a fan.
There you go. I mean, he can try to not take bleep, but he's buck 45.
Who else do you have a problem
He's
with?
a bleep taker.
Don't you have a problem with Way? Or
Timothy Ream.
Ream.
Yeah, the center back. Somehow the captain of the team at 38 years old. If there's a goal against us, Ream will be in the scene, backpedaling, looking like Savone Ravel against the Lions.
Oh, no.
He was all right.
He had a great PBU against Flournoy that's now making the rounds, courtesy of the Dallas Cowboys social media team.
Yeah.
So we're going to, it's Revel season, baby.
You got to be careful talking to about these. I appreciate you guys letting me go watch practice, but then I come back, I'm thinking, okay, how dramatic do I want to be saying this?
I want to hear the most dramatic version possible. No, Eric, drama.
You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah. My gosh, some of the best backpedaling I've ever seen. Now.
Gosh, she looks great. Those hips don't lie.
Oh, they're singing God Save the King. I'd love to be listening to this right now. These fans all sing it.
The
it's pretty
England
wild.
national anthem.
We're live at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah.
Perfect time to it's Dallas Stadium, Jack.
Nope, AT&T to me, baby.
Let's actually take you to Fox 4 outside of Dallas Stadium, outside of Texas Live. This is an England fan getting ready to have the greatest day of his life.
Hi, I love this beer in this country, by the way. It's really good.
You like the beer in this country? All right.
Hospitality has been amazing as well.
Really? Have you had any Texas barbecue yet?
I had Texas barbecue yesterday. I had a lovely bit of brisket.
Lovely bit.
Tell me about it. What was your experience? Was it what you expected?
I went fatty. Do you go fatty or lean?
Yeah.
I went fatty. I went to slow bone, picked it up, put the sauce on it, dropped it in the mouth, melted in my mouth. It was absolutely beautiful. It's the best beef I've had in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
We love to hear that. Did you try any of the other fixins with it or no?
I had a pork chop. I had some pork ribs. I had mac and cheese. The mac and cheese was average though.
Oh, yikes.
And the other thing is, what's this Brussels sprouts gratin about? We have Brussels sprouts at Christmas in England. Why'd you have it on your barbecue? I don't know.
I don't know. There's so many questions here.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're doing today. You're heading into Texas Live right now. What's the plan ahead of the match?
We're going to get drunk before the game. We're going to get drunk during the game. And then we're going to get drunk after the game. But all that matters is England wins today.
How about that guy?
Let's go. That's a plan.
Having the time of his life, drinking
plan.
some Shiner Bock. He's a big fan.
Football's coming home.
I mean, could you imagine touching down to the U.S. with our tremendous beer menu, our barbecue menu?
And it's actually cold.
I've never had slow bone. Have you guys?
No, I
kind of a brisket experience that he
never
had.
No, I don't know.
Never did.
I'm not familiar with the
I think he
slow
made the
bone.
right choice going fatty
He
myself.
did. Yeah,
Yes, he did.
absolutely.
He
Yeah,
did.
he did.
But there he is. That's my favorite fan.
I'll tell you what,
right now.
look at that. Sometimes mac and cheese can't be a little mid.
Absolutely.
You know, I appreciate it. By the way, the description of the way English people describe things and everybody should have to describe things like that, right?
Yeah.
The way they tell you what they did, it's just so eloquent.
It was properly terrific, right?
Yeah. Everything
he had
about
a big old cowboy hat on.
Very
nice.
he was
awesome.
He was living it up.
Yeah.
Okay. We got 1 down, 4 to go. It's a full show Wednesday here in the nation. Rangers have the night off to clear out the Arlington entertainment area for this World Cup traffic.
Yeah.
There's the FC Dallas Pat Armusa. One of the top scorers in the MLS.
That's a big boy
Apparently
right
he's in the
there.
starting 11 for Croatia, so that's pretty dang cool.
That is cool.
A texter pointed out Turkey is now the new preferred name for Turkey, just like Czech Republic is now Czechia. If you were wondering where that Czechia came from.
Turkey is how do we say it? Are we doing it right by that saying? Okay, Turkey. Here we go.
Mixed bag coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yay, Turkey. All right, where does
Turkey
Cooper Flag get selected if we combine the last 2 drafts? We got World Cup scams. They're on alert. And where is Tech ranked without Brendan Sorsby? That's next to the nation.
Yeah, buddy. It's hour 2 of the nation. And we have John Machota coming up at 5 o'clock from The Athletic. He was at Minicamp. We have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Brian is back in the building with us now after watching practice.
John was watching with me, so we were kind of standing there together. Me, John, and Archer. We're all working there.
Archer. Texas come in to say Slow Bone is legit and check out their fried chicken. Okay, so a little follow-up on this epic England fan who's giving his reviews of what North Texas has to offer in the way of food and bevy. Here's Wolchuk with your mixed bag.
All right, let's do it. Let's shake it up, and let's hit our mixed bag now.
You want a chocolate? Mama. Mama.
Leave the gut.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them?
Yeah. Throw it in the bag. You never know what you're going to get.
Woo! We've got the New York Knicks parade tomorrow. How wild is this going to be?
What time does it start?
That's a great question.
They're giving people
10 a.m. in the morning, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, so 9 a.m. our time.
So they're not letting people get all liquored up.
My cousin said they're camping out, bro.
Okay, then they're getting liquored up. Then they're getting liquored up.
So we've got people camping out. We've also got fans that are dropping hundreds of dollars to other fans to save them spots.
That's going to get sketchy,
at the parade.
dude.
I know.
I don't know that you could trust that.
I think this is going to ignite a lot of fights.
Yeah, sorry, that spot's saved.
I mean, I remember, when we were out there, and we were so lucky and blessed for the Rangers parade to be out there with great spots.
We were right in the middle of it.
But we went out there and we all broke off during, the trucks driving around.
Right.
And so we took a corner and we were doing live call-ins. And on the way back to our broadcast location, fans were not having it. They thought you were trying to cut in and take their spot. And it's no, I'm just trying to get back to our broadcast
Credentialed
location
media
to do a show, please. But I thought, it got a little treacherous trying to fight through that sea of people. I can't imagine what it's going to be like in New York.
I can understand them not thinking that you were a professional with just how sloppy hammered you were at that point. There's no way this guy
I just
is
saw
a
him chugging out professional. of
We got drunk to start the game? I didn't start drinking until about 9:40.
Oh, no. I walked up because I got there a little bit before you did, and we had those same fans that gave us the beers.
Yeah.
Before you got there.
They had the G-Bag Nation flag.
Yeah,
I went
before you
drinking
got
with
there,
them.
they had the little tiny airplane bottles of liquor.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was chugging Tito's with them. So we've polished off the Tito's and then went into the beers.
Yeah.
So it started very early.
I'm 9:40. They handed me a Shiner, and from that point, I didn't stop drinking until 6.
It was unbelievable.
And we ran out of beer.
I know.
We ran out of beer.
You gave that guy a big victory hug at the end.
It was very Scottish of me. I was William Wallace.
Speaking of the Scots, let's go over to the World Cup very quickly here. How about the Scottish fans? They have a tradition where they donate to local charity groups, and they have raised over $30,000 to Providence Charities amid their World Cup group stage. So it's the Tartan Army.
Oh, wow.
And they went, they were playing in Boston. So they picked a local charity organization, and the Hasbro's Children's Hospital Cancer Unit that will be presented during a Tartan Army Downtown March and Music Festival, which will take place tomorrow. One of the biggest donations they've already gotten was $10,000. So far, it was up to $30K just from the Scottish fans. But we'll see if they're able to raise more ahead of the march tomorrow. But that's part of the beauty of the World Cup. The world uniting, people helping people. And that's an amazing thing. Some of the bad stuff when it comes to the World Cup.
Scams.
Their kilts?
Yeah.
Oh. You think those kilts are just disgustingly stinky?
Yeah.
Well,
I just think
I
think
my
it's
skill.
I wouldn't venture into public with it. I'd be like, this is our traditional gear. Sometimes we wear it at Christmas, family events, but
special occasion.
I'm not rolling out in a skirt being like, we're doing it better.
You got to wear some dungarees under there, right?
For sure, dude.
But don't
You're
you
not
kind of feel like, though,
the
in hot conditions, the kilt would be good because it would be
breezy.
You're not wearing it breezy in there?
No, because it's an extra layer. You're definitely wearing some kind of.
I don't think they are.
Is it woolen?
I don't think they're wearing anything under the kilt.
No,
they're free balling the kilt.
Yeah,
I think they're real
There's
Scots.
no way you're free balling the kilt.
Yeah, they are.
You're in for a rude awakening, my friend. Those balls are free.
We need to reach out to our guys overseas. They'll tell us.
There is 0% chance they are free balling at Fenway Park right now.
Yeah, they will.
In their skirts.
Yes.
They are kilts, Eric.
I'm sure somebody in Texas is going to educate us here.
Goodness, they're
they're going to tear me up here in just a second. But I think they know I'm right.
I'm going all in with no one goes free ball in public with their kilt on.
Well, let me tell you something right now. One of my brews.
I think actually the king. I think the king free balls it while he's
Again, not in public, though.
Yeah,
he's sitting on his throne. Yeah. Okay.
With his tush to the seat. He's going cheek to seat.
Yeah, you're not doing that on the bleachers at Fenway.
We have numerous World Cup fans who claim they bought tickets on FIFA's website and that they were scammed out of hundreds of dollars. One of the World Cup fans told African News that he spent more than $1,400 on tickets for his wife and 2 daughters. He and other fans are now claiming they were given match information and seat assignments, but they never received the barcode required to enter the stadium. So when they show up, it doesn't work, and now they're being turned away. So several fans had no idea they didn't have tickets until they arrived at the stadium.
All right,
this is a problem.
Did a little research. Sorry, that's terrible news.
That's terrible news.
Is this StubHub to blame?
Yeah, StubHub right now is a culprit here. That was named in.
So the official FIFA platform that you can buy tickets from isn't at fault here. It's a third party.
Yeah, I believe it's ultimately
because I've heard the scams are running rampant on the third parties.
Yeah, I think ultimately it does go back to the third party.
That's
and StubHub was named via Africa News.
All right, here we go. Short answer, traditionally no. On nothing is worn under the kilt.
My gosh.
Long answer, depends on the person, the setting, and the style of kilt.
So we were the 100% wear something under our kilts.
Some kilts.
Classic Highland saying is, a true Scotsman wears nothing under his kilt. That was especially true for the military pipe bands and formal Highland dress.
972, 100% free ball anytime I have my kilt on. 903, Irish and Scotch just simply don't care. 469, Chiafalo has obviously never been to the North Texas Irish Festival.
That sounds like a blast.
That don't make you looking under skirts.
Right.
I've been there, but I ain't looking under skirts.
Thank you. You could still walk out of there not knowing.
Been to the Irish Festival. Shame on you.
Yeah, I was just laying down horizontal on my back the whole time,
bro. Just walk right over me.
Just trying to see how vascular
we got an
everyone
early
was.
penalty kick here for England.
Ooh, Harry Kane's taking this in the 9th minute. This is quite the moment here in the FIFA World Cup at Dallas Stadium.
469, my best friend lives in a kilt. He's always free balling.
I think it'd be kind of cool to do this, to all rock the G-bag kilts.
682, I'm Scottish and Mexican, and indeed, free ball. With
Wow.
the kilt on and my sombrero on my head.
Can't thank you guys enough for chiming in. Really
No, I do
you.
appreciate that.
Harry Kane misses.
But then the 214 says the material's too coarse not to wear underwear.
Yeah, I think the Americans, we probably would do that.
Not the
if we're going ahead and wearing a kilt, we're probably going to put something under it. But the traditional Scots, they're not.
He's about to bury this, isn't he?
He might be. I'm not sure how good Croatia's goaltender is. Save! Wow.
What a moment. Wait. We have a controversy. We come off the line early.
No, it's just a corner kick.
We're going to go to VAR to see if that was a badly placed ball.
He stuttered. He stuttered on the approach.
I stutter?
He stuttered on the approach.
Oh, it looks like the official is listening.
Yeah, they're thinking maybe he came off the line. Maybe he came off the line.
I think this was. I think they're going to check it. They're going to check it via VAR.
Oh, here we go. We're about to get the box. Boom.
All right, let's go ahead and watch this. While we watch this, ESPN's Jeremy Wu has put out. Now, do you remember who was it that said that Cooper Flagg wouldn't have even been taken in like the top 6 picks?
I think that was Jamal Mashburn.
Oh, he did come off the line.
I think Jamal Mashburn.
So Jamal Mashburn, yeah, he was a little bit early here. This is probably going to be a re-kick. He is ranked of the top 2025 and 2026 NBA draft prospects. Who would go number 1? And it is indeed
Dylan Harper.
Cooper Flagg that goes number 1 overall in a redraft between the two.
Does Dylan Harper not change the math on this a little bit?
No. Do you
Not
think
at all?
Dylan Harper's better than Cooper Flagg?
I'm just asking the question.
Like you did.
Well, it sounds like you might.
It sounds like you
Which,
think that
I mean,
way.
somebody
Just
else had a hot take like this, and I think that was up for like worst take of the week. I think Dylan Harper's really good. I don't think he's ever going to be a 1 on his own team. Cooper Flagg clearly is a 1, but Harper goes 5.
Harper's damn good, though. Let's not
He's
act
damn
like
good.
he's
No,
not.
100%, but I don't think he's better than Cooper Flagg. But Harper goes 5 in this.
There you go.
It goes Flagg 1. It goes A.J. DeBonsa 2. Darren Peterson of Kansas 3. Cameron Boozer 4. Dylan Harper 5. Now, I think I would probably go Harper over Boozer 100%.
I don't know how you don't go Harper over every
Patterson?
one of those guys except for Flagg. After what you just saw Dylan Harper do? How can, unless this is just based on when they were being drafted and we're going back into our thoughts of the players when they were being drafted, but after seeing what Dylan Harper was just able to do throughout the playoff run and in the finals, it's kind of hard to imagine he wouldn't be at least number 2
they rewinded to how we felt a year ago, but it's not to
Okay.
say like A.J. DeBonce is not going to come out and be a star, or Darren Peterson, the same thing. I would definitely put Harper over Peterson just because you have questions about like how much does this guy really want it right now. You don't have those questions with Dylan Harper. Caleb Wilson at 6, VJ Edgecombe, who had an outstanding rookie season from Baylor with the Sixers, at 7. Ace Bailey was 8, Keaton Wagler with 9, and then Con Knipple, who was rivaling Cooper Flagg.
He was 10th?
He was 10.
Jeez, what a draft.
So that goes to show you just how deep and how talented this draft is. In fact, in the latest mock draft, the Morning News has the Mavericks taking Braden Burris out of Arizona. That's our Mavs insider, Mike Curtis. With Brown unavailable, Michael Brown from Louisville, the Mavs could resort to a combo guard who could be a nice fit next to Flagg. The AP does have Michael Brown Jr. from Louisville falling to the pick there. That's their mock. But otherwise, Braden Burris seems to be the consensus
Arizona,
guy.
right?
Arizona. And has the best chance
my
to pull
gang
the
of
9.
2 like him a lot.
The other one, the Mavs have visited with Kingston Flemings, the Houston guard. USA Today had the Mavs mocking him going there. And I like Kingston Flemings. I think he's a good two-way player.
Arkansas?
I just don't. I don't.
Houston?
Houston. Guy, I knew it was a red and white
He is
team.
smaller.
It's the size, man.
Acuff small. And there's been rumors that the Mavs are interested if they can move up to get Darius Acuff.
Well, maybe the Brunson run changes people's minds a little bit.
You're right, but you're right. I mean, I agree with you.
guard.
Like, Brown's a bigger guard. Burries, I think, is more of a 2 compared to a 1 from just my limited assessment on him. I'm not going to act like I'm some expert when it comes to the NBA draft.
Is Burries a defender?
Yes,
I think he's a 3D wing.
Yes. That's the one thing when I was talking to my guys, they're like, "Listen, you like this guy? He defends, he shoots well, he's tough. He's like they're talking complete package guy."
He's got a complete package. Shout to the Scots. All right, 1-0. England up on Croatia's Harry Kane buries. He's not going to. You can't give him a second try. He's going to make that.
Well, he didn't hesitate this time.
Let's go to Ron Slavin, who is the agent of Brendan Sorsby, on this morning. Very interesting interview. I thought the guys asked some great questions. They did a great job. And here was Slavin. This will be cut 3 on what are some of the details that maybe people don't really know about the Sorsby case.
You know, you have to be careful of some things just because of all the people involved. And the people I feel worst for, besides Brendan, is Texas Tech. And I know they might have, I think where they messed up was they talked too much. But nobody knew any of this about Brendan. Nobody knew when he was in the portal this was happening. I mean, Brendan probably should have gone in the draft in January, right, if we would have known, but nobody knew. So the people at Tech have been great, very supportive. Joy McGuire, I think, is one of the best human beings on the planet. He's a lot of head coaches are transactional. He is not. And they didn't do anything wrong here. If anybody should be questioned or be catching heat, it should be Cincinnati, because they knew for 2 years and never said anything and didn't do anything about it. So that's the part of the story that gets lost. And again, it's like, this is a 22-year-old kid who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke. He's had 2 girlfriends his entire life. He's at church every Sunday. He's a great human being, and I guess his biggest fault might be he's too giving.
There you
when
go.
I say that, his involvement with some of his friends and the predatory world of gambling, where you turn 18 and deposit $5, you get a free 100. And every single show on TV and every single radio show, everything is sponsored by a gambling site. So it's a scary world we're living in, and we, these kids have all been raised now with phones in their hands, so it's real easy to get on an app and place a bet. So there's so much more to it, and it'll come out. But what we're focused on now is the next 3 weeks, where Brendan can get ready and work out for these teams, and they're on a lot of guys that are 6'3", 235 pounds, who run 4.4 and can throw it like Brett Favre walking around. So there's going to be some high interest in Brendan when the supplemental draft happens.
And all 32 NFL teams expected to attend Brendan Sorsby's Pro Day.
I think I'm going to go
July 10th. Well, at South Lake,
yeah,
going to be there.
Well, I think so. It's the same day.
Still allowed back on that campus?
It's
after that one thing.
You know what? The South Lake Carroll, that's where the workout is, right?
My client is a generous good Samaritan.
He's too caring.
If anything, he's just too giving.
That is great, bro.
Yeah,
he felt like the sports books could really use his money.
Yes, he's just too giving, and he's a little bit naive.
He's too giving for losing.
Shout out to Ron
He
Slavin.
treated that app like the offering plate, man.
Yes, that's his agent, and there were certainly some eye roll things. that he said there. But he's doing his best. But the Cincinnati, him pointing out, his agent pointing out, Cincinnati knew for 2 years. Didn't say anything. I mean, that's pretty much been what Lubbock and Texas Tech's been trying to say. We talked to Ari about that. Ari's like, I don't know. Cincinnati's there's got to be some more punishment here for them.
Oh, absolutely.
Screw it, Cincinnati.
Yeah, they hit it. They victimized Tech.
Well, how about Indiana?
And they're in the same conference.
I don't think Indiana knew.
He was betting on Indiana football, wasn't he?
Yeah, but then he went to Cincinnati, continued to do it, and actually played for 2 years at Cincinnati. Cincinnati's the one that he pointed out that knew. I don't know if Indiana knew. If they did, then yeah, they should as well. Tech now 11 in the preseason top 25 without Brendan Sorsby, just outside of the top 10. Your LSU Tigers are at 10 there, Brian.
Good point by the 3-2-1. Rules are rules, Wolchuk.
Somebody say, Brett. Oh, yeah, Ron did. Gosh dang it. He said it a couple of times.
Mama, give me 8 of them flap checks, and Mama, take away 5 of them flap checks. Want to stay home with the Crimson Tide.
The shocking nugget I unearthed on the Rams last night and what it means for the Cowboys is coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you before we do that, though, because life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, let's keep the guilty party accountable, right? They're not going to be dodging accountability like
By Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Need a new AC system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-Berkey's or visit Berkeys.com.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels as England leads Croatia 1-0. 27th minute. I guess they're getting ready for a hydration break if they haven't taken it already. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, first item of business here in your Cowboys news. And the shocking nugget I unearthed on the Rams last night. They have the most expensive offense of all time, $17 million more than the second-place team, $41 million more than any team last year. Stafford's cap hit is $48 million. That's the biggest cap hit for any quarterback. They added McDuffie, Watson, and Myles Garrett, three of the best defensive players who switched teams in 2026, two of the best defensive players in the entire league. And I say all that to say, that's how you win a championship right there. Rams are showing you how it's done. And as optimistic as it is to see some of these things playing out in practice, as much as I like hearing Christian Parker and Clayton Adams say, hey, and Shoddy making the goal, the Super Bowl, you're going to have a year where one of your NFC rivals isn't doing this. There are, three teams in the NFC? Two teams in the NFC? The Eagles and Rams, maybe the 49ers. Mm-hmm. I think the Seahawks and your guy John Schneider are a little bit different case. They're like coaching and scouting and team building better without really manipulating the salary cap to the extent of what the Rams and the Eagles are doing.
The Bucs have done this too. Yeah.
The Bucs have been a team that has done that.
They really went all in around Tom Brady.
They did.
Yeah.
The Saints used to with Sean Payton. But you're going to have a year like this lineup where everything the Cowboys are doing is heading in the right direction, and it's going to be a year where a team with significant flaws gets it done. Right now, I don't know what you guys would think about a Rams-Cowboys matchup in the playoffs, but that seems like an 8-point spread. Something like that to me.
Well, we can go look at what their regular season spread is. I think it's Rams by at least 5.5. I'll take a look.
So are you with me on that? That whatever optimism you have about the Cowboys' success in 2026, it's probably tempered by the fact that your front office and your ownership group are getting kind of worked when it comes to the commitment that it takes when it comes to team building. They haven't won bleep. Gavin says the 469. Who are you talking about? The Rams?
Probably.
I mean, they won
win a Super Bowl.
They won one 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And now they're back with a completely different team other than Matthew Stafford again.
NFC Championship game last year?
Yeah. And they were very close to winning it.
So I'm just waiting for somebody at the Cowboys, and this is what got me excited when it came to bust the budget. So, there are 11 of the top 100 left from NFL.com's list of free agency, and I think several of these guys could help the Cowboys. And if your GM was Les Snead and your owner was Kroenke, they would look at this roster along with Sean McVay, Brian Schottenheimer. I think Shoddy's great, and they would say, guys, we have some very significant shortcomings here. If we're going to be serious about the things that you're saying up there at the press conference, we need players. And I guess nobody has flopped at minicamp yet, and their crew of young players might all show up in Oxnard and be like, hey, we're here and we're going to be amazing. But, I mean, there's three good edge players, Clowney, Kyle Van Noy, Joey Bosa. Agree with Wolchuk on this one. Seems like a Cowboy type of move. Go get one of those guys.
And Von Miller, right?
Yeah, and Von Miller. You're depending on Lawrence Ezeraku, Sam Williams.
Gary.
Yeah, I mean, and Rashawn Gary's a nice player. I would say a real contender would have like 3 Rashawn Garys.
Right.
At least 2 Rashawn Garys.
And you kind of saw, at your point last year with Seattle. It's all about having that rotation and keeping these guys healthy. And I like Malachi Lawrence a lot. I do think it's probably unfair to expect him to have a giant role as a rookie. If he doesn't, then hell yes. But going into the season, I think you're right with the premise that like these real contending teams are probably going to have their roster good enough to where they could ease a player like that in.
And I hope over this summer like they're looking at this portion of free agency and saying we can add significant players here, and this is going to be our version of busting the budget or our version of going all in, and you could do some serious work. But yes, to your point, if your idea is going to be we're going to let Micah Parsons go because we're going to win with quantity, we're going to have like 5 pass rushers who are a 6.5 out of 10, then you need to go get a couple of more of those kinds of guys, especially on the edge. You have Taylor Decker, market value $20 million. You'd have to void years. Obviously, you only have $13 million in cap space. You have Darren Waller, was very good at scoring touchdowns last year. Was sufficient helping pass protection, not that great of a run blocker from what I can tell, but Span Ford should give you enough of that. They don't need a wide receiver, but Debo and Stephon Diggs are out there still. I don't want to make a case that they should be going after those guys because I love what they have at wide receiver, but those were the other 2 of the 11 free agents on NFL.com's top 100 list. So, this goes to, as Oxnard approaches, how much you can allow yourself to buy in, Brian?
I very much interested in buying in, but I was interested in buying in, and I do appreciate what you did to try and walk me through the tackle thing. I think there's questions there. I think there's questions, about the edge. It looks like to me, just watching practice, that they're thinking that they're going to do a lot more with Lawrence at that right end spot. I know Ezra Rock, when we get into it here in a little bit from my eyes from the camp. But it looks like to me that they really, really do want to see what they have from Lawrence to be that guy. I just personally feel like the linebacker's the spot. I feel like that's the spot where
Wagner
I would look.
and Okereke.
Yeah, because to me, they're looking at this right now is it's the Mike linebacker keeps getting switched out. It's the rotation. The rotation's not on the other side.
Yeah.
It's on at Mike linebacker. And I don't know really how much confidence they have. We're seeing a little bit more with James. He gets some opportunity, though, but Barham has got a lot of opportunity today to be that guy. So maybe they don't feel as bad about the Mike linebacker position as I do.
I mean, Mike linebacker, tackle, corner, edge. It's like, are we really trying to talk ourselves into this team being as good as the Rams? And before they went and got Myles Garrett.
Yeah. But they're not as good as the Rams.
No, they're on another tier.
Yeah, they're not. Listen. The Rams is a great way to try and build your team.
Yeah,
because you're absolutely right. That the commitment that they made, the trades or the signings that they made.
Go big. Yeah.
Go big.
Otherwise, you got to wait until, like, the Knicks just won a championship. Hey, great. They knocked out the Thunder for you. You didn't have to beat any teams that would have won a single series. Yeah. In this NBA 15 years ago.
Yeah,
great, you won a championship. Right. Can that happen to the Cowboys? Why not?
We can hope.
Yeah, I mean, it can, but it won't be this year. And 3 or 4 years ago, when I messed up and said the only way you're going to win the NFC this year is if Christian McCaffrey gets hurt, the same thing applies. Can you get Matthew Stafford to not be amazing at 37 years old or whatever he is in one way or another? Aaron Donald might come back and just make it that much more of a ridiculous idea. So please, Cowboys, prove to me that you're not just running this thing like a business, like you actually believe you could win the Super Bowl. But I'm going to need to see quite a few new players, I think, coming in. It's kind of pipe dreamy for all of these young players to be good enough. Like even Revel by himself, that would be like an amazing discovery at training camp. Holy cow, we got this guy in Revel who's a great corner. But you're hoping that happens at edge, and role player linebackers can be starters and do a great job. Like if I'm Shoddy right now, I'm like, man, we're up here kind of parroting the Joneses perspective. I need more honesty to the Joneses. I don't need enabling the Joneses with my coordinators coming up here and spinning pipe dreams that we're contenders. You can look at the rosters yourself. There's probably a 3 or 4 player gap as far as the good players the real contenders have compared to you. I think I got them at 8 or 9. You got to get to 12 or 13. Todd Archer writing the headline for ESPN. Some good stuff in here that hasn't been reported yet. But he's asking what Cowboys can expect from Brian Schottenheimer in year 2. Apparently, Schotty had dinner with like 40 players. which is pretty cool. I guess he likes to take him out to dinner. Maybe even misses Schottenheimer's along for the ride and hits him with a challenging question.
Oh, what a goal!
We got an equalizer.
Equalizer.
It's 1-1, 36 minutes.
Made a good point, Dawson, though, about Mrs. Schottenheimer being part of it, though.
Is that
I was listening.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It was just a lightning bolt from outside the 18-yard line.
Did our guy Musa get it?
Dang.
Who got it?
I don't think it was Musa.
It was a shot, though. It was a lightning bolt. Let's see. Replay coming up.
Okay, from bouncing. Oh no, cutback. Oh, with a drop off into the. Okay, all right, little deflection into the far side netting.
Lightning bolt. Martin Baturina.
It's 1-1.
32nd.
All right. Shotty, you can read it from Archer. We got to run. We got Krusty's Corners coming up next. Brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Where are you taking it, dude?
Yeah, I tell you what. It's day 2. I'm your eyes at OTAs. We'll do that next.
Make a
krld-fm.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Croatia must be asking themselves right now, how do we lose Harry Kane in the box on a corner kick? And, of course, he headed it in for the 2-1 lead. England leads Croatia 2-1. Now in the 44th minute as halftime approaches, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the King.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you always playing that. Lucius, are you laughing at the same thing I am?
I thought it was AI Broaders playing through one of my computers, but that was actually you talking in the mic while I was doing a read.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was laughing at. I was like, man, AI Broaders? Because Bobby did see me some new AI Broaders.
Yeah, that's what I learned today at practice. That I thought you were laughing at the fact that Zach was like blowing his nose with it looked like a sheet of notebook paper.
That's just one of these
that college rule
paper
napkins.
I looked over there.
Yeah,
I thought he had some like copy paper. He's like
blowing that thing out in MLA format.
I was like, man, I wonder if I can get this guy some Kleenex.
Yeah, it was a desperate moment.
It was a desperate moment?
It was.
All right.
So Broadus said his thing on the air that he didn't want to be on the air.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I tried to talk
I was
over
to go
it.
ahead and give him that score update.
Yeah, I was trying to talk over it, man.
Oh, no. Did I have my mic on?
I was. Hell yeah.
You sure did.
Yeah. Full-throated, too, bro.
It usually goes off. The microphone goes off.
Goes off.
What happened?
I don't know, man.
Why did I turn it off?
I don't know.
Because I wasn't sitting in the beanbag chair. That's why I usually turn it off when I sit in the beanbag chair.
Wow,
Lucius, my
excuse
apologies.
machine cranking up.
Yeah, you hear that too?
Yep. Hey, Broadus, it's on me, bro. It's on me. It's on me.
It's on me.
Point up to the sky. It's on me. I got it.
No, man. No, it's on me. No. I have to turn it off. I turn off the mic.
Yeah, because you're an adult.
I am.
Well, it was already off. You turned it on. You jumped the gun there.
Oh, that's what happened. I'm
a little
so
early.
sorry, man.
Just watch it. But
A little premature, Brian.
A little premature?
Happens to the best
It was
of
that
us.
choppy Blue Chew ad that
Sometimes
got
you
me
just-
going there a
you just
little
get
bit.
That
so
commercial
excited.
drives me crazy when he says, ladies, tell your man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, how many things could I actually tell my girl to go do to better herself?
Yeah.
She's just going to be happy about.
Hey, how about clean up after yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Fellas, tell your wives about the soda weight loss.
Yeah, that's going to go great.
That's going to go over well.
Oh, me. Hey, to start this thing off, I was at the OTA practice. God, I feel bad about that, Lucius. Sorry about that. Really, I did. I was at the practice today, and we had a offensive lineman catch a touchdown.
Was it the UFL guy?
No.
Was
It
it?
was Wolchuk's guy.
BB?
Cooper Beebe.
Yeah. It was like a wonderful trick play,
Sweet
or was
feet,
it a fumble-rooski kind of?
Damn right. I got to change my undies now.
It was actually, they were working on field goal protection, and they had a fire situation where it was like a kind
Bad
of
snap.
bad snap. And so Brian Anger, so they had this happen twice, by the way. Just trying to tell you what I'm watching.
Are these planned bad snaps, or are they just bad snaps?
This is like we're working on making sure everybody's alert at practice.
So center can catch the ball on a field goal?
He doesn't play. He was not playing center.
He's not the long snapper.
He's on the outside. So he goes out into the route. So he caught a touchdown pass, but a Johnny Cornelius on the second one.
Oh yeah,
did not.
He dropped it.
Did not. He looked. I'll say this about Cooper Beebe going out in the route. He looked good.
Fluid.
He looked good. He looked fluid. He's
been working with Zach Martin.
Like found the ball. Like secured it.
High pointed it.
Johnny Cornelius didn't look like they need to reevaluate that one.
He can't be your fire.
He can't be the fire guy with the game on the line.
Okay.
Kind of guy. But
Cooper Beebe's got it.
Cooper Beebe has it. He absolutely has it right there. Back to Joe Milton being with the twos. I know we've had some stuff. Him and Sam Howell have been switching off with each other there. What was interesting today, we got a lot of Jadon Blue. And I say this in Jadon Blue, working on the screen game with Jadon Blue.
Love it.
That's a nice little wrinkle.
We opened up team period today with an attempted screen, but defense was ready for it.
Okay. No fumbles?
No fumbles today.
Okay, good.
No fumbles. But a lot of Jadon Blue, a lot of throwing the ball to running backs, not just the screen stuff, But with Blue had an opportunity, Moffitt had an opportunity, and then Dominique Richardson, who I had to kind of look up. I didn't know who number 43 was.
That's the undrafted rookie free agent they signed? The running back?
Tulsa?
Yeah, and was at Oklahoma State before that.
Okay, yeah. Matter of fact, they had Joe Milton was in a situation where he was scrambling around, and then he threw the ball to Richardson. So all the backs today. I didn't see anything with Williams. I think they're keeping Williams in bubble wrap.
Yeah, I think I saw Joe Hoyt put out that he sat out today. So you're not surprised.
George Pickens went through all the individual drills, did nothing in the team drills. They did a 7-on-7 period. We had another couple where we tried to hit those connections with Dak and CeeDee Lamb. One down the right side and one down the left side. Both of those were incomplete today. And matter of fact, in coverage on those was rookie Devin Moore.
Cool.
So Devin
good
Moore,
coverage or just bad
coverage.
balls?
No, good coverage. Where Lamb had a shot for the ball and was running vertically, and Devin Moore was going with him, and was able to knock the ball out of his hands. So good job by Devin Moore to be able to do that. I noticed Michael Trigg today, the tight end from Baylor. Can I ask you guys this question about Michael Trigg?
Please.
Why does Wolchuk love him so much?
I do have an affinity for him.
Are we overrating the guy?
Maybe.
Wolchuk probably is because he loves him.
I mean, I had this question for Voch Lombardi this morning on the Doing All Right. And I asked him, I go, is there a player that we're hyping up right now that we're going to regret the hype?
Okay, I don't think it's overrating
and
him.
I'm just saying is that there seems like to me, and by the way, Schoonmaker had a catch today.
What?
In the practice? All the tight ends had a catch in practice today.
Were they 2 yards down the field?
It was kind of they were not throwing the ball down the field to the tight ends. It was not as good as you.
Oh, there's another one. Just tied it again. What a beautiful shot.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, it was Musa.
Was that?
That's our FC Dallas guy. Yeah.
So this guy plays for FC Dallas.
Yeah, he's really good.
I think he's got like 11 goals already.
He's a big-time header guy.
So that means he's going to be FC Dallas for at least another 2 weeks, and then he'll be playing at AC Milan or
the Hunt
Barcelona.
family is counting their money right now after this tally.
I wonder if this is going to get offsides, and they're going to call this one back.
No. You can't call that offsides.
They did yesterday in a match where the arm was just over, and they called it back. But this one it doesn't look like they're calling for VAR.
So it was a chip over the defensive line, a header back to Musa, and a volley. That's a hell of a goal.
What is that, Pickford? Yeah. Is that the goalie for England?
It split the legs of the defender.
What the hell kind of effort was that?
That was bad.
That was.
So here's I don't think it's overrating. I think what it is pointing out.
Are we putting too much love to it?
He just has a skill set that nobody else in the tight end room has.
Yeah, I get that.
So that's really what it is. It's that he's a guy that if you can unlock him, that is a chess piece to what you're lacking in the rest of your room. There's a chance he is a practice squad guy that doesn't even make the roster. Yeah. And he's not a blocker. And I think I've been very clear on that. But just as a receiving threat, the dude has special skills and talent that my hope is he can unseat a Luke Schoonmaker and steal his spot. He's got to go out there and prove it. There's a reason he was an undrafted rookie free agent. I talked about it during the draft. The stuff I heard from Baylor was not good. There might be personal reasons why that they weren't. And him working with the Cowboys and kind of getting some maybe help and the right support for some of that stuff might go a long way. But I do think he's got the talent and potential to where he could be a key special piece that they lack talent-wise in that room.
Yeah, it's like Princess Leia, help us, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're our only hope. That's what Michael Trigg is. Yeah. When you're looking for a guy that can get downfield and make big plays, which, they need desperately. They need him and Jaden Blue to give you that big play speed element. I think the Rams have 8 tight ends, 6 of them on the actual roster, 2 undrafted free agents. Yeah. They're looking to find anybody that's 250 pounds that can bolt like a Wookiee.
Yeah.
Because they know how many safeties and defensive backs are going to be on the field. They're like, have fun matching up with this if you want to go small. And I think the Cowboys really need to find that player. And so I'm with Wolchuk. It's the only guy that could potentially do that for you.
Well, I saw every wide receiver but DJ Rogers catch a ball today.
Okay.
Trigg caught one, Fant caught one, Schoonmaker caught one, Ferguson caught several, and Span Ford had some catches today. It was kind of a tight ends day.
Did you notice Downs doing anything where they had him?
I didn't. I noticed where Downs was playing. He was playing in the slot. He wasn't playing as the free safety. And I'm trying to think where he had a. Did I have him in coverage here? I wrote down a bunch of things about different guys, but no, I did not have him in anything that I particularly noticed. I just know that he was playing in the slot. Mm-hmm. And what happened was, like I say, Ezra Rocco was working through individual drills today.
Okay.
So he wasn't over with Britt Brown and those guys, but he wasn't part of what they were doing with team stuff. But he was over there working through the individual drills. I kind of feel like this is going to be. He just needs to keep doing those things. A lot of slant work today. A lot of route work with the running backs. I was trying to kind of get a beat on what was going on with. Oh, I mentioned about with Lawrence. Mm-hmm. They have Lawrence starting on that. He's starting on that as that right outside linebacker, and then you got Gary playing as the left guy. So you're
starting in the spot that hopefully Ezraku would be at if he were healthy and playing.
I wonder if there's going to be a situation where if Ezraku doesn't get back in quick enough, that maybe that they just let's see what got this guy.
That's why I would like to add somebody else to that room. And it's not.
Dawson was trying to help us do that.
Yeah,
right?
and it's not a knock on Malachi Lawrence. It's maybe a little bit of I had the high expectations. You did as well for Donovan Ezraku, and then I think we realized it's probably not the best bet to go into a season like that, right? These rookies, everyone's different. Maybe Malachi Lawrence hits the ground running and he's awesome. Maybe he is the James Pierce Jr. of last year and he's the rookie with 10 sacks. But I think that might be a flawed way to head into the season. Just banking on that production.
Just be Pierce on the field, not off the field, please, right. Malachi.
Yeah. And my final thing is, as I saw, it seems to be they're rotating the Mike linebacker position more than the other linebacker, or the other linebacker where D. Winters is playing. But Justin Barron seems to be the guy that they've been working behind Winters. Right.
It's a good description for the linebacker room.
Yeah. So
Barron is all hell.
So that's what we saw today. I think tomorrow is going to be a walkthrough practice. It's only an hour, so there probably won't be anything. I think they're going to cut them loose after they get done tomorrow. So,
I mean, old Jay Jeezy, what would he do? He'd bring in some kids, have a camp, make a fun day out of it.
Yeah,
Jason Garrett.
We used to have that. Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Lemonades.
All righty. Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
That's terrific.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Brian brought us Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. And, Cowboys minicamp has pretty much concluded on that note. We'll see you in Oxnard, sir. We got a football fix coming up, old Chuck.
Let's do it. We got a Cowboy great talking about Christian Parker, the Sorsby fit, and let's rank the NFL quarterbacks by their number of bad games. A fun exercise next in the nation.
But first,
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. England and Croatia are now at the half, and they are tied at 2. Maybe the premier matchup here of the first round of games. Anyway, the first week of games. As Musa has tallied from FC Dallas for Croatia. He just hit the equalizer. No offside upon VAR. Here's Wolchuk with his fix.
Let's go ahead and get our football fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, all eyes on Brendan Sorsby, July 10th. He's going to have his workout at South Lake Carroll. Ron Slavin, his agent, an outstanding interview this morning. Great questions from the morning show. If you want to go back and check that out at 8:20 on the Odyssey app, I encourage you to do so. Now, where is he going to go in the supplemental draft? Ben Solak had a great article out today on ESPN going through some of his strengths and his weaknesses, but he also ranked which teams are the best fits. Now, he's got 5 of them. And it goes Atlanta at 5 because you've got Michael Penix Jr. and Tua. I understand. Maybe you don't have a solution there.
No, you don't have a quarterback, really.
Indianapolis at 4. That would also make some sense. Daniel Jones coming off an Achilles injury, and they're probably looking to move Anthony Richardson.
Had to go to Phil Rivers last year.
Yeah, that's true. Minnesota, which is the ideal place, in my opinion, for him to go. You've got Kyler on a 1-year deal. I feel like the J.J. McCarthy experiment has not gone well, and they've kind of moved on. And I think Kevin O'Connell would be I think he fits the style of quarterback that Kevin O'Connell likes. Mobile, can get outside the pocket, play action game. He can create. At 3, I like the Minnesota fit. And then the top 2 would be Carolina, which is interesting. Bryce Young. Maybe they put him on notice.
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday, Dawson. I think that makes some sense if you're just not totally sure, about where you're headed with one of these guys.
It's crazy because when I said it, I wasn't totally sure immediately afterwards. I was like, isn't that kind of stupid with Bryce Young going into year 3?
I don't think it is, though, because it's like you're going to start to have that conversation. I don't know what Bryce Young's going to demand, but is he a quarterback
it's just
that's
such a
worth
massive
that
show
contract?
of no confidence in Bryce.
It's
like
true.
what that would do to the building and the locker room.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point.
I mean, he is the second national dude that I've heard bring up the Panthers, and I'm like, maybe it wasn't that stupid of an idea.
No, because his contract's about to come up, right? And I don't know, like, if you're running an organization, are you feeling great about paying Bryce Young $50 million a year or whatever that he's going to have to command? I don't know.
I just love Brada sauntering in right now with probably some green tea, goat urine looking drink, and he's housed. How many pastries did you just crush from the kitchen?
How many
from
cupcakes?
the office
2.
kitchen? 2.
They're really good.
Here it is.
But I had to do some business for the show.
What'd you do?
There you go.
I was talking to DJ about how we're going to have our soccer operation on
This
Friday.
is live coverage of Broadus talking with a cupcake in his face. Continue. You're doing a great job.
I appreciate that. No, you're gonna
that's why I had to have the water, man. These things are pretty dry.
A little dry in the mouth. Number one fit for Crosby, Ben Solak saying, or for Sorsby, Green Bay. Green Bay.
Okay, yeah, I could see. I mean, Green Bay they are the standard of we love to have options at the position.
They do, and
that's
Jordan
who they
Love,
are.
I mean, Jordan Love's one of these guys. It's crazy. It's like you've seen him elevate his game, and he plays, and he looks like he's one of the best quarterbacks in football. But his lows are also very low. But then you also wonder how much help has he really had? His wide receivers are constantly hurt.
Yeah.
But then they're going out paying Christian Watson a bunch of money. It's
weird. It's not the same.
Green Bay is kind of a weird team. Like they're a team that could be a contender in the NFC. I don't think it would shock anybody, but I think if you're a Cowboy fan, you're also kind of hoping they suck this year because you're getting their draft pick.
Well, unless yours is better, right?
Yeah, I guess it's true.
The Jets get the worst of the picks, but nonetheless,
either way,
I do think the Packers are an interesting one to throw out there. And then I don't know. Did you mention the Eagles?
Doesn't the Jets get the worst of the picks? That's cool.
The Jets hit the lower.
The better.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I might have misspoke.
Whichever
Worse
team
for
is
you.
worse.
Worse for you.
Bounds of misinformation I work with.
Howie Roseman, though.
Philly makes sense.
Doesn't Howie?
Yeah, Philly makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, it's not going to your point about Bryce Young, that's going to be really bad for Jalen Hurts because he is mentally fragile. Like, he didn't want him taking Quinn Ewers. He is not a guy that wants them taking a quarterback. But at this point, they might be in the mode of, like, screw you, Jalen Hurts. We're already kind of seeing this is it for you.
And they did the same thing to Carson Wentz. We know for a fact Philadelphia isn't a team that worries about what a quarterback controversy could potentially do.
Yeah.
Right.
I did want to say, yes, the Packers haven't had wide receivers. Jordan Love has had a top 10 scoring offense every year he's been the starter.
Yeah.
LaFleur is the man.
Yeah, he is a good coach, and they run the ball well. I mean, Josh Jacobs has been fantastic for them. That was a really nice signing, via free agency. He's provided them a lot.
Right up until about 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, now we don't know. Now, speaking of the Eagles, they have signed Dallas Renegades corner, Shaun Wade. He is signed with the Eagles. He had an outstanding UFL season, so there is another UFL player getting another chance in the league. Former Ohio State corner was the 160th pick of the 2021 draft by the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
And now will be in Filthy. Broncos also signed the UFL Offensive Player of the Year, Hakeem Butler. He has won this award twice, and now he has been in the NFL 2 times after that. It didn't work out the first time. Spent two games with the Eagles. He's also played with the Steelers and Cincinnati. But now we'll see if he can get a spot there with Denver. Wide receiver.
Oh, okay. 2-time UFL Opoy?
Opoy. Yep, 2-time.
I'll take him.
2-time. And shout out to the long snappers, fellas. I needed to wait until Brian got back in the room.
Snap.
The Jags have signed their long snapper, Ross Matisic, to a 2-year extension worth $3.8 million in new money. He is now the NFL's new highest paid long snapper. Can you believe it?
Congrats.
$3.8 million. Amazing.
Congrats.
Amazing. That's big time money.
Snap to Cooper for sure.
All right, let's go to Crown Global Media. Darren Woodson, we've played some cuts from this, but here's Woody talking about your new defensive coordinator, Christian Parker.
I think I was just around Christian Parker and that defense just the other day. We got invited back to the former players came in and spent some time, and I've heard a lot about the new defensive staff and what they're doing. And we sat in a couple of meetings, and let me tell you, this is going to be a different team.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen, wins, losses, but they're building a foundation defensively that is so different from what it's been. This is not just casual. They're power thinking through processes, and they're taking their time. And I like it. I just think that there's a different atmosphere around that organization.
I love it. I mean, that's a guy who's been there. He's done it at the highest level. Hall of Famer in our book. Should be in the NFL's book as well. But it's good to hear, And
he can recognize good coaching.
He can.
Yeah.
And I still love the fact, one of my favorite things that Shoddy has done is really tapping in and bringing back like the old Cowboys greats. Emmitt Smith was out there. We saw pictures of him at practice yesterday.
He was.
I think that's great, to really emphasize the history of the Dallas Cowboys. But everything we're hearing right now, it is Kool-Aid season, as I've said many times, but it is in the right direction. Is it year one, this thing's just going to be totally fixed? Probably not, right? I'm expecting growing pains at times. But goodness gracious, it looks like the arrow is certainly pointing in the right direction. And the Cowboys are not the only defense that has a new defensive coordinator. So does one in your new division.
Yup.
Oh, no, another gold.
Bellingham. 3-2.
Gosh, what a match. This is outstanding. Just to start the second half, here goes England back up 3-2. This would be a crazy FIFA shots game. See, now everybody's taking shots. Somebody scores a third goal, everybody takes a shot.
So we're 5 shots in?
Now we're 5 shots in, baby.
Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be we should have brought a handle up here. Maybe we should do that. So you want to get out of retirement just for the FIFA World Cup, Dawson?
No, probably not worth it.
It was shame on me.
Let me get the kids out of the house first.
Right, fair enough. We'll take a couple of years.
Team USA wins it all.
Yes.
Okay.
Hammered.
That's fine.
Really?
Yeah, I like
okay.
that. Yes, hammered. No hesitation.
All right.
All right, Commanders, Johnny
What would the
Newton.
parade be?
That's a good question.
New York City.
Probably.
Think so?
Well, that's
Where
for
the
the
final is?
championship.
Where did the ladies? I think the ladies, when they won the World Cup, ladies had it.
Yeah, you got to do the whole ticker tape thing down
they
Broadway or
what do
whatever.
they call it? The Canyon of Champions?
Yeah, Canyon
Is that what that
Champions.
is?
Yep.
Yeah, let's
Right,
do
Lucius,
that.
I get that right?
Give it a whack.
Absolutely.
Canyon of Champions.
Commandos.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah,
Right
9
down
a.m.
Broadway.
Commandos got themselves a new defensive coordinator as well. Here's Commanders' Johnny Newton talking about their new defense.
Johnny Neutron?
He said we got to be a whole bunch of Denzel Washingtons. So great actors. And I mean, if everything looks the same, it opens up the pressures, the stunts that we have, because it all looks the same. So it just confuses the offense, slows them down.
So similar deal. You've got Coach Jones, who's coming off the Brian Flores tree, which is a lot of disguising, mixing and matching. They're also, you heard the brain work stuff that we've talked about with CP, but Washington's defense going to look a lot different. He's mentioning actors pre-snap. We're kind of, you don't know what we're going to do post-snap, boom, we're going in another direction. So the NFC East as a whole, I really think it could be the most improved division in all of the National Football League. You got a new coach there with the Giants. We'll see how Jackson Dart does. I think Washington should bounce back and be a lot more competitive this year. Philly might be on the downside, but that's still a super talented team. But the NFC East is going to be a challenge this year. I don't think this is going to be easy like it has been in years past.
You think you're going to have to win 11 games?
Almost 4-2.
I'm sorry.
I think just the floor raises for the division, but I don't think there's a 12-win
like a dominant team in there. Yeah. I mean, I think that it'll be, it's similar to like the AFC North, where they just kind of beat up on each other a little bit. But it used to be you could go 5-1 in this division for Dallas easy. I think these teams are going to be a little bit more of a harder out than they have been in years past within the division. Now, this is a really cool article from one cool customer who's pumping out some good stuff on Blogging the Boys. He ranked total QBR, and he ranked NFL quarterbacks by their number of bad games. Now, when you look at QBR, the stat is if you get a 75 or above, it's considered a good game in the NFL. If you get a 40 QBR or below, it's a bad game. So here is the exercise where he looks at quarterbacks, 36 quarterbacks with more than 20 starts, and what is their percentage of bad games? Where Tier 1 is dominated by Patrick Mahomes. He's only averaging one bad game per season. Compared that to some random quarterback like Eli Manning, whose 38.8 bad game percentage would be the equivalent of 7 bad games per a 17-game season relative to his peers. But Mahomes is on a different planet. He is the only quarterback that is on Tier 1. In fact, out of all of his games started, he's got 126 games where he's got a plus QBR, only 9 of them in his career has he had a below 40 QBR that's considered bad games. So out of Mahomes' entire career, you're looking at 9 bad games. That's why.
Do they have the teams listed who he played poorly against?
No, they don't have that. We don't have that. Tier 2 is green. The second tier here are quarterbacks that simply don't have a lot of stinkers on their ledger, which means their performance very rarely is the reason their teams lose. And that does not automatically make them elite quarterbacks, but the numbers here suggest they minimize their errors and bad plays, and they consistently keep their teams in the game. The interesting thing here is there seems to be a new guard of quarterbacks. This is where you get Drake May, who has only had 3 bad games out of the 30 that he has started in his career. 27 of them were positive.
And all 3 of those were the playoffs this year?
Yes, and I don't think it probably was. Jordan Love is in this category, who we just talked about. Brock Purdy is in this category as well. He's got 7 stinkers compared to 45 good games. And then you've got Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen, Rayne Dakota Prescott, and Lamar Jackson in Tier 2 on this list in the green. In fact, DAC numbers, you've got 138 games started with a plus QBR of 75 or more compared to just 26 with the 40 or below. So DAC's actually above of even Lamar when you look at just this metric of grading quarterbacks. It's pretty exciting.
That is exciting. I wonder how many of those are his playoff games as well.
And against the best defenses.
No question.
Tier 3 is Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, and Kirk Cousins, who are averaging about 3.5 to 4.5 bad games per 17-game season. Worst quarterback on this list, which is the Eli Manning pit of endless misery tier, Tier 5. It's Caleb Williams.
He might not have had a good one his entire rookie season.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 41% bad games about his career. So you're looking at that's getting close to 50-50, but I think you're right. I think the large portion of that is his rookie season. But
the big focus this year for him, they're talking about in Chicago, is can he increase his completion percentage? Because I think it was 58 last year. I don't think you can have sustainable success in the NFL like that. And certainly they had like a Washington Commanders 2024 vibe to their run last year.
Where there were games.
Big plays. The defense really wasn't all that, but they came up
games.
with
They would be a team that I could see regress to the means. I bet when we get the article that comes out from Bill Barnwell every year, like the 4 teams that'll be better and the ones that'll be, back to kind of below 500.
Closer to average.
Yeah, that could end up being the Bears on there. And shout out McKinney Boyd, Ross Matisic, one best long snapper in the league. Didn't realize he was a local guy from McKinney Boyd.
Okay, we got to run. Thank you, Wolchuk. Time flies when you are having fun. There is your football fix. I think I'm going to call England winning this mofo. And I know France is an absolute juggernaut, and Argentina looked amazing last night, but this is the most impressive group play performance I've seen so far as they lead Croatia 3-2 54th minute. Could easily be 4-2 right now. We're coming back with Sounds of the Sports Day, Chief.
Yes, sir. A big salute to the Scots, a filthy sports jinx, and please, no F-bombs next in the nation.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. The 2 best words in sports, you know what they are, baby. Game 7. But the number 7, it's got even more meaning when it comes to vodka, because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is absolutely unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. That's spelled N-U-E vodka. New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything is costing more, and trust me, we know it is, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Heck, I went to my local liquor store on the drive home on Friday, picked up a bottle. It was only $20. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your liquor store today, and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Tolo celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention, and CertaPro Painters took care of me at the highest level. Their estimates are free, detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we believe a premium vehicle deserves a premium experience. That means transparent pricing, no unexpected fees and dealer addendums, and a commitment to customer care that has spanned more than 100 years. Genesis vehicles are designed to move you with innovation, performance, and purpose in every detail. And from the moment you arrive to the moment you drive away, we're here to make everything feel effortless. Discover Genesis of Plano. Luxury without the usual compromises.
Are your allergies driving you crazy this spring? Well, your air conditioner could be part of the problem. I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. And right now in North Texas, pollen and dust levels are through the roof. And without the right air filtration, all of that pollen ends up moving through your home and into the air you breathe. And that's why during our Spring Clean Air event, when you install a qualifying high-efficiency system, Reliant Air Conditioning will include a complete clean air package for free. And that includes a UV light, an air scrubber, and a hospital-grade air filtration system. That's a $3,750 value, included at no additional cost. And during our Spring Clean Air event, you can also save with manufacturer rebates and special financing. So call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Summer weekends were made for this. Fernando Tatis Jr. and the Padres roll into Globe Life Field for a showdown against Josh Young and the Rangers June 19th through the 21st. This final home series of June has everything on your summer checklist, like big stars, hot dogs, and yes, an escape from the heat. Lasso your summer. Get to the ballpark for some summer weekend fun. Tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
The grand opening of Hidden Oaks, a brand new lakefront community just north of Dallas, is this Saturday, June 20th. 18 new lakefronts will be priced from only $99.9 this weekend. RSVP at hiddenoakstexas.com or hiddenoaksgrandopening.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Most Texans don't know what they pay for electricity. And if you don't know your rate, you're probably overpaying. Base Power found 7 in 10 Texans are on the wrong plan. Switch to Base Energy, one low fixed rate. And you could save more than 15% on your monthly bill. We'll even cover up to $150 in cancellation fees. See how much you could save at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Cosm Dallas Experience.
Dallas, get ready. The 2026 World Cup presented by Fox Sports is coming to Cosm. Experience every pass, save, and goal in shared reality. With reserved seating or catch matches on our wall-to-wall LED display. With general admission. Secure your spot at Cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it at Cosm.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. So England has outshot Croatia 18-4 and shots on target 9-2, but it is still a 3-2 game in favor of England out there at the stadium. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here's Eric with some more sports.
Yes, sir. Sounds of the sports day. Got some good clips here for you. And we know the Scots have completely taken over Boston, representing for the World Cup. And they've drunk them dry. And this is, we actually have some sound of a Boston sanitation worker. Okay, listen to the compliments he has for the Scots.
They deep, man, and they could drink, too. What? Are you kidding me, man? They must don't got no water over there in Scotland. After they're gone, I'm one person cleaning up after them, man, and it ain't that bad. They came, conducted themselves, man, with class, dignity, man, and they like our city. So I'm happy they came, man.
How about that? This dude was blown away. Like, he's a one-man band of having to go clean up, like, the streets and parks where they had just taken over and boozed for an entire weekend. He was like, they clean the place up pretty nicely.
Scotland does?
Yeah.
Going Japan on you.
I know. Huh. I guess that's a thing, dude.
I didn't have that on my bingo card.
I didn't either. Thought they were just going to just run amok, tear it all up. Be as
drunken
hooligans
as you could
ever imagine. Yeah, just like fighting and
peeing in the bushes.
Nothing but good vibes in there.
No, we only do that.
No scent of urine, according to the Boston sanitation workers. So respect to the Scots.
Right.
And Wyatt Langford. They're all in a nice suite there.
Kamar Rocker was up in there
after his
surprised he's shown face today.
Start yesterday.
I tell you what, it's funny. I was telling you guys, my dad. We were watching the Rangers, and it got to the point where it was like 6-0. Dad just says, "That's soccer on right now." My dad does nothing about soccer. He's like, he's just like, "Hey, is that soccer on?" Yeah. So. Just shows you how bad the Rangers were.
I feel like a lot of people were clicking over last night.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
Now,
it's bad.
I saw a little excerpt from a story out of Boston saying, in Saturday's afternoon heat, one patron entered Federal Wine and Spirits in Boston's financial district and purchased 2 bottles of water. The storefront, packed with 15 to 20 Scots, booed her for the purchase.
Oh, wow. These guys know how to have a good time.
They do, man.
Where do they play next? Do we know where they go
fantastic.
next? What's their next match?
Scotland?
Yes.
Let me look.
I'm sorry, I should have looked that up myself. I thought maybe somebody knew it off the top of their head.
Outsource your research to others.
They're going to play Morocco on Friday, and it is at Boston Stadium.
Okay.
Oh, they get to stay in Boston.
They're back.
Do you see what they're doing at Boston Stadium, which is obviously Gillette Stadium where the Patriots play? Okay, there's like over 64,000 seats in there. And the under portion of the seat, like the seats flop up, when you're not sitting in it, then you pull the seat down to actually sit. Well, when the seats flop up, they have a little like Gillette Stadium logo on there. And so somebody, I guess, or a multitude of different people had to go out there. They've taped up the Gillette Stadium on the undercarriage of every seat, 64,000 plus seats.
With blue tape just to cover the logo.
Blue tape just to cover the logo of Gillette. That is how deep FIFA goes to make damn sure there is no advertisement that doesn't go back to them.
There are players that were wearing Beats on the field.
Oh, they had to cover it?
And they made them tape them up. They went down there and taped up the logos on their Beats.
But the seats, though, how many of us got to do that? Is it like a 2-man crew, 3-man crew? Like, that's insane.
A lot of tape.
When the boss hands that down, you have a tear coming out your eye. Like, we got to do what?
Yeah, you got to recruit.
I'll pick up something to carry something today, sir. I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do
country
that.
that's got all those hard criminals. What was that? El Salvador? What is that? That group, they brought all those people over to do all the
seats. Just go ahead and knock that out. Janny King's staff.
What was that country that
El Salvador sounds right.
Was it El Salvador
Prison Break
you know
season
what I'm talking
2?
about? It?
Yeah, I do remember.
Those guys.
Jesus. You're in your bag right now.
Man, bring the prisoners. Have them tape up the seats.
I'm just telling you, man.
You know how annoying it is to pull off pieces of tape, though?
You know what? Put them out there.
Yeah, to have to even just having to rip the tape 60,000+ times is an absolute beating.
After 5 or 6, I feel like I'm going to pull my hair out.
Yeah, dude.
Is that one
It's got to
guy?
be 50 people,
There's
bro.
no way
We
that's one
cannot.
guy. No chance.
Hey, this is your task for the next
You hated my
3
prisoner
months.
idea, didn't you? Yeah, okay.
I loved it. I loved
This
it, man.
is the
You're
sword speech punishment.
shooting from the hip over there, dude. I freaking love it. Okay, so let's see. What else do we have in here? Sounds of the Sports Day. Oh, yes, of course, we have the 76ers' new president of basketball operations. His name is Mike Gansey. And he's brand new to the city. He just got hired a few weeks ago. He's going to be running point, basically, in the front office there for the 76ers. So he shows up, and he's at a Phillies game. You got Jesus Luzardo having himself a nice game through 5 innings, trying to get that no-hitter. Here is the new Sixers president being interviewed behind home plate.
Sixers' new president of basketball operations, Mike Gansey, and head coach Nick Nurse down here as we go to the top half of the 5th inning, fellas. Thanks for joining us. Mike, welcome to Philadelphia.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. How's everything going your first couple of days?
Good.
Yeah?
Glad we're out to a 8-0 start right here.
Yeah, we are.
First game, man. No hitter still intact.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Luzardo's been, Mike.
He almost said it.
He'd fit right in.
Call that man Jared Sandler for his jinxes.
Within seconds, dude, you hear the crack of the ball.
It's that for me.
Can we hear it in its entirety one more time, Lucius? Golly, this is so good.
Sixers' new president of basketball operations, Mike Gansey, and head coach Nick Nurse down here as we go to the top half of the fifth inning, fellas. Thanks for joining us. Mike, welcome to Philadelphia.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. How's everything going your first couple of days?
Good.
Yeah.
Glad we're out to a 8-0 start right here.
Yeah, we are.
First game, man. No hitter still intact.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Luzardo's been...
He almost said it.
Wow. Yeah, that's the old jinx, huh?
What is that laugh in there, too, there at
no
the
hitter
end?
still intact.
I'm a basketball guy.
Oh, crap.
That is absolutely freaking fantastic, and I love that it happened to somebody in Philadelphia. Okay, and we can potentially close things down here in Sounds of the Sports Day. We take you to the world of tennis. This gentleman, Corentin Moutet, 27-year-old from France. He's currently 38th in terms of player rankings in the world as a tennis player. And he just picked up a win against a fellow Frenchman in the round of 32 at the Queen's Club Championships. And this is the post-match interview.
That's so frustrating. You know, when I had the match point, I was on the second serve. Okay, you aim in the middle. Whatever you do, you just put the ball in the court, and then he hates me 142. I was like, I would have to serve, and I would have to.
No F-bombs, please. No. Right, Corentin, I'm going to ask you one more question. Apologies, everyone, for the language there. I'm going to ask you one more question, so please keep it clean, okay? You on the grass last week, unfortunately, didn't go your way. What's it like to get your first victory? Okay. Corentin, we need to improve that for the next round. Apologies, everyone. Corentin Moutet.
What a freaking savage, dude.
He was having none of that.
No. Shut it down.
What a play by me. That lady was trying.
Is this at Wimbledon?
No, this is
before the tournament before Wimbledon.
Yeah, this is the Queen's Club Championships.
Yeah.
God save the Queen.
Sponsored by Aiden Ross.
Yeah.
Wow. They freaked out over Alexi Lawless saying full kit wanker.
Yeah.
The full kit did not sound like full kit.
No, it did not.
Yeah, at all.
No.
You had to go back to the instant replay there about 1,000 times.
You said what?
And you had to want to hear full kit.
I didn't know what he said until Dawson just said it. I thought it was,
really?
The whole time I'm still thinking it was the effort.
Yeah, I guess a full kit wanker in England is a fan that dresses up in the full uniform. You know, they call the uniform the kit.
Yeah, okay.
So I guess that's a specific type of wanker over there. That's a very common term.
It's a certain type of wanker.
The total sports fan who
it's full kit.
You know, thinks he's going to the game, has his own last name printed on the back.
What kind of wanker are you, Mike?
I'm a full kit shoes and everything.
More of a full kit style myself. Super fan, if you will.
Oh, a semi-kit.
What are we at? We're at hydration break here. 3-2.
We're at hydration.
We're at the cash grab.
We're selling, cash grab right now.
And we got some Cowboys Twitter coming up next. DC Christian Parker addressed reporters, had some interesting things to say. We'll give you highlights from that coming up next year on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Of course, you'll get our Dallas Cowboys minicamp news of the day, the return of the MVP showdown, and our brand new World Cup segment, When the Pitch Hits the Fan. Join the show 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. leading into Rangers right here on The Fan.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Many of you want a home equity loan, but you don't want to refinance your current mortgage. That's why we have great second lien home equity loans at TexasLending.com. You can get your home equity loan done in your primary residence, a second home, and even on investment properties. Call TexasLending.com today to find out more. Get a free quote. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals. Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
When it's time to replace the roof on your home or business, call Blue Nail Roofing. They'll find the damage that other roofers and the insurance companies often miss, which means you'll get a complete repair of your property and a larger claim check, too. BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
You know, there's nothing I hate more than dishonest business practices. So I built the company GiveMeTheVin.com around this slogan. We do what we say we're going to do when we say we're going to do it. At GiveMeTheVin.com, we show up at your house, check in hand, pay off your payoff. It's just that simple. GiveMeTheVin.com.
We're the only 5-star BBB rated card buyer out there.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Here at Academy, we're putting the outdoors back in Academy Sports and Outdoors, especially for firearms and ammo. Whether you're punching paper at the range or heading to the field before sunrise, you'll find what you're looking for and probably a few things you didn't know you needed. Trusted brands, tons of options, and undefeatable prices. Right now for Father's Day, get up to $100 off the best brands in firearms through June 21st. Academy. Fun can't lose. Age restrictions apply. Remember to always keep it safe.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're celebrating America 250. America's #1 Chevy dealer is pricing every new Chevy with pre-holiday savings below market value. It's a Classic 250 event. Upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $15,000 off MSRP. That's a winning drive. $15,000 $15,000 off. Making the right trade is always the game plan. Right now, trade values are up. You could trade into something better than you thought and lower those payments. Get a check on the spot. I know winning teams, and I can say with confidence, Classic Chevrolet is the very best at delivering winning drives. The clock is ticking. 250 new Chevys are priced to sell fast. First come, first serve. So don't wait. Shop now at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference.
2023 through 2025, stock number TC30250, classic discount 9,000, customer cash 4250, GM bonus cash 1750, plus tax title license and 225 dealer doc fee, expires 7/7/26.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Texas Rangers Family Field Day. Oh, that sounds
Don't miss a fun summer tradition at Family Field Day, Sunday, June 28th, noon to 4 at Globe Life Field. Enjoy a day of family-friendly activities at the home of the Texas Rangers, including inflatables and yard games. Get tickets now at globelifefield.com/familyfieldday.
Hey, if you're listening for the first time, welcome. You'll hear the term Tolo, which means turn it on, leave it on, leave it on, leave it on. And to those die-hard Tolos, you are amazing. Together, we are doing what they said couldn't be done. DFW's #1 sports station is 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 to 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team. Let's jump over here to Christian Parker. Cowboys defensive coordinator had a press session today before their minicamp practice. Went on for about 15 minutes or so. And one of the more interesting cuts early on was they were talking about their defensive communicators and how they choose who does that here, CP.
I think that, communication on the field and in life in general is just different. There's more extreme circumstances in the pre-snap in terms of what you need to communicate. So those guys embrace it. There's certain people who are giving communication. There's certain people who are receiving it by position, not necessarily by their personality. We don't really care about that. Like if you're in a position of communication and you're commanding and you're responsible for the checks and things we have to do, that's what you have to do. So whether you say 1,000 words out of these walls or 2, it doesn't matter. When we're on that grass, it's a premium.
So not necessarily looking for leaders or talkers, just guys that can get the message across. And that's consistent with how Christian Parker does it. He's very, I would say, succinct and blunt and very clear in his communication style. And, if that leads to efficiency and better communication, I think that's one of the real positions that, one of the real categories that you could improve upon significantly here for these Cowboys in 2026 compared to last year. Now we got Clayton Adams talking as well about using multiple tight end looks. Quote, everything has a time and place. Obviously, when you have 2 elite receivers, taking one of those guys off the field, you might get a greeting card from the defense afterwards. Thanks for taking Pickens or Lamb off the field, or I guess even Flanoy. I don't know, but what we do know is that the Cowboys are great in 11. The league's most efficient team in 11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end. When they go to 12, 13, 21, they're lacking. So, what do you guys think? Can you have a great offense that you feel like could be resilient in the month of January with having one formation that you're awesome in? There's a lot of defenses around the league that are basically troubleshooting 11 as their standard move here with a lot of chess piece secondary type players.
Yeah, because you're kind of switching now to a lot of, your nickel defense, right? That's kind of become a lot of teams' base. And that is to counteract what was the start of the 11 personnel trend, which McVay was able to run out of that as well. He kind of highlighted and got that kicked off back in 2018. Now he has gone ahead and done the, zigging and zagging where he's making 13 personnel the new thing. And now this is the offseason where everybody wants to copycat that. I don't think you've got to have great tight ends to run it. You've just got to be able to have, I think, one guy. You got to be able to fit the parts of it, right? So, you need your one guy that can be your receiving threat out of it, but everybody just has to be able to know the basic fundamentals to do the job. I think the Cowboys could do it. I just don't think their strength right now with those 3 wide receivers, like you don't need, just because the rest of the league is doing it, I think you need to have it in your back pocket and be able to go to it at times. I think in the red zone, like there's certain areas of the field that can work really well. But gosh, you'd think, what are they going to be their most effective at? It is probably still going to be that 11 personnel where you've got Pickens, Lamb, Flanoy, Williams all on the field together at the same time.
And I think for the regular season, that's great, but I think you need to become more physical. And as the defenses are getting smaller and faster, the answer is in physicality. And you can't do everything in one off season. This was an off season about building on defense. But the defense isn't dominant. I think I would have looked at this offense and said we're kind of one dimensional. Brian, what do you think? Is this offense one-dimensional? Is it too finesse?
I think there's. I think initially they ran the ball where you wouldn't think they were finesse, and then things kind of. I think they at times become finesse when they get in the red zone. Mm-hmm. That's my biggest
Which
issue.
goes to what Clayton Adams said, right?
Yeah, we talked about that in the opening segment.
Okay, yeah that's. I mean, I'm sorry I missed that, but that's where I. If you look at the problems and how sometimes they try and formation people down in the red zone, I'm like going, oh man, just try and load this thing up and see if you could just push some people around a little bit. But I just when people started to take away, they took away Pickens. I think that's when all of a sudden you're like, man, are we really just that kind of one-dimensional? It became, oh, listen, we're just going to try and run slant. I mean, they were working on that today, running slants, and that just seems to be kind of their answers in a lot of ways. Oh, we need a play. Let's throw a slant here. But I think they've got some things that they clearly need to get better on. But I would say just how they approach the red zone would be a big concern for me.
Yeah, so Nate Tice, Football 301, we had him on to the Super Bowl. He's on the Minicamp podcast, and he's going viral today, picking the Cowboys to have the number 1 offense in the NFL.
Okay.
And his thought was the continuity factor. And, guys getting better in year 2 with Clayton Adams and Brian Schottenheimer. And I'd love to have Nate on the show if we could to just push back a little bit, because I think they're physical in their middle 3 of their offensive line and with their running back, Javonte Williams. Outside of that, the tackle play. And I would love to believe it with the, I believe, sincerity and conviction that Nate Tice said that. And, he's a guy that studies as much as anybody. But then Clayton Adams, on the red zone stuff, he had a great moment in his press session today talking about self-inflicted wounds, negative plays, whether that's turnovers or like losing a down on 1st and goal or losing a yard from 1st and goal from the 1. He specifically talked about how that's a killer for your chances of scoring touchdowns. But he did acknowledge, Brian, that they changed their identity from being run play action in certain down and distances, and then they get into the red zone. They want to be this drop back team throwing it to Pickens and Lamb too much.
Yeah, I think that is a big issue. By the way, England adding another goal here now, 4-2. But yeah, I listen. There's a lot of things that I think that they can't. I'm going to be fascinated. And let me ask you guys this question, if I could. And Bobby Belt brought this up this morning, and he was talking about he felt like that if Flanoy, when Pickens' day's done, when if they don't re-sign him, after this season, that Flanoy is going to be that second one.
Wait, you said Bobby brought that up?
Bobby brought that up.
That's weird.
Why is that?
I've only said it for a few months now on our show and on the Stack.
Are you offensive about it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Seems like
Hell
it.
yeah, you should be.
That's not a Bobby idea.
That's what I'm talking about,
Been-
baby. Well, I
Been
just
standing
said
on our very show right next to you.
He just brought it up. Well, I'm on with you with the Stack every day.
Yeah.
Okay. My apologies then to you.
And it's not a Bobby thing.
Brought it up this morning.
It does seem more
about-
credible when Bobby says it, though.
That's fair.
It's just
He's a
Bobby
Cowboys
brought it up. I'm
insider.
just saying this morning, Bobby brought it up. That's all I'm saying. But Bobby brought it up in a way of saying that that Flanoy is going to be the number 2. Have you said that?
Yeah.
He said it with his mouth one time.
Flanoy's going to be the number 2 when Pickens leaves.
Yes, I've said this is the season where Ryan Flanoy steps up to where if they need to move on from George Pickens, he can slide in and be your wide receiver too. Check out my TikTok page right now. I've got a video that was up a week ago on it.
That's cool. Good job.
What's your handle?
Bobby said
At
this
Zach
morning.
Rachel.
Sounds like Bobby's jacking your content.
Maybe. They like to pretend that I do.
I was listening to Bobby this morning, and Bobby said it.
Bobby knows ball.
So, all right, we'll check your eye. You believe that. How about you, Chief? What about you? Do you think he's going to be the receiver?
Yeah, I do think he's very capable of doing that, and they're probably going to, they're not going to want to throw a bunch of money at that particular position.
Sure.
So I think financially and with what you saw him do last year, I'm expecting another step to be taken for him.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, and then we just ran through earlier I didn't realize his attributes physically. Pretty big, super explosive, can jump and all those different things. His RAS score coming out of college was outstanding. So, yes, and I think they've really started to trust him as the season went on last year, dialing up plays for him in particular.
Yeah, 2 big 100-yard games. I would ask you this, Brian. How important is it that you have a real X? Because Flournoy is a Z. Pickens is an X.
I think
Lamb's more of a Z.
You haven't said anything about this, have you? The X or the Z's?
No.
Do you have an opinion on that?
I think Flournoy can play inside and out.
I don't think he can play inside.
You don't think so?
No, not at all. I think he's more of an X than he is a Z.
Flournoy is?
I think so. I think with his ability, with his body type, with his ability. We were watching him today at practice, and he was catching. They were down there in the red zone, and he was the inside routes that he was able to run. From the outside, though, I think that you put him on the line of scrimmage, his ability to escape, and I think his ability. Todd Archer and I were talking about this today. He catches every ball in his hands, every one of his. You don't see the ball get to his body, so if to me, I see him more as being a guy that you put him on the line, let him win, let him go inside, let him win up the field. I could see that more than playing him as a slot or playing him as a Z.
Been a lot of good 6th-round picks for these Cowboys in my time covering them over the last 15 years.
A lot of bad second-round picks.
If that happens for Flournoy, he might take the cake. Yeah. Seems like he might have 1,000-yard potential in him. And I was just wondering if you thought Pickens-Flournoy was the better combination or if Lamb-Flournoy would be if you had to pick the combination of 2, including Ryan.
I would pick if you said to me, I don't want to take Pickens out of this thing at all. But I think once he goes, like Zach was talking about, once Pickens goes.
Bobby. Well, what if Lamb has another season getting hurt and dropping the ball? I just want to be open-minded to that. Yeah. What if Pickens checks off all the boxes? I think he's a more dangerous player.
I personally felt like there were times where Pickens was a much better player than Lamb last year, myself. But I don't. If you're going to get in a situation where you're going to eat that salary cap money on that contract,
and you can't. I don't think the Joneses would ever trade.
I think the Joneses told you what they think about. I think they told you what they think about Pickens.
It's fun discussion, okay? And there's plenty more Cowboys content to go around as we head into hour number 4 of 5 tonight in the G-Bag Nation. Full show. England leads 4-2 with 6 minutes of stoppage time here between now and the final whistle. Where are we going next? We're going to John Machota of The Athletic, talking Cowboys with you here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, I want to kick it over to Chief here. Yeah, for a little
heck yeah, you
hair
do.
Conversation.
A little hair. Oh yeah.
How do we get that gorgeous flowing locks situation going on?
Yeah, let's get you to Advanced Hair Restoration, Tolos. A guy like Bobby Belt could potentially use this. I keep encouraging him, and if you, much like Bob, are losing your hair, you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of your hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Now, Advanced Hair, they have performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. You are going to love them. Now, it all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Base Power Company. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Reports say that the Tampa Bay Bucks are concerned with the way that quarterback Baker Mayfield neglects his health with injuries. Mayfield pushed back with those thoughts, saying he started every game the last 3 seasons and that he didn't think that should ever be a question. Mayfield and the Bucks are currently in the midst of contract negotiations and are pretty far apart on the terms. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Tolo, celebrate America's 250th anniversary with Certa Pro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, and you can trust Certa Pro to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, free estimates, reliable communication, and professional painting, all at the right price. They took care of me. They will take care of you as well. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each Certa Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
Which way to Specs?
Come on, let's go.
Specs Wine Spirits and Finer Foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you.
Shout.
Cheers to savings.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of acid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, hour 4 of the nation. John Machota, the Athletic, joining us here in just a second. The text had a good idea that maybe we need an AI Bobby bit that just instantly steals all of Wolchuk's ideas and presents it to Sean and RJ.
I like that. That's a good bit.
What do we think?
I think Bobby can fire that off easy.
Here he is, longtime Cowboys beat writer, one of our favorites at the Athletic, John Machota, here with you on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
We're doing excellent. Taking in the minicamp and everything. I'm trying to figure out where fans could be excited here as training camp approaches, and just looking at offensively. The most credible thing I've heard this week is the continuity on offense, and it's something I hadn't thought about. But how much is that worth to you when you get year 2 with Clayton, Adams, Shoddy, and Dak and these receivers doing their thing?
Oh, I think that's huge, and yeah, you should definitely have that from year 1 to year 2 in an offense. And I would expect them to be just as good and probably better than they were last year. If, and this is a key if here, they stay healthy. Because you tell me that they lose George Pickens or CeeDee Lamb, I could see the offense dropping off, certainly without Dak Prescott. But the other one, though, that's pretty important is Javonte Williams. And I don't know that they have another back on the roster right now that you could say, well, if Javonte goes down, we'll be fine and plug him in, and the train will just keep rolling. So as of right now, if they're healthy, there's no reason, even with the questions that there are at left tackle, this should be one of the best, if not the best, offenses in the NFL in 2026.
Are you buying the Jaden Blue narrative as far as being more of a splash offensive player, an offensive role player? Maybe not Javonte Williams backup style, but a guy that can help take this offense to the next level?
If we're being completely honest, I am not a huge fan of this time of the offseason. I feel like almost, I'm not going to say every single year, but in my 15 years covering the team, I feel like this time of year we get to see, and they do, less and less. And so because of that, I don't really buy into anything like that. And even in talking to Clayton Adams today, even he'll say it's tough to evaluate a running back when you don't have pads on. And, he's doing all the right things, and that's all great. But you got to actually see it on the field. And so from what he can be doing up to this point, yeah, it does seem like he's ready for that, to take that next step. And I do think if, he is the player they think he can be, then he'd be a great complement to Javonte Williams. And even Clayton Adams talking about how much that can possibly open up more in the offense because of what kind of a pass catching threat that Jalen Blue is. But I have to see more. And to be honest with you, I've even gotten so jaded about even training camp. I love that they're practicing against two other teams. I mean, as soon as that schedule came out, Rams, Saints practice, I couldn't wait for that. Those are if you told me that I can only attend 2 practices all training camp, it's those 2 and nothing's even close.
Yeah, it's Kool-Aid season, John. I mean, it's all good vibes right now. What have been your first impressions of seeing Christian Parker run the defense at minicamp, but also the rookie Caleb Downs?
Yeah, the way he has this practice structured a little bit defensively is different. The way he has groups moving from, individual stuff early on. And I think he wants a defense, at least it appears, that is going to be very multiple, and the drills that he puts them through would make you think that. And so that's exciting. I don't see this being any type of a vanilla defense. I think that there is going to be a lot of moving parts. And to me, the best defenses I feel like I've watched, or the ones that I've been most impressed with, are really the heyday of Bill Belichick in New England, where, from week to week, they're changing stuff up. And you can go into a game and game plan for something, and it completely blows up in your face, but you're so good at what you do that you can flip the script in the mid-game, and you can still execute at a high level. And so I think that's why, they went after Christian Parker, because they see that from him, that, he's obviously young, hungry, but he brings that, multiple type of a defense where it isn't going to be just, hey, we're this, everybody knows we're this, and you just, try and score on us, we're just going to stop you. It's no, they're going to do it in a variety of different ways. And so that's exciting to see, especially coming off of how bad they were last year.
John, one of the things that we talk about on the offensive side of the ball, and Bobby's been really loud about the idea that Ryan Flanoy could be a wide receiver 2 if George Pickens ends up leaving. Could you see that being the case? Not many people are really talking about Flanoy that way, but I know Bobby mentioned that this morning.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet. I do think Ryan Flanoy is a really good 3, and I think that top 3 is excellent. They're in great shape there. I'm sure he could be fine as a 2. That's kind of, makes me think of when they drafted Michael Gallup, it was, a 3 that could be a 2. I think that potential is there for Ryan Flanoy. I would have to see a little bit more, but certainly when his number was called last year, he showed you that, he can handle even more than what they gave him. But I don't think I would love the offense as much as I do right now if you were without CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens.
John, when you look at this defense, though, and I was just, the last few days of watching practice with you and stuff like that, notice with Lawrence, they seem to have an idea of and I know that Ezra was out and he was working with working in the drills and stuff today, but it seems like that they've kind of they're giving Lawrence the first shot, at least through these couple of practices.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I would expect that to be the way it'll be once the season gets going. I mean, I think that it'll be, if everyone's healthy, Rashawn Gary and Donovan Ezeraku, but there'll be plenty of snaps for Lawrence. Yeah, I think Malachi Lawrence is in a great spot because if they only have one first-round pick, there's a lot of eyeballs just on him. If that pick was it, but our focus, I shouldn't say myself and a lot of others, I feel like our focus goes quicker to Christian Parker and Caleb Downs, and maybe even some of the guys that they've had, like a Rashawn Gary. Like Malachi Lawrence is in a great spot where if he has like a great rookie season, and let's say he is a 8 to 10 sack guy or something, I mean, to me, that's just like, that can be icing on the cake. Like, I don't think the expectation is that, he should be like that right away. He could be. But yeah, I can see them giving him every opportunity and playing him in the preseason to see what he can do with that role. I mean, he certainly looks the part. I mean, the height, the length, the movement, and all of that. I mean, he's an exciting player. But again, like I need to see it like in actual games, and see how that goes. But yeah, clearly they want a lot from him this year.
John Machota, The Athletic, here with you on The Fan. What's your expectations for this defense as a collective?
I think it's going to be a lot, much more improved than just taking a little step. Jerry will make the jokes of like, well, it can't be any worse. We're at the bottom. And even some players have said that, but I think it'll be much improved. I am buying into the Christian Parker hype. I like the way he answers questions. I like the way he carries himself. I like the background. I like the system he's coming from and what he's done in the defensive backfields on other teams. And so, to me, the only question is, the game, inside the game, like I said earlier about the Belichick thing, like when someone comes out and they have a plan to thwart whatever you were doing, now what is your change up? What do you switch to? And I think that's where we'll really know the most about him. But up to this point, everything that he's done, said, the way he carries himself, to what the other players say about him, I don't think that you could have asked for a better hire.
I was wondering what you thought about Christian Parker's press sessions, his media today, because I agree with you. I think the leadership and the football IQ that is underlying there is outstanding, right? And as a coach, I'm like, yeah, this is the guy. How quotable is he, though? He seems like he's very protective of information and doesn't let anything out unintentionally.
I would agree with you completely. It's funny you say that because we talked to Quinnen Williams today as well, and when we were leaving, another reporter mentioned that too, about how, Quinnen is good. He'll talk to us and answer every question, but he's also good about not really saying too much. And I definitely see that in Christian Parker. To me, just from a media standpoint, I feel like Christian Parker is farther ahead than I thought somebody who's never been a defensive coordinator before would be in terms of in front of the media, answering questions. I just think that he never really hesitates on an answer. It seems like he has a response ready to go for whatever is being thrown his way. And he will be guarded about certain things because he doesn't want to give away too much. Because let's be honest, that's one of his best advantages right now going into the season is that, we sit here and talk and write about, we don't know for sure what the defense is going to look like. Well, I find it very hard to believe that the rest of the NFL has it figured out as well. So I think he handles himself very well from that sense. And I thought he was really impressive today.
What are you thinking about the cornerback room right now and in the health of Deron Bland going into camp?
He talked a good game today. He's a great guy to talk to. I was saying this when I left practice today. I'm like, man, I want nothing but success on the field for Savone Ravel and DeMarvion Overshown because they're great to talk to. They're great media guys, but good dudes too. And you want to see them have success because you really feel like, hey, they have everything there that's needed except the health part of it. Can they stay healthy for the full season? He certainly feels like he's past the knee injury that he had, and so. The only thing I can take away from him is the same thing I did last year. It's whenever he's healthy, I can see how he would be a problem because of his size, his height, and the way he moves really doesn't. I don't know. He moves like a guy that would be shorter than he is, and he has great size. And so I'm interested to see how that works out. But when I look at that corner room as a whole, it just seems they're throwing like a lot of numbers at it. And I'm kind of sitting there going, I wonder who will emerge out of this group beyond like those top 2 or 3 guys. And with this being kind of the position group that's Christian Parker's specialty, I wonder if we get somebody who maybe we're not expecting right now to have maybe a better season than that. Who knows who that might be? I mean, obviously you're going to have a good camp, good preseason for that. But maybe that's Kalen Carson. Maybe it's Reddy Stewart. Maybe it's Darian Kendrick. I don't know. But it seemed like they wanted to go with, we're going to get a bunch of numbers. We'll see who emerges, see who fits into what Christian Parker wants to do, and we'll go from there. But there are still a lot of question marks at corner. I'm not going to lie to you. And I will not be overselling anything that happens with the corners, because one of the darlings from training camp last year was Kyer Elam.
Yeah.
John Machota here with you on the Fan, Chief.
You buying Overshown as the Mike linebacker?
I am. I'm buying it as long as he's healthy, as long as he can be out there. I mean, that's the thing about the green dot. You're not going to be sitting there bringing that guy in and out of the game. You need a guy that's going to be out there all the time. And so, as we've seen before with DeMarvion, when he's out there, he's a really good player. And so you would want him out there all the time. And so all of that would make sense. And I know the team thinks very highly of him. I mean, last year, late in the season, Dak Prescott said that DeMarvion Overshown was his favorite player on the team. I mean, he's very well respected in the locker room. So I think all of that bodes well for your, green dot middle linebacker that you'd want leading your defense. But you obviously can't do that from the sideline. So if he's healthy, that's why I look at it. If it's a perfect world and health is not an issue, I could see them going all season with DeMarvion Overshown and D. Winters as the 2 linebackers that you see the most of, and obviously Jayshon Barham as well, working in there. But yeah, no, I can see Overshown doing it. Just can he do it for 17 games?
When we're looking at the rotations, John, is there anything that kind of surprised you? And I know that we're just trying to be a little guarded about our observations and not get fooled on stuff. But were there any rotations at any position that surprised you a little bit just watching the last couple of days?
I think for me, I'm not saying it surprised me, but and maybe you caught this more than I did, and as you know, and I'm sure you've explained to your listeners, they do a good job of blocking us from seeing a lot
they
of
know they do a real good job of that.
Bodies. Yeah. I just haven't noticed this, and maybe just because they're going through the walkthrough portion and it's not really full go, but I don't believe there's a real competition at left tackle.
Okay.
I think it's Tyler Guyton, and if it's not Guyton, and that's a disaster, maybe they put Nate Thomas out there, but I really think if it's not Guyton, it'll end up being Tyler Smith, and then you move TJ Bass into one of those inside spots. But I just think Tyler Guyton is not going to get, I do believe that it is a 50-50 backup quarterback battle. I absolutely believe that.
Yeah.
But left tackle, I'm just not completely sold on that, and there's nothing I've seen in OTAs or minicamp that make me think that, they're going to say that, and I'm sure that Nate Thomas will get reps with the ones, and we'll see that in Oxnard. But I just really think they're going to do everything in their power for Guyton to win that job. And I kind of feel the same way with Jaden Blue as the backup running back. I don't think it's going to be this even split. They want Jaden Blue to win that job. And so those things kind of stood out defensively. Maybe Overshown on the Mike thing just because of the health part of it, and the green dot stuff and the way he was talking last week, because they weren't talking that way back during free agency when they were trying to get Nakobe Dean, Devin Lloyds and guys like that, Quay Walkers. So that one is kind of new to me. I don't know that I expected that, a few weeks ago. But outside of that, I feel like Caleb Downs is doing what we kind of expected him to do. I can't think of another one that really jumps out.
So we're going full George Pickens in training camp, you think? Do you want to call BS on anything that he said yesterday? Do you think that's locked in?
No, you know what I kind of thought of it as, though? It's the Jerry Jones saying, he said this was after the first day of the draft, I believe it was, he mentioned to a group of us that, that they can sign 2 receivers, big time, high dollar receivers, and make it work that way,
Yeah.
And he also said that they could do that with 3 defensive tackles, and one of those defensive tackles is gone. So I guess I'm bringing this up to say that, yes, everything that George said yesterday sounds good, but he also said he wasn't at OTAs because his agent told him not to, and he was listening to his agent. So how do we know that there won't come a time in training camp, before training camp, where maybe he suggested don't go to start a training camp. I don't think that will happen. I'm just saying that I'm not sitting there yesterday listening to that and going 100%. It'll be there. This is over. Book is closed. Franchise tag done. You're not going to hear any more about this until next January. Like I don't know about that. And it's not just the George side of it. It's the Dallas Cowboys side of it. And that just seems the way like how business goes with star players in the Cowboys.
Do you think they could do business with any significant players here this summer? Because I feel like the budget is not busted, and you've lost ground on the Rams.
That would be interesting, you know. I'm one of these people that still doesn't believe that Max Crosby will play for the Raiders. So I don't know if that comes to him getting moved to the Cowboys, because if you take yourself back to when that deal was going to be made, since then they've traded for Rashawn Gary. They've used a first-round pick on Malachi Lawrence. So I can't sit here and say the roster is the same as it was then. But if they added somebody else at like linebacker, inside or outside linebacker, because like even every day that goes by and a Jadeveon Clowney isn't signed by another team, you know, if they don't see enough from their edge rushers in training camp, I find it very hard to believe that they're just going to try and just scheme it up and not try and go get another, you know, accomplished edge rusher. So yeah, maybe there. I don't know about the Max Crosby thing. That just seems like it would take a lot to still get him, but I don't know. I just don't think that he's going to play for the Raiders after how everything went down.
Final minicamp practice tomorrow. Then you get, 6-7 weeks to Oxnard. Are you going to catch this World Cup fever or what?
Man, I don't know if I can afford this World Cup fever.
I'm crazy.
Scratching my head at how everybody else can afford this. Like, especially, I could go to a match and I'm not paying I'm not paying to fly and the hotel and all that. Like, I honestly am blown away. Like, I was looking into tickets that Monday game with Argentina, and like the cheapest one on SeatGeek was like $2,000. I was like, I would be interested in going. I'm not that interested in going. It is cool, though, I will say, just, you know, around the Metroplex, seeing people from all these different countries having their jerseys on and things like that. Like, it's cool. I'm not a big soccer guy, but I'm a huge sports fan. So I'm totally into it. I've watched more soccer, I feel like, in the last, few days than I have in probably the last few years. So I'm all for it. I'm pretty excited. I think it's cool. And I really think AT&T Stadium, I've done a couple of stadium rankings for the Athletic over the years. And it's like, I don't know, man, that thing's getting 10, 15 years old. That stadium still looks great to me.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
It looks incredible.
Sounds like you got the fever to me, John. Thank you so much for your time. Fantastic reporting as always, and we'll see you soon.
Sounds good, boys. Have a good night.
There he goes. John Machota of The Athletic here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Just crushing the beat as always. Okay, we got the Expressway coming up next. We'll take a snapshot of everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day, hand it over to the G-Bag of the Day in LA Live, and we're back here with you on The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured or worse in a significant vehicle accident. And that's where the Frankels come in. They make sure you don't settle for less. How do you put a number on that? Tragic loss of life? It's possible. And unfortunately, we have between 250 and 500 vehicle accidents every day here in North Texas. And, if an 18-wheeler hits you, commercial vehicle, something like that, you're talking about tons and tons of raw power throwing you up against the wall, maybe turning your life literally and figuratively upside down. Can you still do your career? Do you need career re-education? Are you going to have hang that blue placard there on your rear view mirror when you pull into parking lot so you can park extra close because you're not getting around like you used to? And what's that mean for playing with your kids and your grandkids? As you can see, as I'm just talking about this very unfortunate life situation that people face from time to time, it would be no fun. And the money to put your life back together, 6, 7, even 8 figures worth of damages can happen in the blink of an eye. So if it happens to you, highly recommend you call the Frankels. And it's an easy number to remember, 214 or 817 and 333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Hey, this is Jason with Rhino Shield. Let's be real. Paint fails, it chips, fades, cracks, peels, and you're back to repainting your home in just a few years. Rhino Shield is different. It's a ceramic coating that won't chip, crack, peel, or fade, and it's backed by our 25-year transferable warranty. And here's the game changer, financing. Unlike paint, Rhino Shield can be financed. So instead of a big upfront cost, your monthly payment could be less than your daily coffee habit, and it'll help reduce your energy bills. Right now, get 20% off. Call or visit rhinoshielddfw.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Alrighty, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Let's talk about my friends at D&M Leasing, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, D&M is one phone call away. You can take care of this by the time you get home. 972-817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautololeasing.com if you'd like to look online. D&M is the best way, the only way to acquire new vehicles here in DFW. They also have some screaming deals on lease returns if you want to browse dmautololeasing.com in regards to that. But it's all about the easy lease for me from D&M Leasing. I've done over 10 of these over the years, and you'll find it amazing. I mean, they have access to any make, any model, so it doesn't matter what you want. Call D&M Leasing right now and place your order. They'll give you the highest trade-in value possible. Up to 50% less compared to buying is what your monthly payment can look like. And there's nothing down, nothing due right now for 60 days. The easy lease from D&M. You're going to see why I love them, why they have thousands of 5-star reviews online, why they've won Dealer of the Year from Dealer Rater annually. It is an annual tradition over there at D&M Leasing, and that's for the best leasing company in North America. So there's so many benefits to it, but their white glove customer service is outstanding. Just call them, tell them what you want, and they're going to bring that brand new vehicle to your home or office. I've even had a truck delivered to a kid's soccer game once. Yeah, right there at halftime, just exchanged keys and off they went, and I drove home in my new truck later on that afternoon after a nice dub. So whatever you got going on in your life, I know what it's like. You know, when it's time to acquire a new vehicle, you're thinking, where am I going to find the time in this busy life? It's easy. Just call D&M right now and ask him for the easy lease. Again, 972-817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautololeasing.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Summer in Texas means the AC is running and your energy bill goes up. And while we can't control the weather, we can choose our energy plan. Base Power found that 7 in 10 Texans are overpaying for electricity. That's why we built Base Energy. One low fixed rate built to save Texans money. Switch to Base and we'll cover up to $150 in cancellation fees. See how much you could save at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan.
Dallas, get ready. The 2026 FIFA World Cup is coming to Cosm. Come hang out with me this Friday from 1 to 3 and experience the World Cup like never before in shared reality. You have to see it to believe it. Enjoy reserved seating and witness history pitchside as you immerse yourself in every pass, save, and goal of the world's biggest tournament, or catch every match of the round shown simultaneously on the wall-to-wall LED display and explore the venue with general admission tickets. Secure your spot now at Cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it with me and the fan at Cosm.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Segment of the Fed is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's, helping over 40,000 customers every year. Clogged main line? We'll clear it for just $89 with our 123-day clog-free guarantee. Big savings on the things you need. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit us at berkeys.com.
M37968.
Yeah, buddy, let's hit the expressway. We're going commercial free to the top, and the coverage is brought to you by the on-time experts. Rangers are off tonight because you had World Cup action this afternoon out there at AT&T Stadium, so they had to clear everything, limit congestion. Rangers will be back in action tomorrow at 1:35, so we'll hit the air around 4:30 or 5 o'clock and give you a couple hours of G-Bag Nation. The other thing about the Sorsby thing with Ron Slavin, his agent this morning with Sean and RJ, said Tech probably pushed him to the decision a little bit. I thought that was one of the more interesting takeaways.
Yeah, agreed.
And I imagine they heard from their legal representation this isn't worth fighting anymore.
They probably worried what the Big 12 was about to do to them.
Yeah.
They worried about the Big 12, and then I think that in a bigger picture, they also worried about nationally what the committee might do to them in January when it came time to vote for the playoff teams. That they were worried that something was gonna happen even more.
This makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
You go through all that, and it's like all of a sudden your guy can't play in a Big 12 championship game, or you do this to be in a playoff, and if that's going to be held against you, then is it really worth it in the big picture?
Yeah, I think I like knowing as a casual fan of Tech, I like to see them do good. A lot of my friends went to Tech or pull for Tech now, as is the case with Wolchuk. I want to see them do good, and I felt like that looked kind of desperate and weak. With everybody telling them no, and they get it cleared in court, and then Sorsby just leaves. But if it was more of a collective idea, I think that's a good. My theme of Cowboys minicamp this week is kind of like.
Can I say something real quick on that?
Yeah.
Just real quick. I think it's different if you fight for a player that's been in your program for 3 or 4 years over eligibility.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't think these guys in the program wanted to go down over a guy that was basically a mercenary.
There you go.
That came in, and they paid the $5 million. Everything's cool. Yeah, he was going to be a quarterback. Maybe lead him to a national championship.
I think that's a great point, Brian.
Yeah.
And to reset you, my Cowboys minicamp theme of the week is Make Me Believe. And, Machota did a little bit of that. Okay, we need continuity to win the day here for this offense. But how about our guy Jake Ferguson here? Asked about Shoddy, and he said, you know what the right word is? He feels more dangerous. I feel more of a dangerous sense from him. Like he's in his bag, you could say. I don't want to say comfortable is the right thing because we're never comfortable here. We're comfortable being uncomfortable. You can see it from him, and you can feel the energy. It is there. So I'll take that. I'll also take a tally from FC Dallas striker Petar Musa for Croatia, but England overwhelmed them 4-2 the final. Pretty cool to see FC Dallas players and number of players from MLS sprinkled around these rosters. Portugal and Congo played to a 1-1 draw. Ronaldo has not scored in his last 5 international games. Messi, as Chief told you earlier, has scored 8 times in his last 8 World Cup games.
Yeah.
The manager, Martinez, asked afterwards why he didn't sub Ronaldo out. And as he searched for an answer, he said it makes no sense to get the best goal scorer in the world of football out in a game that you need goals. And I don't really take anything away from Ronaldo's spectacular career, but I think at this point it's kind of like one of those deals where a legend is getting preferential treatment where maybe he shouldn't.
It's actually become more personal for him where he's trying to get goals to end his career. He's not being a team player. I mean, they could talk about some runs that he can made in that match that created space, and he didn't do it. He was more interested in setting up and trying to, and then complain why he didn't get the ball on the touch.
Definitely see that.
If he could have made some run throughs, it would have let other guys open for some goals, and that's the criticism have been of him. He's no longer a team player,
and I don't know if he ever was, but he was so brilliant that he could be selfish and score. Like 90 goals in 130, caps for Portugal. It's time now to go to the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander, your G-Bag of the day.
Yes, sir. Hey, that quote you read, that was from Jake Ferguson?
Yeah.
You were talking about Shoddy?
Yeah.
Jake Ferguson, bro. Eric, you put us on to a dog. Jake Ferguson really might be the ultimate wingman.
He is, dude.
Look at that assist. That was a lob. He threw a lob up there for that boy.
Yeah, he did.
I got you, dog. Never seen a coach like this in my life, man. He's the greatest guy I've ever met.
Not going to say he's comfortable because we don't get comfortable, but we are comfortable being uncomfortable, okay? Do that math.
Jake Ferguson, bro. Throw me a lob out here, man. I might need one, bro. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on The Fan. It's brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com. Do it at 5:30, by the way. Going for two today, we go to Fox Soccer, the big platform. Clint Dempsey has something to say about his old assistant coach, Messi Marsh.
Reminder, Jesse represented the United States, not only as a player, but as an assistant coach as well. Yesterday, he had a comment that caught our attention. He said that when he was an assistant with the U.S. under Bob Bradley, Clint, he had to beg the players to sing the national anthem. He really said that? He said that. Yeah. Man, I can't take this guy too seriously. I mean, it was an honor for me growing up and representing my country. And when the national anthem happened, I wasn't someone who normally would sing. I put my hand over my heart and I'd pray to the good man upstairs. I'm someone who's bled for this country. I broke my nose playing for this country. I've come back from 2 heart procedures and played for this country. So I'm not going to take advice from someone who switched to the other side and singing another country's national anthem.
Come on.
And as my boy TT would say, stay in your own lane. It looks like he's in a dang moped, so worry about your own team.
How dare you even try texting like that?
Got him.
How dare you even try that, bro?
Sounds more like Jesse Darsh. If you get the South Park reference,
that was good. That was good. Even though Boosie should still be the champ.
Yeah, I made note of it. He'll be honorary.
Yeah, honorary.
Lucius approves.
There you go, Boosie.
Well, just make sure you throw that note to your boy next year. That's important. Clint Dempsey, man. All right, let's see what else we got for you guys here on a couple of Tolos hit me up and said this should be a G-Bag of the Day nominee after I played it yesterday. Mr. Tom Connors, the YouTuber Tom Connors, have a meltdown over the new He-Man movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's not a fan of the He-Man movie, the new Masters of the Universe. Yeah. Here we go.
Is not only everything I was afraid it was going to be, it's even worse. And I finally figured out who this secret audience is they're going after. Because I saw them tonight in my theater.
Oh, interesting.
It's 30-nothing-year-old women who are so nerdy and awkward they're either lesbian or can't get a date.
Jeez.
Because those were the people that were into this movie. Otherwise, it was dead silence. I would have been fine with Thor Ragnarok. This was Masters of the Blunderverse. This was Thor Love and Thunder times 10.
Yeah.
I don't know what the they were thinking. And anybody who says this isn't woke, they're lying to you. This is the wokest I've seen in years. Years. Everything from insert the Planeteers here to toxic masculinity on this end. It's all here, kids. Every color of the rainbow. My God, what have we done? You, Mattel. You, Amazon. Masters of the Universe. After Revelations, after this, we are done. Divorced. I am so glad I spent no more than $20 together on those toys. You want to know why? This movie's not getting another goddamn of my money. Nor is Mattel for the rest of my life.
Every color of the rainbow.
Man, that actually went down better the second time. It did. That was great. I love the mic clipping out sound.
Yes, me too.
You can just see him shaking his, grabbing the mic.
Greatest, bro. Hold on, I love this. Right here. Oh my gosh. Listen to the filters. I ain't gonna do it to you. Found out too much. It's the filters on this voice. I just love it so much, bro. God.
Never could believe the things you do to me.
Oh my God, the producer was in his bag. Who produced this? They were crazy. They was out of their mind when they made this. Let's go to Fox 4. They spoke with a English football fan outside of Texas Live. We played this earlier.
Hi, I love this beer in this country, by the way. It's really good.
You like the beer in this country? All right.
Hospitality has been amazing as well.
Really? Have you had any Texas barbecue yet?
I had Texas barbecue yesterday. I had a lovely bit of brisket.
All right, tell me about it. What was your experience? Is it what you expected?
I went fatties. Do you go fatty or lean?
Oh, yeah.
I went fatty. I went to slow bone, picked it up, put the sauce on it, dropped it in the mouth, melted in my mouth. It was absolutely beautiful. It's the best beef I've had in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
We love to hear that. Did you try any of the other fixins with it or no?
I had a pork chop. I had some pork ribs.
Okay.
I had mac and cheese. The mac and cheese was average though.
Oh. Yikes.
And the other thing is, what's this Brussels sprouts gratin about? We have Brussels sprouts at Christmas in England. Why'd you have it on your barbecue? I don't know.
I don't know. There's so many questions here.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're doing today. You're heading into Texas Live right now. What's the plan ahead of the match?
We're going to get drunk before the game.
Yeah.
We're going to get drunk during the game.
Yeah.
And then we're going to get drunk after the game. But all that matters is England wins today.
He got what he wished for.
Yep.
And that was a shiner.
They got the dub?
Yeah, 4-2.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Okay, I see it.
That guy's incredible, dude. Yeah. And I don't feel like Shiner gets its just due.
I know.
As a Texas brand.
Yeah.
It's like it's a top 5 beer to me. It's that good.
Brendan Sorsby's agent, Ron Slavin, that's his name?
Let's go, baby. I saw you cooking back there. I'm like, let's go.
I thought this was amazing, bro. With the R. Kelly excuse for his agent, for Brendan, basically.
Again, it's like this is a 22-year-old kid who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke. He's had 2 girlfriends his entire life. He's at church every Sunday. He's a great human being, I guess his biggest fault might be he's too giving.
Too giving. I call it the R. Kelly excuse because when R. Kelly sat down with Gayle King for his interview, listen to this.
This is the kind of help I need.
Yes, what kind of help?
I need somebody to help me not have a big heart. Because my heart is so big. People betray me, and I keep forgiving them.
His heart's just so big.
That's my problem. Not the underage girls. It's the big heart I have.
That's true. Sorsby was just lending a helping hand to the sports books who are in dire need of more cash.
Too giving.
Yeah, they're not doing well enough.
Give me some more $3 bets, please.
I had this one for Toxic Tuesday because it needs to be acknowledged. I believe there was a couple of Tolos on the fan text that acknowledged it in real time, at the same time I did. Mr. Gavin Dawson with a treacherous subject change.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh. It was diabolical subject change, dog.
I told you about that pizza pocket situation I had, that pizza roll.
Oh, yeah, the pizza roll herpes.
It dropped cheese lava on my lip.
Yeah.
Is it still hurting?
Right as it was about to heal, there was a scab on it that I accidentally peeled live skin from my lip. This was like last Thursday. I was in a drive-thru at In-N-Out, and all of a sudden it looked like I had just been slugged in the lip because it was bleeding so bad. So I've been dealing with that all weekend. And I think I might have just ripped it back open.
That's freaking brutal, dude.
I can't turn down the scab pick.
Yeah.
That's
it's
like,
too much fun.
It's like a final boss.
Yeah.
We end on a sad note here in the C note. Alden Smith, former Niner and Cowboy defensive tackle, passing on at 36 over the weekend.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my
God.
My God.
You know what's so funny about this is Bobby brought this up a few weeks ago.
Oh, did he?
And that's actually serious. And he made an AI because you had you went from, I don't even know what you did. You went from Little Debbie's to Kyle Busch's death or something like that.
Oh, that's right.
And so he made an AI, like 90-second clip of you doing that. And it's on point.
The transitions.
Nice. Oh, I got to get that.
That's good.
I got to get that.
I'm going to send it to you, bro.
Yeah, I got to get that. Dawson, you a wild dog.
And I think I might have just ripped it back open.
That's freaking brutal, dude.
I can't turn down the scab pick.
Yeah.
That's that's
too much fun.
It's like a final boss.
Yeah.
We end on a sad note here. Thought it was pretty smooth, if I'm being honest. Some of my finest work.
Scab pick into
We went
death.
from pizza roll herpy to the sad
I
news.
think it's cleared up, by the way. Good.
Yeah. Nice job.
I think I peeled off the remaining scab earlier today.
Hold on, I got it because I had to save the beginning of that little. Hold on.
You guys ever get a scab on your lip? That was brutal. That was probably a 3-week ordeal.
All right, that sounds like some Texas Tech stuff.
Yeah, dude.
We don't know our status. We're just out here getting reckless.
Long weekend in West Texas.
I'm sorry,
It was Dad's weekend.
Yeah.
We got, Jesse Marsh getting rung up by one hell of an American in fine Texas, Clinton Dempsey. That's our one-time champ looking for 2. Is it YouTube guy crashing out over the He-Man movie? Is it Fox 4 fan out at Texas Live? By the way, we'll go fatty tonight, 7 to 11 with Fred and Blake.
That's right.
You got Ron Slavin. Sorsby's biggest flaw is he was too giving.
He was just too giving.
Do you think he was trying to tip off his friends? Like, dude, I got it. We're going under. I mean, I think if he was tipping off friends, the sports books would have seen the weird gambling patterns and who got cut
Too many involved.
I'd be looking for a follow-up from Bobby or Sean or RJ. Like, what do you mean too giving? Or is it my treacherous subject change there in the middle of the C note? I'm going to go with, we got 2 soccer clips here. I'll go with the champ, Clint Dempsey. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to vote for you, Dawson.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, diabolical Dawson.
All righty, Wolchuk.
I got to go with the pizza.
We end on a sad note here.
Right into the sad note.
All right. We'll have 1, Brian.
Dawson, yeah.
Right. By a score of 4-1.
You guys ever got a scab on your
new
lip?
G-Bag champion. It's me. I've done it.
You did it.
Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup with some LA Live.
All right, man. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. We'll get into it right after the great Rick James, baby. You ever had a scab on your lip?
Fire up this funk and let's have a show. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
But if you try watching soccer with a girl, you're like, sweetheart, would you like it if I was, 6% body fat, had a faux hawk, spoke Italian? Sweetie.
Yeah, I really would. I'm just saying, you could do it. You guys are the same height. He's like 6 years older than you. He looks great. No, finish your burrito. I'm glad you like burritos. I'm just saying, he probably doesn't get winded when we make out. So
it's butt naked Wednesdays.
Boy, there's nothing like hearing yourself winded in the middle of what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Oh, it's bad.
Oh, you catch yourself.
It's bad.
Oh, is that me? Oh, my God.
I'm just bringing in the groceries
How
here.
long have I been doing this?
Oh, my gosh. Poor girl. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, June 17th, 2026. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, Shout out to Dallas's own Mrs. Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. And Miss Badu, holla at me. Holla at me. I've seen what you've done for others, and I need some of that Baduism. I sure do. LA is ready. My time is now. I need some of that Badu as well. I'm ready. And peace to the gods and earths out there. Shout out to everyone in town for FIFA! 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 I feel like I just say it like that because if you're in if you're not from here and you're just like, Uber, rideshare, something like that, you don't understand English too much, but you hear FIFA! 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 FIFA!
That's a great way to troll these tourists, man. Let's go, FIFA.
Yeah, let's go. There's a World Cup in my city, yeah. Hey, on a Butt Naked Wednesday, I have a question for you fellas. Real quick, for you guys. So, because I figured this out today. I think I did. So a streaker is someone who runs through a public area naked.
Totally naked.
You have to be naked to be a streaker.
You could have shoes on. That's it.
You can't wear shoes.
On and
you can
that's
wear
it.
shoes, yeah.
Okay, so not someone that just streaks across the field. You're not a streaker.
No.
You're what, an interrupter? What are you now?
Yeah, pitch invader.
A nuisance.
Pitch invader.
Pitch invader.
Jackass. Yeah. So you have to be naked to be considered a streaker.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You got to be naked.
Okay.
Fully naked.
That's okay. So I thought it was just like streaking because you're running out there real fast. It doesn't have to do with your clothing. But
I think it's confusing because a lot of people on social media be like, streaker.
Yeah.
It's not.
And this wasn't because they were saying like this guy on Friday at the USA game was the worst streaker of all time. Did you see him?
Is this the guy that was walking along the wall?
He was walking along.
And he just and they were just walking with him. And then when he jumped down, right?
Like they were standing right there like dogs waiting for him to jump over the fence.
Yeah.
You'll never walk alone, sir.
And there was so many opportunities. He had to just go turn back to the bleachers and sit down, maybe get lost in the crowd. They was going to probably leave you alone. But he had to decide to go out there. And he failed miserably. As soon as he jumped down onto the field, they got him. They got him.
Is this the guy that's running back and forth for a while?
He's running back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So does that count as a streak? Like if I was him,
you have to be on the pitch.
Okay, so
He didn't make it.
If I made a bet like with Kalshi or something like that, there was going to be a streaker for the USA game, and I decided to go out there, and that's what I gave. That was my effort.
Shouldn't count.
I lost my money.
You have to get acknowledged.
You got to fail.
You have to get acknowledged.
Taunting, walking the railing, like, haha, look at me.
Yeah, he looks crazy.
It's just silly.
So the Wimby guy, that's a streaker.
Yes.
He came out there in a sense.
Also a
took
loser.
Took a selfie.
But not naked.
Not naked. But if I gambled on myself and said, all right, there's going to be a streaker during the finals.
Yeah, I think that would get you a win.
Intruder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, I can smoke a bag of that. They cussed him out when he tried to jump out there. Listen. And they keep going.
Yeah.
Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. All right, let me get the vibes right real quick before we get to the question of the day. FIFA! 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 You're in my city. Question for the Tolos. Give some advice to the FIFA World Cup fans in town. I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook and what's that other one? Threads. Because when you post on Threads or Facebook, it automatically goes to each other.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, give some advice to the FIFA World Cup fans in town. I got answers like